What if Naruto lost his family and joined the fairy tale harem? Support the author Fairy Tales Surgeon of Death by Kbenime 87. Let's begin. Kingdom of Fiori. Village of Valerius. Year X 774. Within the magical kingdom of Fiori dwelled the village of Valerius. Said village was known for its medical expertise. Despite being out of the way of most of the cities in Fiori, many accomplished and skilled surgeons, doctors, and veterinarians lived within the village. Many who lived there and left would later on become some of the greatest medical minds in other cities within the kingdom. But despite the renown, the tale of the village is not one of wonder and joy, but one of tragedy and suffering. Uzumaki household. Naruto! Dinner's ready! A woman with long red hair yelled as she finished stirring a large pot. This was Kushina Uzumaki. Coming, Mom! A blonde boy with spiky blonde hair yelled as he ran downstairs holding a big book that looked way too heavy for him. This was Naruto Uzumaki, age 9. Is that your father's medical book? Kushina asked with a raised eyebrow at the sight of the massive book. Uh-huh. I've been studying it since I woke up, Naruto said with a smile. You don't need to do that. Your dad said your sister will be all better soon, Kushina said with a small smile of her own as she patted her son on the head. I know, but I still wanted to make sure she had a few light workouts to help her regain some strength. And I wanted to see if there were a few potions that may be able to help her, Naruto told his mother as he sat down at the dining table. Well, you can read your father's book later, it's time to eat, Kushina said with a smile, and afterwards we'll bring a bowl for your father and sister. Okay? Kushina suggested as she pushed a bowl of ramen towards him. Naruto nodded at this before he started to dig into his ramen. Hospital. Brother. A pale little girl of age 7 with her red hair tied in pigtails greeted with a smile from her bed in a hospital room. Hey Akane. Are you feeling any better? Naruto asked as he and Kushina entered the hospital room with the little girl and a man with spiky blonde hair much like Naruto. This was Minato, his and Akane's father, and the chief of medicine for the hospital. She's doing much better. Her illness has lessened and we can start her physical therapy tomorrow. If all goes well, we can have her out of here in about a month, Minato said with a small smile. I can't wait to leave. The food is terrible, Akane said with a gag. Speaking of food, we have something for you, Kushina said to her daughter as she handed her a bowl of homemade ramen. Ramen! Akane yelled with a happy cheer as she took the bowl happily. We have one for you too, Dad, Naruto said to his father. Thanks, you too. I'll eat it before I head back to check on some other patients, Minato said with a smile at the thought of his wife's homemade cooking. Come on, Naruto, let's head home. You need to sleep, Kushina said as she grabbed her son's hand. Okay, Mom. I'll see you soon, Akane. Good luck with your patients, Naruto said to his sister before he looked at his dad. Later that night, Naruto was in his room sleeping soundly before a crash outside caused him to wake up and shoot up in his bed. What the? Naruto yelled as he sprung out of his bed and ran out his door. Mom? What was that? Naruto yelled as he heard multiple crashes coming from outside and saw his mom holding a kitchen knife. I don't know, sweetie. Just stay behind me, Kushina said as a crash sounded again. This time, however, the door to their house shattered apart as a man in a black cloak holding a sword broke in. Blood for Zirif! The man yelled in a craze as he dashed at Kushina. Naruto, run! Get your father! Kushina yelled as she tried to hold off the man attacking her. Naruto quickly ran towards the back door of the house and through it as the house was set on fire behind him. Gotta get Dad. He can help. As he ran through the village, he saw the various houses and buildings in flames while he dashed to the hospital. As he ran as fast as his legs could carry him, he saw the hospital suddenly shoot up in flames from an explosion. Naruto fell to his knees in shock and horror at this as the hospital burned to the ground. No. Mom, Dad, Akane, he said as he started to cry as he realized what he had just lost. Ah, look, we have a little survivor, boys, a gruff voice said as a small group of dark mages walked towards the crying boy. What's the matter, brat? We kill your mommy and daddy? The man asked mockingly as Naruto turned and glared at them with tears in his eyes. Oh, scary. Don't worry, boy. You'll be joining them soon enough. Kill him, the lead mage ordered to his 2 underlings. Naruto glared defiantly at the mages as he felt something inside of him snap as he grabbed a dagger that was on the ground from the explosion of the hospital. I don't know why you did this, and I don't know how, but I'm gonna make you all pay. Naruto yelled in a rage when suddenly a blue sphere formed around him and the mages. He has magic? The lead mage yelled in shock. What kind of magic is this? One of the other mages asked as he looked at the sphere they were in. Naruto looked in awe at this. Did I cause this? What can it do? Can it crush them? Naruto questioned in his mind. Suddenly the mages fell to the ground as they felt a pressure on them, sending them face first into dirt. What the hell? Gravity magic? You little brat! The lead mage yelled as he approached Naruto since he could still move despite the pressure. Naruto quickly swung his knife at the lead mage in a panic, but he missed, seeing that the man was not that close to him yet. Despite the distance, however, the man felt pain. Ack! My ing arm! The man yelled, seeing as his arm had been cut off, almost surgically. So that's what I can do? Naruto said in shock as he was starting to understand what he did. What the hell are you? The lead dark mage asked in fear, seeing this. Naruto said nothing as he swung his knife again, this time beheading the dark mage only. What the hell? How am I still alive? The man yelled despite being just ahead. What the? That makes no sense. He should be dead, Naruto thought in shock. Let us out of here, brat. Another mage yelled, making Naruto snap out of his shock. No, I can kill you, pieces of trash. If I dismember you and leave you to burn with my village. Naruto yelled in a rage at all the havoc they had caused. He swung his knife again and again, slicing the mages to pieces within the dome. Ag! You son of a! You'll pay for this. You hear me? You'll pay, you damned brat. You can't do this to us. The dark mage leader yelled as the body parts fell to the ground, cut but all still alive. The weak have no say in how they die. Naruto said coldly as he turned around and started to run off and out of the burning village. And as his village burned away and the screams echoed in the night, he ran away from the painful memories. 3 days later, a blonde-haired woman with 2 long ponytails and a rather pronounced bust walked along a forest, searching the ground for herbs and other medicinal ingredients. This was Tsunade Senju. I said, apologize for bumping into us, you stupid brat. A gruff male voice suddenly yelled, getting Tsunade's attention as she walked over towards the tree limbs to investigate what was happening. Tsunade looked up the road and saw a group of small-time thugs she had encountered before, confronting what looked like a kid with spiky blonde hair. And I said, walk away now, Naruto said coldly. Oh, look at the little tough guy. You know who we are, brat. We're the Iron Hand crew. The lead bandit said as his 2 men grinned. You have a bounty? Good, you're worth something to me then, Naruto said coldly as he took out his knife and held up his left hand. He's a magic user. One of the bandits yelled as a blue dome surrounded them. Whoa, hold on kid, we're not that big a target, so you don't need to, the leader was saying. But it was too late, as with a barrage of swings of Naruto's arm their heads went flying from their bodies. Tsunade's eyes widened at the brutality, but they widened even further upon seeing the heads still speaking. What the is this? One of the heads yelled in a panic as Naruto took out a bag. Why aren't we dead? Another head yelled. No idea, just be grateful I don't intend for you to die. Hopefully you and your 2 friends are worth enough to get me some food, Naruto said as he shoved one of the heads in his bag. You psychotic son of a! The leader yelled in a rage from inside the bag along with his men. Tsunade, seeing enough of this, walked out from the trees onto the road. If you're here to help them, then you'll join them. Otherwise walk away, Naruto told her coldly. Before Tsunade was in front of him, and flicked him in the head with a finger. Naruto slammed back first into a tree from this. The tree falling over from the impact of his body and his blue dome disappearing. You calm down from that, brat? Tsunade asked with a raised eyebrow. Heightened speed and strength, I take it, Naruto said, standing back up. Which I probably didn't need, seeing as you are barely standing. I'm guessing you haven't eaten in a few days, Tsunade said as she looked at Naruto with an inquiring eye. Yeah, you and your bandit friends here are my ticket to a meal. Your bandit captures, there are wannabes whose only crimes are talking a big game and scamming people into paying them to leave them alone, Tsunade said with a flat tone. So they lied to me then? I suppose I should end their lives for this, Naruto said as he reached for his dagger. before Tsunade again flicked him in the head again, making him hold his head in pain. What the hell, you brat? Why is your instinct to kill? Tsunade yelled. My reasons are my own. They don't concern you, Naruto said coldly. Like hell they don't. You're in my forest, and I'm not one to let a child go down a dark path. Tsunade yelled. Naruto glared at Tsunade for a few moments before he scowled and dropped the bag that had the heads of the three men, and kicked them over to the still-moving bodies, which quickly grabbed the heads before running off in a panic. Geez, kid, what is your deal? Don't you have a family to teach you better than to act like this? Tsunade questioned. My family is dead. Died 3 days ago, Naruto stated, causing Tsunade to pause. You're from Valerius? There were no survivors from that cult attack, Tsunade said wide-eyed. I'm the only survivor it seems then. Doesn't matter anyways. All that matters is my goal now. Naruto said. What is your goal? Tsunade asked, almost dreading the answer. I want to see everything destroyed before my eyes, Naruto said calmly in a frigid tone. Tsunade frowned at this before she grabbed Naruto by the back of his shirt and picked him up off the ground. What the hell are you doing? Naruto yelled out in surprise. You need an attitude adjustment, brat, and while I usually don't deal with brats like my old friend Makarov, I'm not letting a kid with your talent wasted on lashing out at the world, Tsu said as she carried Naruto off. Put me down, you old gorilla! Naruto yelled, shaking his fist. Slam! Naruto found himself with his head buried in the dirt like an ostrich. His legs standing straight up before Tsunade lifted him up by his leg and carried him away. Mouthy little brat. I'll teach you some manners, Tsunade grumbled as she carried the unconscious boy away. A year later, X775. After the chance encounter with Tsunade, Naruto was taken in as her apprentice in healing. Under protest at first, but eventually the old mage had gotten Naruto to open up to her and cope with what had happened to his village. And after a year of learning from Tsunade, it was Naruto's 10th birthday, the first birthday he would celebrate without his family. Leaving him in a bit of a somber mood, as the now 10-year-old Naruto sat at a desk reading over a medical book, Tsunade walked inside. Hey brat, you've been studying all day. It's your birthday. Go out and have some fun or something, Tsunade said. I'll pass. Naruto said simply. Come on, brat. Hey, why don't I bring you to the casino in Corvos for dinner at least? Tsunade suggested. You're still banned from there, remember? Unless you can pay the 500,000 jewel you owe them, Naruto said flatly. Ugh, you're so boring. Alright, tell you what, let me give you my gift to you and then you can go out and gather a few herbs for the supplies and then you can get back to your book, Tsunade offered. That the best offer I'm gonna get to be left alone? Naruto asked as he looked up from his book. Yes, now it up and come get your gift, Tsunade ordered. Okay, fine, Naruto said as he closed his book. What is it? He asked as he approached her. Tsunade smiled and reached behind her neck before unclasping her green crystal necklace. Naruto's eyes widened at this as she put the necklace around his neck. Wait, you said this was valuable, and has been in your family for generations, he said. Yup, Tsunade said with a smile. But I am not your family, Naruto pointed out. Says who? Tsu asked with a raised eyebrow. Blood doesn't make family. You're my family no matter what others say, brat. Naruto started to shake a little at this, but he wiped his eyes at this. Hey, you going soft on me, brat? Tsunade asked as she smiled a little at how he was trying to act tough. Not on your life, Heg, Naruto said as he calmed himself down a bit but clearly wasn't saying it with malice. Alright, go get those herbs and I'll have some dinner for you ready when you return. Sound good? Tsunade asked as she walked towards the kitchen. Sure. Just try not to gamble the house again, Naruto said as he started to leave for the front door. It was one time and you won it back, you cheeky brat. Tsunade yelled as Naruto exited the house towards the forest. Love you too, Ba-chan, Naruto said with a slight smirk as he walked out of the house. As soon as Naruto left, Tsunade scowled. Come on out. Show yourself, you coward, she said seriously. Is that any way to talk to an old friend, Tsunade? A male voice said as a man with black hair and a beard in a purple dress shirt with an ornate cloak and an ascot tied in a full Windsor appeared. Don't bother trying to sweet-talk me. Makarov told me everything you pulled before he gave you the boot, Ivan. So do us both a favor and take your punk out of my house, Tsunade demanded with a glare. Ivan glared at Tsunade at this. There's no need to be so rude, Tsunade. We were guildmates after all, Ivan said as he tried to stay calm. Leave my home now, you stain, or I'll shove my fist so far up your everyone will say, oh my god, that's the whiniest hand puppet I've ever seen. Get the message? Tsunade asked as her fist was raised. I am not leaving empty-handed. I wanted you and that boy you're fond of to join me, Ivan said. Tsunade froze at this before she cracked her fists. Now you're not leaving here unscathed, she growled out as she glared at him. Such a disappointment. Ivan sighed as several Shikigami paper dolls formed from the objects within the kitchen. So be it, he said as the dolls flew at Tsunade as she dashed at Ivan. With Naruto. Naruto was in the forest gathering some herbs. As he placed the medicinal herbs into a basket, he started to smell smoke. Huh! He looked at the direction where the smell was coming from and saw a huge stack of smoke in the bright sunny sky, coming from the direction of his and Tsunade's house in the forest. He left the basket of herbs and dashed towards the smoke to investigate this occurrence. The house soon came into view and he saw that it was on fire, and after a few moments he saw a wounded, soot-covered, and bleeding Tsunade leaning against a tree nearby, breathing heavily as she tried to rest. Tsunade! Naruto yelled as he ran over to her. Why, you actually called me by my name, Tsunade said with a smirk before she started coughing up some blood. We need to get you to a hospital, Naruto yelled in a panic as he wasn't sure he could help her despite his medical knowledge. No. You won't bring me to one in time. Nearest one is an hour away. I'll be gone in minutes anyways, Tsunade said before she started coughing up even more blood. Damn it, not again, Naruto said as he looked at the ground as his eyes started to fill with tears. Hey, none of that, brat, I raised you to be stronger than that. You have so much potential to be a great healer. You can do so much good for the world. Tsunade told him in between her coughs. Naruto looked at Tsunade, who was giving him a genuine smile even as she was dying. You just do me a favor and don't go back to being an edgelord like when I found you. Go make friends, help people, heck, kick some dark guild if you want. Just don't lose your heart. If you can do that, then you'll be a greater medic than I ever was, Tsunade told him. Naruto continued to cry at this before he nodded. I promise, he sobbed out as he wiped his eyes. Good. Now I think it's time for me to get some rest. Do me a favor and bury me here, Tsunade told him as a last request from your teacher, Tsunade told him. To will. I promise, Naruto said as he wiped his tears once more and looked at her with a determined expression. Thank you, Naruto, Tsunade told him before her breathing became a bit ragged and suddenly stopped, her head falling forward as Naruto let out a scream of pain and anguish as yet another person in his life died and he was unable to do anything. 3 years later. X778 Village of Kurosaki. In the small farming village of Kurosaki, the villagers were all being rounded up by a group of bandits, while a giant of a man who was their leader was watching them while holding what looked like a giant spiked mace. Come on, boys. Round up the slaves faster. We gotta get 'em to auction. The leader yelled at his men. Almost done, boss. They have some good stuff here for this just being a farming village. Take a look at this huge sword. A bandit said, holding up a large odachi blade with a golden wrap around the hilt and a red-colored wrapping around the sheath. The leader raised an eyebrow at this before he took the blade and looked at it curiously before he looked at the villagers. Which of you made this blade? The leader demanded. 2 did. It's a project I have been making for a doctor who cured my son's sickness. A man yelled as he raised his hand. A doctor asking for a sword? Now that's odd, one of the bandits said with a cackle. A blade this fine is wasted on a doctor. I think I'll take it, the leader of the bandits said with a grin. That's mine, a cold voice said as a boy no older than 13 years old walked out wearing a long black coat opened up showing his muscled and toned upper body in full along with Tsunade's necklace around his neck. He also had his hood up and a pair of blue jeans with black spots and black boots walked towards the mob of bandits. This was Naruto Uzumaki. Eh? Hey, I thought you said this was made for a doctor, not a brat, the leader of the bandits asked before he turned to glare at the blacksmith. I am a doctor, you imbecile. Perhaps your tiny brain just can't comprehend the brilliance of a true doctor. Regardless, hand over my sword. Now, Naruto said with a glare. Oh? You're giving me orders, brat? Boys, round him up and sell him off. I'm sure some noble in Bosco will want him, the leader ordered as his men chuckled and drew their weapons. Naruto sighed at this before he held up his hand. Room, Naruto said as a dome of blue light surrounded the approaching bandits. A mage! One of the bandits yelled out in a panic. Tak, Naruto said as he lifted his hand up, maneuvering his index finger upwards. What the? One of the bandits yelled as he and the other bandits were suddenly lifted in the air inside of the dome. What kind of magic is this? The man yelled. The magic of a doctor, you fools have irritated, Naruto said before he moved his index finger down, sending the bandits slamming face first into the ground, knocking them out. One of the bandits that wasn't unconscious took out what looked like some bombs and lit the fuse while the leader was raising his spiked mace to swing it down at Naruto as he ran into Naruto's room. Naruto smirked at this before he moved his finger shambles, he said, causing the mace and the bombs to switch places. What the ga? The bandits who had been holding the bomb was yelling before he was crushed under the massive mace. The leader was yelling before he looked at his hand, which now had a bomb with a very short fuse on it. Boom! The bomb exploded in his grip. Naruto smirked as he let his room dissipate. The smoke cleared, revealing the leader on the ground breathing heavily, his clothing charred. That's mine, Naruto said as he grabbed the sword on the leader's back and took it off of the man. This got cheers from the villagers, who Naruto quickly freed. You have saved us, oh great Uzumaki-sama. We are indebted to you, the blacksmith said with tears in their eyes. No problem, they had my new sword, plus I kinda like this village, Naruto admitted as he smiled a little. Still, there must be something we can do for you. Money? Marriage to any fair maidens that pique your interest? The mayor of the village asked. Well, I could use some supplies for my trip to the next town, Naruto said, deciding to get something for his trouble but nothing over the top. You heard the man. Get some supplies, the mayor yelled. Thanks for the sword, old man. Does it have a name? Naruto asked the blacksmith as he looked at the weapon. My son called it Kikoku. Not sure why he named it something demon-like, but hey, whatever, the blacksmith admitted. I'll consider that my tip for curing him, thanks, Naruto said, chuckling at this name for his sword before he walked over to the downed bandit leader. Mercy! Don't kill me! The bandit yelled as he couldn't move after the bomb had went off. Relax, I'm a doctor. I don't kill willy-nilly. But you would be surprised what you can survive. But I'll tell you what. I won't show you some examples if you give me some, Naruto said as he gave the leader a cold look. In formation, the leader stuttered out, confused and terrified of the look Naruto was giving him. 3 years ago. In the forest outside of Corvos. A house burned down and a mage was killed. You know anything about that? Naruto asked with an icy glare. No, it wasn't us. 3 years ago we were down by Harem, the leader said, terrified. I believe you. One more question. Do you know where I can find any dark guilds? Naruto asked as he glared at the leader. Dark guilds? Only one I know of is Cobra's Farm, but they're down by Akane Resort last I heard. Nowhere near here, the bandit leader told him. Thank you for your cooperation. Please tell your cellmates about the Surgeon of Death when you wake up, Naruto said before he slammed the sheath of his new sword in the man's face, knocking him out. Call the Rune Knights and let them deal with the trash when you can. They'll be out for a while, Naruto told the mayor as he rested his new sword on his shoulder. The way you handle yourself, I'm surprised you don't have on mage guilds trying to recruit you, young man, the mayor said as Naruto approached him. I have had a few ask me to join. Blue Pegasus and Quattro Cerberus aren't really for me, Naruto admitted as he shook his head. I see. Have you considered joining Fairy Tail or Phantom Lord? The mayor asked. The top guilds? I don't think I'm that good, old man, Naruto said with a small chuckle. I don't know. I think you'd do well in Fairy Tail, an older male voice said as Naruto looked to see a short old man wearing an orange jacket, blue and orange hat, orange shorts, and a white shirt underneath. Naruto raised an eyebrow at the old man before he looked at the mayor. Hey, old man, you have a leprechaun problem? If so, I'll take care of him for a free meal, he asked before he smiled at the idea of food. The old man face planted into the dirt at this. You are definitely Tsunade's apprentice, the old man grumbled, getting Naruto to freeze before whipping around to face the old man, grabbing the hilt of his sword as he did. Relax, son, I knew Tsunade. In fact, we were old friends and guildmates. The name's Makarov Dryer, the old man introduced himself as he stood up and dusted himself off. Makarov Dryer? Guildmaster of Fairy Tail, and one of the 10 wizard saints? Naruto questioned as he let go of his sword and placed it back on his shoulder. The very same, and I have heard of you, Naruto Uzumaki, or should I call you the Surgeon of Death? I must say that's quite a nickname for a young teen, Makarov said with an interested look. It's a name one gets after delivering the hearts of 30 dark mages directly to the Magic Council, Naruto said simply. Yes, I have heard how they were still alive and following you, wanting their hearts back, Makarov told him. So you came to recruit me? I'm flattered but not sure guild life suits me, Naruto told him. Well, it's not your reputation that made me come find you, my boy, Makarov said as he reached into his pocket. And your reason is? Naruto asked. Makarov pulled out an old photo and held it out so Naruto could see it. Naruto looked at the photo and passed as he saw it was of what looked like several young mages standing in front of a big guild hall, and what stood out to Naruto was that one of the young mages was what looked like a young Tsunade who was smiling as she was posing for the picture while she had what looked like a young Makarov in a headlock. Years ago Tsunade asked me to come looking for you if something happened to her, to take you to Fairy Tail to join. I've been tracking you down for 3 years, sending members out looking for any rumors of you on their travels, but each time you were already gone before they could convince you to come back with them, Makarov admitted. I see, Naruto said, absorbing the info that Makarov had told him. He was admittedly unsure of the idea of joining a guild. On the one hand he felt the old man was telling the truth, but on the other hand he wasn't really super social. It might be good for you to have a place to call home, plus at Fairy Tail we treat each other like family, and look out for each other, Makarov told him. Family, huh? Naruto said before he gazed up at the sky in thought. Family? The word had felt so foreign to him now. Losing his family, and then Tsunade. He was unsure what to do. So what do you think? Makarov asked curiously as he looked at Naruto. I think if Bachan was part of your guild then it's at least worth a look, so lead the way, old-timer, Naruto told him. Old-timer? Disrespectful brat. Wait, you called her Bachan? Makarov was growling out before he paused and looked at Naruto as he realized what Naruto said. Yeah, what of it? Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow. Gahahaha. Oh, that's the best. I wish I could see what she did when you called her that, Makarov chuckled. Her usual response was to threaten to, and I quote, put me through a ing mountain, unquote, Naruto said simply as he slightly smirked at the memory. That sounds about right. Okay, let's head back to Fairy Tail, my boy. You can meet your potential new guildmates and decide if you want to join after, Makarov said as he led Naruto down a dirt road. Please tell me it's not all old-timers who will be dead in a year tops, leaving me to become guild master, Naruto said as he put on his backpack as he followed the old man. Hey, I'll have you know I'm in the best shape of my life, Makarov yelled, doing some stretches before a sickening crack was heard as he moved his back. On my back. The guild master yelled. You need more milk in your diet, old man, and probably some herbs to help ease the pain, Naruto said as he took off his backpack and started to rummage through it. After a moment he pulled out a large green herb and a bottle of I'll mix the herb into the milk, and you'll drink it, Naruto told him as he mixed the herb into the milk before handing the old man the herb-mixed milk. You're definitely Tsunade's student if you can just take a look at me and have a diagnosis, Makarov said as he took the milk and drank it. Thank you, that will be 10.000 joule, Naruto said simply as Makarov finished the milk, making the old man's eyes widen. 10,000 joules? For milk? Makarov yelled. That herb is not easy to come by and I need money to survive, Naruto said with a smirk. We're in a forest. And the herb's right there, Makarov yelled as he looked around at the forest, seeing the same herb he had taken before, pointing at it. Ah, yes, you're right. Make that 15,000 joules, Naruto said after a few moments of thought. What's the extra 5,000 for? Makarov yelled out at this. Back talker, Naruto yelled before he started to laugh loudly as he walked ahead. Damn you, brat, Makarov yelled, following after Naruto, already feeling a headache coming on. Fairy Tail Guild Hall. Naruto and Makarov stood in front of a massive building that looked like a castle and had what looked like a big guild symbol on the front. So this is the place, huh? The number 1 guild in all of Fiori, Naruto said, looking intently at the building. Before we head in there I have a question for you to ponder, Naruto Uzumaki, Makarov said, getting his attention. Do fairies really have tails? Do they even exist like them? This place is an eternal mystery, a never-ending adventure, Makarov told him with a smile. Never-ending adventure and family, Naruto thought to himself, as he let a small smile break onto his face at the thought. Now let's head inside, Makarov said as he opened the door to the guild. As the door opened, Naruto's eyes widened as he saw what looked like a massive bar brawl going on inside the guild. Take this, you frozen purr! A boy of about 12 with pink hair and a white scarf was heard shouting as he punched a boy with black hair and only his underwear. These were Natsu and Gray. You think I'm scared of you, Urza? A girl of about 13 with white hair wearing gothic clothing yelled as she sent a kick at a girl of the same age with long red hair wearing armor. These were Mirajane and Urza. Are you brats fighting again? Makarov yelled as he entered the guild hall before ducking under a chair thrown his way. Not even a member, and I already have to deal with this. Room, Naruto said with a sigh as his blue dome surrounded the fighting group. Huh? What's this? Urza asked, confused seeing this as she paused in fighting Mirajane. Shambles, Naruto said as he teleported and switched the positions of the 4 kids so they were attacking air instead. What the? Natsu yelled out, confused on what just happened. Master, who is this? Urza asked as she looked at Naruto as he dispelled his room. A potential new guildmate, Naruto said, not giving much away. His name is Naruto Uzumaki. He agreed to come by and perhaps join the guild, Makarov explained. Eh? Like the ramen topping? Natsu asked as he tilted his head to the side. This caused the white-haired girl to burst out laughing and fall over, kicking her legs as she laughed, while her 2 siblings tried to calm her. Regretting this already, Naruto said with an eye twitching in annoyance. It means like the storm, you flame brain, Gray said with an eye roll. Well said, Gray, Makarov said with a nod while mentally making a note to tease Naruto about being named after ramen later. Was that dome you're doing then? A girl with brown hair sitting at the bar asked with a curious look as she approached. This was Kana. Indeed it was. I call it room magic. It's a form of territory magic, Naruto said. Would anyone like a demonstration? He asked as he looked at everyone. Sure, let's see what you can do, Natsu yelled as he cracked his knuckles together. Leave it to Natsu to pick a fight, a younger girl with white hair said as she stood next to Mirajane next to an older boy with white hair like her. These were Lisana and Elfman. Natsu, that may be a bad, Makarov was saying, but he couldn't finish as Natsu ran at Naruto with his fist alight with flames. Fire Dragon Zyro, Natsu was yelling as he charged at Naruto, who held up his hand. Room. The blue dome appeared once more surrounding the running Natsu. Naruto drew his sword and slashed at the room. Natsu's head separated from his body. He killed Natsu. Ligiana yelled in terror before. Hey, what the hell is this? The severed head of Natsu spoke as it flew into Naruto's hand. Talking head? The entire guild yelled, freaking out. Gotta say, old man, I'm already glad I'm joining this guild if I'm gonna be healing people here regularly. 'Cause I'm gonna make a killing, Naruto said with a grin as he thought about all the money he was gonna make while he tossed Natsu's head around in his hand. Put me down! Natsu yelled out, clearly angry at Naruto. Okay, Naruto said, dropping the head to the floor. Ow! Natsu groaned. Hey, look, his body is still moving too, Mirajane said as she poked at the still moving body of Natsu, which was moving around in a panic. Ha, stop that, tickles! Natsu yelled despite being ahead. Naruto, please put his head back on. This is disturbing, Makarov told him. Oh, come on, I was gonna play soccer with his head, Gray said with a smirk as he looked down at Natsu's head. Fine. I can put his head back on, Naruto said as he picked up the head and put it back onto Natsu's body. It's that simple? Urza asked curiously as Natsu grabbed his neck to check it was secured. Indeed it is. My knowledge of anatomy allows me to cut and reattach limbs cut within my room at will. Limbs, heads, hearts, organs all can be removed from the body and still be reattached or reintegrated by me, Naruto informed her. You're one scary kid, you know that, a man with orange hair wearing a black trench coat chuckled out as he sipped some beer. Now then, my boy. Tell me something. Makarov said, getting Naruto's attention. Where would you like to get your guild mark? Makarov asked with a smile as he went to grab the guild stamp. Naruto thought about this before he removed his coat, showing off his chest. Place it over my heart in black, Naruto told the man, who nodded and placed the stamp on his chest and pressed it. Welcome to Fairy Tail. Mingle with your new family, my boy, Makarov told him. Naruto nodded with a smile before he turned to everyone. So anyone got any medical issues they need help with? I am a doctor after all? Naruto asked as he walked over to mingle with his new guildmates. Things were gonna get very interesting from now on. Guaranteed. X778. The day after Naruto joined Fairy Tail. While the previous day was mostly a party and celebration for gaining a new member, most actually hadn't interacted with Naruto much due to partying and, in the cases of the older members, getting plastered by alcohol. Oh my head, Wakaba groaned as he laid his head on the bar top of the guild, feeling the effects of his hangover. Here. This won't rid you of your hangover, but it should dull the headache, Naruto said, passing by and setting a small pill next to Wakaba. Take it with some food. I recommend bread, he told the smoke mage. Thanks, kid, Wakaba said as he took the pill and swallowed it along with some bread. It's doctor. And that will be 20,000 jewels, Naruto told him, getting wide eyes. 20,000? Is it ing gold? Wakaba yelled out in shock. Ugh, why are you being so loud? The orange-haired man named Gildarts groaned as he stood up from behind the bar top. This brat's trying to act like a licensed physician and charge me. Wakaba yelled. I am a licensed doctor. Now pay me or I'm gonna take my pill back, Naruto told him with a firm tone. Nice try, kid. No way someone as young as you is a doctor, Gildarts laughed it off. He actually is a doctor. He trained under Tsunade, and on his travels he was given a medical license by order of the Magic Council, Makarov explained, drinking some tea. Ha! The old bat actually took on an apprentice? Oh, I'm gonna mock her next time I see her, Gildarts chuckled. Before he caught Naruto's blade, which was swung at his neck. I do something to annoy you, brat. Wait, did she mention that one drunken night? Gildarts asked curiously as he casually held Naruto's blade in place. Tsunade is gone, Makarov said with a frown. When Gildarts asked, now becoming somber. 3 years ago. I came back from gathering herbs and found our house burned down, and her dying of smoke inhalation and her wounds. Naruto told her. Who did it? Gildarts asked with a scowl of fury. No clue. I've been hunting for her killer for years now, Naruto explained. I see you have her necklace. She must have really liked you, kid, Gildarts told him as he noticed her necklace around his neck before he let Naruto's blade go, which the young man sheathed. Thanks, Naruto said before walking away from the bar. At least I don't need to pay the jewels now, Wakaba muttered under his breath. By the way, that's 30,000 jewels you owe me, Naruto said with his back turned. Why the extra 10,000? Wakaba yelled out wide-eyed. Back talker. Naruto yelled back. Ha! Definitely raised by Tsunade, Gildarts said with a laugh at this along with Makarov. Can you spot me 30,000 jewels? Wakaba asked Makarov and Gildarts. No, the two told him flatly as they drank some tea. Naruto started to walk towards the job board and started to look it over a bit. Bring any jobs you have an interest in to me, my boy. I'll mark them off, Makarov told him from the bar. There's nothing good on here. Say, old man, you got any involving Dark Guild extermination? Naruto asked as he surveyed the board but didn't see any that were his style. Not happening. You're way too green with the guild, Makarov said as he shook his head. You do realize I've taken down dark guilds before, right? It's literally nothing I haven't already done, Naruto pointed out. The answer is still no. You did that as a solo mage and mercenary for the council. But here we need to make sure you get some experience with the guild itself before letting you hunt down dark guilds, Makarov told him. You're trying to make me interact with the other mages my age, Naruto said with a flat tone as he looked at the guild master. I have an idea. Mary Jane, could you come here? Makarov asked amongst the crowd of guild mates. What's up, master? Mary Jane asked, walking up to Makarov. Would you mind taking the rookie here on his first job? Make sure he doesn't get into trouble, Makarov suggested. I can literally cut people into pieces, old man, Naruto deadpanned. You want me to babysit the newbie? Mary Jane asked with a scowl at the thought of babysitting someone for their first job. If the goth harlot doesn't want to, I'd be happy to accompany him on his first mission. He needs someone with brains to show him the ropes, so to speak, Urza said, walking over and entering the conversation. Whoa, whoa, whoa. No ing way you could do a better job of teaching the rookie than I would, you fat ginger skank. Mira glared at Urza. If you're both gonna fight, at least wait until I can sell tickets, Naruto said with a flat tone as he looked at the board of jobs. Okay, so no Dark Guild extermination, but they have a Forest Vulcan extermination job. I suppose that'll do, Naruto said, grabbing the job and walking over to Makarov and handing it to him. Here. I'll take this one. Send whichever of these two survives with me. Or don't. Either option works for me, Naruto deadpanned, looking at the glaring Urza and Mary Jane. Enough, you two. If you can't decide, why don't both of you go with him? Makarov yelled at the two young mages. Me? With her? No way. The two yelled before glaring back at each other. Old man, why not just have someone else help me? How about Natsu? He seems cool enough, Naruto said with a slight smirk. You'd rather go with a fire spitter than a pretty girl like me? Mary Jane yelled, getting in Naruto's face along with Urza glaring at him. Can you both get along? Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow. Grr, fine. Mary Jane and Urza yelled after growling at each other. Perfect. Best of luck, you three. Happy hunting, Makarov wished them luck as he approved the quest. Very well. We'll meet within an hour at the train station, Urza ordered. Don't order me around, Mary Jane told her with a glare. I don't do orders either. I'll see you there, Naruto said before walking out the guild. Those three are gonna level the forest, Wakaba deadpanned. 1 hour later aboard the train. Silence was all that permeated the train car as the three young mages sat in the same car. Marin gnashing her teeth, Naruto polishing his sword, and Urza reading a map. The Vulcans seemed to be hiding out within the forest of Verdun. Urza stated. Good, any ideas how to lure them all into one spot? Naruto asked curiously as he looked up from his sword. Vulcans like pretty girls. So guess I can be bait since they won't go for the tin can, hear Mira said with a jab at Urza, who glared at her rival. This is serious. Multiple girls and women have been captured and taken away by these things deeper into the forest. We have no idea how many there are. Urza told her. Doesn't matter. I can take 'em all down, Mira said with a smirk. You can take them out after we lure them all to one spot, then we can wipe them all out in one fell swoop, Naruto said as he pointed at the map. Tapping the forest, we set up traps to seal off their escape before we slaughter them, Naruto said. A bit brutal, but it would be the best course of action, Urza admitted, looking at her new guildmate. Brutality is often what is needed to survive. To some it is a horrendous thing to use, but to others it can be the difference between life and death. Naruto said as he sheathed his odachi after cleaning it. Now seeing as we have time, I'm gonna rest, Naruto said as he closed his eyes. I would recommend that we tell each other something about each other first, like our magic, so we can work together more effectively, Urza suggested, making Naruto open his eyes at this. Fine, I'll humor this. I use rune magic, Naruto said as he sighed. You mentioned it yesterday to Kana that it was like territory magic, right? Mira asked with a raised eyebrow. Yes. Observe, Naruto said, holding up his hands. Room, he said, making a dome around Urza and Mira shambles. The two mages suddenly switched seats with each other in a blink. Everything within my rooms I can manipulate. Be it switching places of people or objects, or making things float. It is all mine to manipulate, Naruto explained. And as a surgeon that makes you even more deadly, Urza said as she looked at Naruto. Indeed. The Surgeon of Death title wasn't given to me for show. Naruto said. Is it true you delivered Dark Guild members' hearts to the Royal Knights? Mary Jane asked curiously as she had heard rumors about Naruto. It's true. I made them follow me begging for their own hearts before I handed them over to be jailed. Naruto informed her, and yet despite that I'm not allowed to go hunting dark guilds as part of this guild. Naruto frowned in irritation as he felt like his skills were better put to that. It's because you just joined the guild. I'm sure given time you'll be allowed to go after higher grade jobs, Urza said as she nodded. Damn old man, Naruto grumbled under his breath before he raised his blade and blocked a strike from Urza's armored fist. So do all redheads have a temper in Fiori? 'Cause if so, that would explain a lot, Naruto asked boredly. Do not insult Master Makarov, Urza warned him with a glare. Damn, he stopped your punch like it was nothing, Tin Can. Mira cackled. Please, Bachan used to punch me way harder. She once sent me through a mountain. Your punch is like a slap compared to that, Naruto said boredly as he looked at the furious glare of Urza. Ha! You hear that, Tin Can? You're weak like I keep telling you. Mary Jane laughed, starting to like this newbie for insulting Urza. I am not weak, Urza yelled as she glared at Mary Jane. Well, you can prove that when we get there then. Just don't either of you get in my way and we'll be fine, Naruto told them. Hey, I'm an A-rank mage, Whiskers. So if anyone is getting in anyone's way, it's you getting in mine, Mary Jane said as she gave Naruto a dirty look. They have ranks in the guild? Naruto questioned, ignoring Mirajane's dirty look. And Mirajane said as she slapped her forehead at this, "Yes, that's why the master sent us to observe you. So we can report to him afterwards and determine your rank." Urza explained, still upset. Naruto insulted Makarov. "Tch. Apparently my feats and merits don't say enough." Naruto sked in irritation. "Stories can be exaggerated. Hell, in the rumors about me they call me a devil." Mirajane snorted. "That's an insult to the devil," Urza said with a smirk as Mira glared at Urza for her comment. "Devil?" Naruto raised an eyebrow. "Oh, I'm a takeover mage, and it scares the stupid dude to what I turn into," Mirajane said as she waved her hand dismissively. "A demonic takeover mage, huh? Interesting," Naruto admitted. "Not gonna freak out and try to use holy water on me?" Mirajane asked curiously. "Nah, you're not evil. The worst you have is a sharp tongue," Naruto said uncaringly. Mirajane paused at this before she smiled a little at this. "What about you, Red? What's your magic?" Naruto asked Urza, deciding he should find out what her magic is, seeing as they were working together. "I use Requip magic. I use it to switch out weapons and armor," Urza explained. "You can actually switch out entire sets of armor?" Naruto asked curiously, as that was actually quite impressive. "Not yet. Most I can do is my torso armor for now and my weapons," Urza said as she looked to the side. "Well, if you keep up your training I'm sure you will get stronger," Naruto told her, getting a surprised look. "What? Something on my face?" Naruto asked, seeing her look. "Didn't expect you to know how to be nice, Whiskers," Mirajane told him. "Don't get used to it," Naruto told them as he closed his eyes as the train kept moving towards its destination, Verdon Forest. Naruto, Urza, and Mirajane walked through the forest until they hit a small clearing. "This should be good. It's a midway point from where the Vulcans have attacked and captured others," Naruto said as he looked around. "So are we still doing the bait and trap plan then?" Urza asked. "Yes, if this is a midway point their cave should be nearby. We lure them out, crush them, and then go look for the cave for any survivors," Naruto said. Before anyone could respond to this, they heard a girl scream and what sounded like animals hooting, and a stampede sounded. "Change of plans," Naruto said as he quickly ran towards where they heard the scream come from. They soon spotted what looked like a young girl with long red hair running from what looked like a bunch of green apes. "Back here! Pretty girl, come back!" A horde of 6 green ape-like creatures with 5 pink hearts on each of their arms shouted, rushing after the girl. "What's the plan then, Whiskers?" Mirajane asked as she cracked her knuckles. Naruto said nothing as he raised his hand. "Room!" he shouted, making his dome appear around the creatures. "What this?" one of the apes asked, confused. "Tack!" Naruto lifted his fingers up, making the creatures float before moving his hand to make them spin within the dome. The red-haired girl looked back with wide eyes to see Naruto start to approach the Vulcans. "Stay back!" Naruto ordered her as he passed her by, his eyes set on the forest Vulcans who he made stop spinning. "Girl, ours. No interest in man," one Vulcan yelled out. Naruto's narrowed his eyes at the Vulcans before he grabbed the hilt of his sword and with a quick draw, cut the Vulcans into pieces. Arms, legs, torsos, and heads all detached from their bodies but still moving and breathing. "What this? This uncomfortable. Can't scratch itch now." The Vulcans all yelled, uncomfortable with the situation. "It's better than death. Now stay quiet while I call the Royal Knights or I'll end you," Naruto said as he sheathed his blade before turning back to his team and the girl who was running towards him, who suddenly hugged his legs. "Thank you. Thank you? Thank you?" the girl yelled out fast. You're welcome?" Naruto asked nervously as he composed himself a bit. This got a laugh from Mirajane as her and Urza approached. "What's the matter, Whiskers? Not used to a girl thanking you?" she asked. "I've been thanked plenty of times," Naruto said with a firm tone. "Are you hurt?" Urza asked the girl as she approached her. "No. I'm fine. The other girls need help more than me. One of them was bleeding really bad," the girl said as she let go of Naruto's legs. "Can you lead the way to the cave?" "I'm a doctor," Naruto asked seriously. "You're a doctor?" "Yes. She's this way," the girl said as her hair suddenly moved on its own and wrapped around Naruto's arm and pulled him along, happy to find a doctor to help someone else, while Urza and Mirajane followed. "Huh. She must be a mage too," Mirajane said as her and Urza kept up, though Urza didn't respond. "Something bugging you, Tinkin?" Mira asked with a raised eyebrow. His skill with a blade. He cut precisely and surgically, but also with brutal efficiency. If he wanted to kill them, he could have easily. Urza said as she had watched Naruto's skill with a blade, and it was very impressive. I know, right? That was so hot, Mary-Jane said with a grin while Urza's eyebrow twitched in irritation. They all soon arrived at a cave before the girl's hair let Naruto go. She's in here. Quickly! The girl yelled as she brought Naruto into the cave. Let me take a look. Naruto ordered as he saw a woman on the floor of the cave bleeding. We will free the others and check for any wounds, Urza said as she led Mira-Jane to the walls where some other women were hanging tied up. Let's see. Large lacerations on her back. It looks like they dragged her over jagged rocks. I'll need to wipe away the blood and stitch it up, Naruto said as he looked at the injured woman before pulling open his trench coat. Don't you need an antiseptic for that? Urza asked as her and Mira-Jane freed the other women. She's unconscious due to blood loss, meaning I don't need anesthetic, and luckily I do have some sanitizer and gloves, Naruto said as he sanitized before putting on his medical gloves and grabbed his medical supplies to wipe away the blood and stitch up the woman. Hours later the royal knights had arrived at the cave to escort the women home and to pay Naruto and the others. She's still unconscious, so get her to a hospital immediately. I stopped the bleeding and stitched the wound, but she needs a blood transfusion and at least 3 days bed rest. Neither of which she'll get out here, Naruto informed the captain as he informed them of the procedure he performed. We're on it. Okay men, get these women home and the injured to a hospital right away. The captain yelled at his men. Sir! The knights yelled as they saluted their captain and moved to follow orders and get the woman onto a transport vehicle. You're not going with them, miss? Urza asked the redhead girl who had led them to the cave. No. I only had a few cuts. And I don't need to be looked after as I have to continue my journey, the girl said with a head shake. Journey? Mary-Jane asked, raising an eyebrow curiously at this. I left my village to explore the world and meet my own kind. See what the world was like and all, she said as she nodded. Well, you obviously aren't used to the outside world even with magic, Urza said as she crossed her arms. Yeah, those things caught me by surprise. I never knew the outside world was so scary, the girl admitted with a shudder. I believe you need to either go back home or join a guild so you have help and can learn a bit more, Naruto said with a sigh as he shook his head. What's a guild? The girl asked with a curious head tilt. It's a place for mages to go to get missions and hang out. Ours is like a family, Urza was saying before she was cut off. Family? The girl asked with wide eyes at this. Yeah. We're from a guild called Fairy Tail, where everyone is treated like family, Mira-Jane said. Is he part of this fairy tale? The girl asked as she pointed at Naruto. Yes, he is. Just joined, in fact, Urza said with a nod. Then I'll join. The girl yelled as she hugged Naruto tightly. Consent is a thing, Naruto yelled as the girl hugged him. Ha! Looks like you are stuck with a rookie to show the ropes, Whiskers, Mary-Jane said as she laughed. We should head back to the guild hall, Urza stated. I would if she would let me go, Naruto said with a groan. You'll be fine, newbie. We'll meet you at the station in town, Mira said, laughing at his misfortune. Gah! Will you let go? We need to get back to the guild hall. What's your name anyway? Naruto asked as he struggled to get loose. Oh, my name is Flare. Flare Corona. The girl named Flare introduced. Well, Flare, I'm Naruto Uzumaki. Now would you kindly let me go so we can go to the guild? Naruto asked with a slightly twitching eyebrow. But I like hugging you, Master, you're so warm. Flare exclaimed. Master? Naruto asked, surprised at this. You saved me, so I'll serve you as thanks. Flare exclaimed as she smiled happily. That's not how that works. Mira-Jane! Urza! Help me out here! Naruto yelled after his guild mates. Can't hear you! Mira-Jane yelled out before she was heard, laughing loudly. I swear vengeance for this! Naruto yelled as Flare refused to release him. Guild hall later that evening. We have returned, Urza said, opening the guild hall doors as she, Mira-Jane, Naruto, and Flare walked inside the guild hall. Welcome back, you three. How did the mission go? Makarov asked as he stood at the bar. It went fine, Naruto said simply as he sat down at the bar. Holy crap, he survived being teamed up with Urza and Mira, Gray mumbled out, sitting at a table with Elfman and Kana. Is that all? Just fine? No unnecessary destruction? No collateral damage? The forest is still there? Makarov asked, raising an eyebrow at this. What kind of destructive moron do you take me for? It was a simple job. Targets were eliminated and I gave treatment to some women that needed medical attention. Naruto informed him. No destruction? Urza, is this true? Makarov asked. Indeed, master. He defeated the Vulcans before Mira Jane or myself could even move to confront them. He dispatched them single-handedly to save the girl behind us, Urza said, gesturing to Flare, who smiled and waved. Finally! My prayers have been answered. A brat that doesn't cause me to lose money. Makarov yelled, crying tears of joy as he looked to the sky. Where's my pay? The Royal Knights said my pay would go to you since I'm underage. Which I call bull on, Naruto said firmly as he held out his hand to the old man. Money! We have actual money! Makarov yelled, ignoring Naruto as he still looked to the sky. Okay, guess we're doing this the hard way. Naruto sighed as he walked over to Makarov, ready to slap him. But before Naruto could do anything, Flare's hair grabbed Makarov by his legs and lifted him up and started to shake him. Give my master his money, you leprechaun! Flare yelled up at the old man as what looked like a bag of money fell out of Makarov's pocket into Naruto's hand. Ha! Leprechaun! Natsu laughed from his table. Put me down! And why does everyone keep calling me that? Makarov yelled. Master? Gray inquired with a raised eyebrow at Flare calling Naruto that. Thank you, Flare. The job was 100,000 jewels. Urza and Mira, here's your cut, Naruto said, handing each of them 25,000 jewels. Thank you. Now, Flare, put the master down, he's a high-ranking wizard, Urza ordered. Or don't, this is pretty funny, Mira said, smirking. Master, your orders? Flare asked Naruto. Stop calling me that, please. And you can let him go, Naruto told her with a sigh. As you wish, master. Flare chirped out as she dropped Makarov onto his head and strode over to Naruto. Ow! That hurt, young lady. Makarov groaned from the floor. Careful, Red. He's the one you need to ask to join the guild, Marijane said with a grin as she counted her money. Oh, can I join then? Flare asked the groaning old man. You just dropped me on my head, Makarov deadpanned. I can examine you at a discount if you let her join, Naruto offered. No thanks, you little scam artist. Now, young lady, why do you wish to join Fairy Tail? Do you not have any place else to call home? Makarov inquired. Well, I left my village cause I wanted to meet people like me and explore the world. I wanted to learn about being a human and not a giant, Flare said with a smile. This got looks of surprise from everyone in the guild. Giants? You expect us to believe that? It's like Flame Brain being raised by a dragon, Grace said, pointing at Natsu. A dragon, you say? And you were raised by giants? Naruto asked, the two actually interested. You believe them? Kana asked curiously. We live in a world of magic and mystery. Even myths have truths within them. While I would like to see proof, I see no reason to denounce their tales, Naruto said as he shrugged. So can I join? Flare asked Makarov as she gave him a smile. Just one important question, young lady. Where would you like your guild mark? Makarov asked as he smiled back at her. I think I'd like it on my chest somewhere, Flare said as she looked at Naruto's guild mark on his chest. I'll stamp her, Mira said with a smile as she raised her hand. Thank you, Marijane. I refuse to go back to prison. Especially for something like that, Makarov nodding as Flare walked over to Marijane. I feel like I need some context here, Naruto admitted. Not important, Makarov said quickly and with shifty eyes. Fey, whatever. I should probably go take inventory on the medical supplies in the infirmary, Naruto said with a shrug. Shouldn't you find a place to live? Urza asked. Why? I'll probably need to be on call for surgeries and medical needs when not on missions. I'll just stay in the infirmary, Naruto shrugged as it had multiple beds. You can stay there for now, but you will need to save money to buy your own place or rent one, Makarov told him seriously. Fine. Guess I'll need to up my service prices then, Naruto said as he sighed. Oh god, no! Wakaba yelled, paling at that info. Relax, you still only owe me 30,000 jewels. For now, Naruto said as he walked into the infirmary. I'm gonna be broke. Wakaba cried out, tears streaming down his face. Wait for me, master. I'll help you out with the inventory. What's inventory? Flare asked as she followed Naruto. 3 weeks later. It had been a few weeks since Naruto's first job with Fairy Tail, and meeting Flare and Naruto was getting a good grip on how things work in the guild. He had been working regularly with Flare, who was actually good support on the few jobs he had taken her with him on. Her hair was effective at restraining foes so he could create his runes on them. Though she was still learning more about her magic and training with Naruto, so they both improved their skills. Right now Naruto was in the infirmary where he always was when not on a job or hanging out in the main guild hall or training. So what happened? Naruto asked Mikao, who was sitting on the infirmary chair. A drunk guildarts, Mikao groaned out, holding his left arm. Good news is it's not broken. Looks like it's internal bruising mixed with a sprain in the wrist. Good news, I have some painkillers and I can put it in a sling. Should heal in about 2 weeks max. Until then, no combative jobs and don't use that hand for the next 2 weeks. Naruto ordered Mikao. Thanks, kid. Mikao sighed, glad that it wasn't as bad as it felt. No problem. That'll be 20,000 jewels that you can hand over to my secretary, Naruto said, pointing to Flare, who was sitting nearby, and smiled at Marco as her hair floated behind her threateningly. I should have gone to poorly Yusuke, Mikao grumbled under his breath as he walked over to pay his fee. He was not about to backtalk Naruto and get upcharged, damn it. Thank you. Next? Naruto with a nod before yelled out loud. There's no one left, master. I believe you should take a break and get some food, and you, Flare suggested. You're right. Let's go get some lunch on me, Naruto said as they exited the infirmary before watching the guild door slam open as Natsu and Lee-sana came in holding a large egg. Look what we found! Natsu and Lee-sana yelled happily as they held the egg up. Good, I was hungry. Flare, get my hilarious apron, we can have a giant omelet, Naruto said with a grin as he looked at the egg. Yes, master, Flare said as she nodded. No! You can't eat it! Lee-sana yelled, horrified. Yeah, I don't care how hilarious your apron is. Natsu yelled as he put the egg behind his back. I never get to wear it, Naruto grumbled under his breath. What's funny about kiss the cook shoot the wife anyway? Natsu asked with a curious head tilt. Mikao and Wakaba can tell you since they're married, Naruto said, not even bothering to try and explain that to Natsu. Sell out! The two older men yelled. So what is this egg anyways? Kana asked as she walked over to see what was going on. It's a dragon egg. We're gonna hatch it. Natsu yelled out with a grin. Kid, how do you know that's a dragon egg and not something else? Naruto asked curiously. It's a dragon egg. Just like Igneel described them as. I'm sure of it. Natsu yelled as he hugged the egg close. Calm down. I'm not trying to upset you or your girlfriend. I'm just saying until it hatches you can't know exactly what it is, Naruto said as he shook his head. Like hell, Pinky's dating my sister. Mira Jane yelled out, seeing her little sister helping Natsu. That's what concerns you. Not the mysterious giant egg? Guildarts asked with a raised eyebrow. Go back to drinking, you drunken perv. Mira yelled at Guildarts, who laughed it off as he watched the show. So does anyone have any magic that can speed up hatching an egg? Natsu asked, not hearing Guildarts and Mira's conversation. There is no magic that can just speed up the birth of a new being, Natsu. It takes time, Naruto told him as he shook his head. Well said, my boy. I'm afraid you'll just have to hatch it normally if you wish to see what's inside. Makarov nodded. Ah man! Natsu groaned. Or I could get out my apron, and Naruto was saying before. Back off. Lee-sana yelled at Naruto before she kicked him hard in the shin. Your girlfriend is fiery, kid. Naruto said with a smirk at Natsu as he didn't care about the kick. How dare you strike my master, you little Flare was growling before Naruto held up a hand stopping her. It's fine, Flare. If you two want to take care of this egg, you will need to build a place for it to be safe and be able to keep it warm. Naruto said. Easy done. My fire can, Natsu was saying before Naruto clubbed him with his sheathed blade. You don't keep an egg warm that way, you mongoloid, Naruto said as he gave Natsu an annoyed look. What's a mongoloid? Natsu asked, groaning. It's a fancy way to call you what I called you once before the master smacked me, Grace said with a snicker. Anyway, your girlfriend here can turn into animals, right? All you need is a shelter and for her to sit on the egg as a giant bird until it hatches, Naruto explained. Okay. I can build a house. Igneel taught me how. Natsu cheered. I saw a nice spot in the woods we can use, Lee-sana said with a smile. Good, you both have a plan. Have fun hatching the egg, Naruto said as he took a seat while the two young mages ran out of the guild hall with the egg. The happy couple. I wonder if the baby will be as dumb as Natsu or have Lee-sana's brains, Gray snickered out. Before he froze as Mira Jane was behind him growling as her magic aura flared around her, eyes glowing purple as she glared at the young ice mage. I must admit I am kind of interested to see what sort of creature will hatch from the egg, Urza said with a small smile. Knowing this guild, it'll either be really dangerous or really stupid. There's no in-between, Naruto said as he ordered a bowl of ramen at the bar. Don't you eat anything else? Kana asked curiously. Hey, ramen has plenty of vegetables and protein in it. Also it's cheap, Naruto admitted. I must agree with Kana. You should branch out your meals to other things, Urza said as she ate some of her favorite cheesecake. I'll do that as soon as you give up eating strawberry cheesecake, Red Naruto told her as his bowl of ramen arrived, before promptly ducking as a broadsword was thrown at him by Urza, which was embedded in a wall behind him. Temper, Red Naruto smirked as he ate some of his noodles. Ha! In your face, fire crotch. Someone else besides me who's not afraid of you, Mira said, cackling in glee as she finished beating up Gray. What did you call me, you bleached harpy? Urza growled out as she turned her attention to the white-haired mage. Oh, good lunch and a show, Naruto said, watching as the two kicked off another brawl. Weeks later. Alright, Laxus, where'd you put our egg? Natsu growled at an older teen with blonde hair. The hell would I want your stupid egg for? Laxus asked, irritated at his music being interrupted. If anybody, it was probably the lunatic surgeon who wanted to serve it up family style, Laxus said, pointing at Naruto, who was taking payment from Ritas for a wound he helped him patch up. Eat a thunder, boy. I've been dealing with patients all day. I haven't left the guild hall since we opened today, Naruto said, flipping him off as he finished applying a bandage to Ritas' leg. Laxus' eyebrow twitched in annoyance at this as his hand sparked a bit with lightning. You wanna start something sparky? 'Cause I'll take you on any time outside. No reason to duke it out in here just 'cause I'm not in your little fan club of a team, Naruto told him as he held his hand up and made his room fill the guild. Before Makarov jumped down from the second floor and landed in between the two young mages. Enough. I will not have you two brawling. I forbid it as guild master. Laxus, you're an S-class mage. Show some restraint. And Naruto, I expect better of you as well, Makarov ordered with a glare. TCH, whatever, the two scoffed before glaring at each other. Well, if Laxus doesn't have it and Naruto didn't cook it, then who took the egg? Natsu asked. Sis, was it you? Lee-sana asked Mira Jane, who was sitting nearby. No. If it was me, I'd have helped Naruto cook it up, Mira Jane said, scoffing at this. So then who was it? Natsu asked, growing irritated at the lack of an answer. Until Elfman entered the guild hall carrying the egg. And so we have your culprit. I'm gonna assume you took it for some selfless reason, Elfman? Naruto asked as he approached the male of the Strauss siblings. Yeah. I saw the egg not being covered, so I took it to keep it warm. I went to return it to the shelter, but you two were gone, so I thought I'd bring it back here, Elfman explained as Natsu took back the egg. Naruto nodded at this. Good man, Flare, make a note, next wound I heal on Elfman is 20% off, Naruto said as he looked at Flare, who quickly took said note. Make it 50. Mira Jane yelled at this as she wanted to save as much money as she could. How about no, Naruto said flatly before ducking under a knife thrown at him. Hey, how am I supposed to cut my steak now? Mikao yelled at the eldest Strauss sibling. Choke on it for all I care. Mira Jane yelled. Hey, the egg's hatching. Natsu yelled as he noticed the egg start to crack. Naruto, Flare, and the rest of the guild gathered round and watched as the egg hatched. And a small, blue cat with wings came out from the egg. A flying cat? Gildarts asked, confused. Aye. The cat yelled happily as it used its little wings to fly around a bit before it got tired and rested on Natsu's head. It talks? Mikao yelled in surprise at this. Why's it blue? Wakaba asked. Master, do you have any knowledge on this? Flare asked Naruto, still not used to the outside world as much. She had gotten better, but she didn't know everything. I got nothing here. I'm stumped, Naruto admitted, a bit bewildered as he watched the cat fly around, making everyone laugh happily. To the point Natsu named him Happy. 2 years later. X780. It had been a few years and everyone was waiting in anticipation as Makarov had taken several mages to the S-Class trials. We're back. And it's time to celebrate our youngest S-Class mage, Urza Scarlet. Makarov exclaimed as he, Urza, Kana, and Mirajane returned from their S-Class trial along with Gildarts and Laxus. Fixed. Fixed, I say. Mira growled out as she felt like she should have won the trial. Welcome back. Was anyone injured? Naruto asked, sitting at the bar. Only my pride. Someone bring me a drink and never stop refilling it, Kana said as she approached the bar and sat down. Naruto looked at her with a raised eyebrow before his attention turned to Makarov. Anyways, please give your congratulations to your newest S-Class mage, Makarov said with a smile as Urza was bombarded with congratulations from her guildmates. Naruto meanwhile watched Kana drink down 3 beers in the span of not even 3 minutes. Kana, I think you should maybe slow down, Naruto told her. No. This was my year. I needed to win, Kana muttered under her breath before downing another beer. Kana, come to the infirmary for a moment with me. You can bring your booze if you want, Naruto told her. Oh, trying to get me alone? What would Flare say? Kana asked with a smirk at Naruto. She would say I get the first round now. Move, Naruto ordered flatly as he pointed at the doorway to the infirmary. This caused several of the mages who heard this to spit out their drinks in surprise before they all looked at Flare, who was standing nearby. Master would need several women to satisfy him. He deserves it as well, Flare said as if talking about the weather. Yeah, and you're a pervert who likes both men and women. I knew letting Urza show you her smut novels would be a bad idea, Naruto deadpanned before ducking under a sword thrown by Urza. Really? We all know it, Urza, he said as he entered the infirmary. Ugh, fine, Kana groaned as she walked into the infirmary where Naruto closed the door behind them. This have to do with Gildarts as your father? Naruto asked, not beating around the bush, making Kana wide-eyed. How? Kana was asking till Naruto cut her off. Oh please, I saw the way you look at him while he wasn't looking. Like a child looking for acknowledgement. Not only that, I have samples of the blood of our guildmates in case we need a quick transfusion. I had your and Gildart's blood tested for a potential parentage, and it was a match. Money well spent on my medical equipment if I do say so, Naruto said. I swear if you tell anyone, Kana growled out as she pulled out a card from her pocket. Relax, Kana, this is your business, not mine. Doctor-patient confidentiality after all. I legally can't tell a soul without having my medical license revoked. Only reason I didn't mention knowing earlier was I saw you wanted to do it yourself but kept stopping yourself. Naruto told her. Yeah, well, I wanted to feel like I was strong enough to be his kid, and being S-Class felt like a good personal goal to reach, so I can tell him. And if you never reach S-Class? What then? Naruto asked curiously. I'm not giving up on reaching S-Class, Kana said as she gained a determined look on her face. I see. If you want an honest opinion, I don't think Gildarts will care about you being strong. But I can see you're determined to follow this path. So I have an offer for you. I will help you train so you can tell him. How does that sound? Naruto asked as he held out his hand to Kana. Well, I could do worse than you, so what the heck, Kana said as Shep took Naruto's hand and shook it. Very good. Your training starts tomorrow, Naruto told her with a smirk. Great, so you watch me, Whiskers? Kana asked with a coy smirk. Maybe, I'm not blind to beauty. I see your beauty as well as others like Flare, Mirajane, and Urza, Naruto admitted. Oh? And how do I rank in the guild? Kana asked curiously. That's a loaded question, Miss Alberona, Naruto said with a chuckle as he stood up. One that I want an answer to, Kana said with a smirk. Well, you see, room shambles. Naruto yelled, creating a room before disappearing outside of the window replaced with a bush inside. Give me an answer. Kana yelled as she gave chase after Naruto, who ran away. X781. Another year had come and gone for Naruto and the guild. Now 16 years old, a lot had happened to the guild. New members joining, Gildarts heading off on a 100-year mission, Mirajane being promoted to an S-Class mage after the last S-Class mage trial after a fierce showdown with Urza ending with Mirajane's victory. Something the gothic girl was still gloating about. And Naruto had been spending a majority of his time when not on missions or in the infirmary training with Flare and Kana. So much so that the three became an unofficial team. "So how are your girlfriends, kid?" Mikao asked with a smirk to Naruto, referring to the fact that Naruto's team was all women, which he had repeatedly said was not intended, but the guild still teased him about it. Flare's wishes to become a couple and even add more women to, as she put it, her master's love entourage was not helping either. "How's the divorce?" Naruto asked casually as he sat at the bar waiting for his ramen. "She took my house, my car, and my fridge," Mikao groaned out. "Yeah, but you still have your kids, so I think you still won," Naruto said as his ramen arrived. Marco blinked at this before he chuckled. "Yeah, you're right." "In your face, you crazy!" Mikao laughed to the sky. "By the way, you still owe me 80,000 jewels," Naruto told him flatly. "And I said take it in installments, damn it!" Mikao yelled out at this as Naruto ignored his yelling. "Master, we have a problem!" Flare yelled as she ran into the guild hall from the infirmary. "Did Mira shove Natsu's head up Graze again?" Naruto asked. "No, Levi's team had an accident, and they need some first aid immediately. Especially Levi," Flare yelled, making Naruto set down his bowl of ramen. "Anyone eats my ramen will lose their genitals and have to search for where they're hidden," Naruto warned the guild as he ran to the infirmary to see Jet and Joy covered in cuts and Levi unconscious, covered in cuts, bruises, and bleeding from her leg. "Explanation now," Naruto said as he gave Jet and Joy a cold look. "We took a mission to take out a cave of bears that had been causing some trouble to a local town." Jet started to explain, but Naruto held up a hand. "Let me guess, you two being moronic saps got you hurt, and Levi got caught in the crossfire," Naruto stated rather than asked, as ever since these two had joined the guild they have been simping hard for her, and not focusing. "Well, you see," Joy tried to explain, but Naruto's glare silenced him. "I don't need an excuse. You idiots got your teammate injured with your bull. So shut up and let me work," Naruto ordered as he looked over Levi. "The bruising I can use a slave on, and the cuts aren't deep. The problem right now is her leg. There's a single bear claw embedded into it. And it's right next to her femoral artery. If I'm not careful, she will die." Naruto said. "Die?" Jet and Joy yelled out, horrified. "She will be fine thanks to me. You should be more worried about yourselves. Nurse, help them patch up," Naruto said as he prepared to operate on Levi before he called out loudly. Jet and Joy both froze at this before they were both grabbed by Flare's hair. "Come with me," Flare told them with a chilling smile as she dragged the two mages. "You're a psychopath." Jet and Dory yelled at Naruto as Flare dragged them out of the room to a different room to treat them. "Oh? Am I? Okay then. Flare, do be a dear and ask Urza to assist you. She displayed interest in some medical knowledge the other day when I spoke to her," Naruto told Flare with a sadistic grin. Flare slightly shuddered at this before she nodded before she dragged Jet and Joy out of the room to a different section of the medical wing, them screaming in terror as she slammed the door behind her. "Naruto! I heard Levi was injured. What happened?" Makarov yelled as he came into the room a few minutes later as Naruto activated his room, and with a few quick moves Naruto was already done and wrapping Levi's leg in bandages. "Her two teammates nearly got her killed. I had to remove a bear claw from her leg. It nearly hit her femoral artery. Luckily I managed to remove it, and I transfused the blood she was missing. She'll be out for the rest of the day, so I'll stay the night and keep watch over her," Naruto told him. Good, Makarov said as he sighed in relief before he heard some shouting coming from the other end of the medical wing and looked at Naruto with an inquiring look. "Flare is treating Jet and Joy. Urza may or may not be assisting," Naruto said with a vindictive smirk. "You are a sadist, my boy." Far beyond Tsunade, even Makarov told him with a pale look on his face. "Flattery won't rid you of your debt, old man. You still owe me that 15,000 jewels," Naruto said with a snicker. "See if I nominate you for S-class next year, you little scam artist," Makarov grumbled as he walked towards the door. "You were gonna nominate me?" Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow as Makarov stopped, realizing his mistake. "Don't tell anyone else. I'm supposed to keep the nominations hidden. I have you and 3 others in mind for the position," he said. "Fine with me. To be honest, I don't really care whether I'm S-class or not, but I won't turn down the opportunity," Naruto said as he shrugged. "Perhaps you don't, but you do have the qualities of an S-class mage. It's apparent through your medical practices and healing of your fellow guildmates, Makarov said. That and the fact that dark guilds still talk about the surgeon of death like I'm some sort of boogeyman, I'm proud to say, Naruto said with a smile. Yes, no one will deny your power. But power is not all an S-class mage needs, Makarov said as he walked out the door to let Naruto continue his medical work. That night, Levi groggily opened her eyes and looked around as her vision cleared to see she was in the guild infirmary. Relax, you're still recovering, Naruto said as she looked over to see Naruto sitting in a chair next to her bed. What happened? Where are Jet and Droy? She asked with a groan of pain as she tried to get up. Easy. Stay put. Your leg was injured really badly. You need your rest. As for your team, they were patched up by Flare and sent home. You're the only one who needs full respite, Naruto told her as he stood up and pushed Levi gently back into her bed. Why are you here then? If rest is what I need, shouldn't you be at your home? Levi asked. You're my patient, and I don't leave jobs unfinished. If you started to try and walk around in the middle of the night and re-injured yourself, it'd be on my head. A sleepless night compared to that is nothing, Naruto told her seriously. You really do care about your guildmates, huh? Levi asked with a small smile as Naruto always came across as cold and unapproachable to most. Only a few like Mirajane, Urza, Flare, Kana, Natsu, Gray, Elfman, and Lisana really interacted with him. Yes, I do. Fairy Tail is a family and I refuse to lose another one, Naruto said before slapping a hand over his mouth as soon as the sentence left his mouth. You lost your Levi was saying till Naruto stopped her. It's not important. You just get some rest. And if you want some advice, perhaps think of a new team to join up with. I don't think Team Shadow Gear is gonna help you reach your full potential. And considering how much you have, that'd be a shame. Naruto told her. You think I have potential? Levi asked as while she knew she was good with her solid script magic, she felt she was really limited. I do. Your magic is incredibly versatile and can go along with any group. But your intellect is where you have an edge over everyone. You're one of the smartest in the guild. And if you found a team that you could truly mesh with, I have no doubts you would become a force to be reckoned with. Levi blushed a little at this praise and said nothing before a thought came to her. Can I join your team? She asked a little nervously. I wasn't expecting that immediately. To be honest, I expected you to fight tooth and nail against my suggestion to find a new team out of loyalty. Naruto admitted as he looked at Levi, who sighed. Look, I love Jet and Droy like brothers, but I'm just not interested in them like they are with me. Every time I try to tell them, they cut me off before I can say anything. I don't want to abandon them, but this mission incident could have been avoided if they weren't so caught up in their own minds, Levi said. I always wondered if you knew how they felt, Naruto admitted. Well, like you said, I am smart, Levi said with a chuckle. Indeed you are, and you will be a great addition to my team, Levi McGarden. Naruto nodded with a smile. Perfect, then I would officially ask to join team. What's your team name? Levi asked curiously. We don't have one. We specialize in decimating dark guilds and providing medical support mostly. We're simply a bane to dark guilds. Naruto explained. Bane? That's it. That's your team name. Team Shadow Bane. Levi said with a smile as she snapped her fingers as an idea hit her. Shadow Bane, huh? I don't hate it. It actually sounds intimidating. Very well, as long as Kana and Flare approve, we shall call ourselves that. Now you rest up. Once you're all healed, you'll join us for training, Naruto told her. Okay. Thanks, Naruto, Levi told him with a small smile as she went back to resting. No problem, Naruto said with a small smile as a memory flashed of Akane, his parents, and Tsunade in his mind. I won't lose another family. Not again. He muttered as his smile shifted to a frown as he looked out the window up at the starry sky, wondering what would be next for him as part of this guild. Well, the first thing he supposed was gonna be charging Jet and Droy a lot of money for nearly getting their soon-to-be ex-teammate killed. X782. It had been nearly another year since Team Shadow Bane had formed with Levi as a part of the team. Whenever Naruto wasn't healing guildmates, he was with his team taking jobs, usually of a dark guild annihilation variety. The team had been fully formed once Levi had joined, who had taken to being the team's strategist and helped subdue foes along with Flare, so Naruto and Kana could end them with their magics. Granted, just because restraining was her main thing at times didn't mean she hadn't become offensively capable. Especially with help from Naruto, who had taught her how to use submission holds and how to quickly escape from people who tried to capture her. Throw in a few pressure points and anatomy lessons, and she was now capable of throwing hands herself if she wished. Currently the team was making their way back home, and sadly they had to take the long way home since the trains were down. One of us needs to learn flying magic or something. This walk is so long and boring, Kana complained. I told you we could have rented a car, but no, you want it to be a cheap drunk, Flare said as she scowled in annoyance. You want to rent a car, use your money, or we use his money, Kana shot back, pointing at Naruto. If we use my money, you're paying for your rides, Naruto said firmly. He should have led with that, Whiskers. I'll take a ride with you anytime, Kana said as she placed her hand on her hip and leaned forward a bit, as she grabbed his shoulder to pull him close as she purred out her response. I didn't mean that way, Naruto said as he tried not to leer at Kana, which was really hard. Among other things. Master, when will you finally take us? We have been waiting for you for so long to grab us both and throw us onto the floor, and Flare was saying before Naruto cut her off. Enough of that, we don't need an indecent exposure charge. The Magic Council hates me enough as it is, Naruto told them. Hey, you're the one who sent them a bill after you healed their rune knights, Levi said as she composed herself after Flare's lust-filled rant. Yeah, and I'm still waiting on that money. I need it for things, Naruto said. You beat them up and then healed them, Levi said with a flat tone of voice. Yes, but it was an unavoidable circumstance, Naruto said as he shook his head. How exactly? Levi asked flatly. One of them made a comment about Flare's boba s and Kana's, Naruto told her firmly as if talking about the weather. Oh, so you are possessive. Would you like to take a hold of this? Kana purred as she pulled Naruto close to her, and grabbed his hand and placed it on her while Flare hugged him from behind, pushing her boba s into his back. Levi pouted slightly at this as since she had joined him she had started to slowly develop a crush on Naruto, but she was feeling not as confident as Kana or Flare clearly were. Don't pout, Levi. I know the master finds you cute, and has snuck a few glances at your perky, but Flare told her with a smile. Yeah, what say we go find a hotel and throw a party? Kana asked with a smirk, as she winked at Levi as she licked Naruto's whisker marks, which actually got a blush from him. Before the now blushing Levi could respond, a large roar sounded from nearby. That's why, Naruto deadpanned as he composed himself. Let's go see what the hell that was, Naruto said as the team ran toward the sound to figure out what created that noise. When they entered the mountain range nearby, they were surprised to see Lysana Strauss standing in front of a large, hulking beast while Mira Jane was on the ground holding an injured arm. Lysana, get out of there! A wounded Mira Jane yelled as she laid on the ground. Brother! Don't let the beast control you. I know you can control it. Lysana yelled up at the beast with a smile. The beast roared at this and raised his fist high, intending on bringing it down on Lysana. Room! Shambles! Naruto yelled, creating a room and switching places with Lysana before leaping up into the air over the punch and placing his fists at the giant beast. And Naruto? Mira Jane yelled in shock, not expecting him at all to show up on their mission. Counter shock! Naruto yelled, sending a blast of electricity from his fists into the beast, making it spasm. Grah! The beast yelled as it fell to its knees as it spasmed. Durable, aren't you? Don't worry though. The surgeon of death will be performing your autopsy, Naruto said with a smirk, as he reached for his blade and drew his odachi. Don't kill him. Elfman can't help it. Lysana yelled as Levi and Kana held her back while Flare went to check on Mira Jane. He actually tried to take over something this strong? Then I guess I can help him. I've been waiting to try this out, let's see if it works. Room! Personality transplant surgery! Naruto yelled as a room surrounded the giant beast, and he thrusted his fist towards the beast as it roared in pain before it suddenly stopped. What's happened? The beast asked clearly in Elfman's voice. Elfman? Is that you? Mira Jane asked as she stood up and rested on Flare's shoulder. Mira? What happened to you? Elfman asked as he moved his hand towards her, only to blink seeing his beast hand. Am I in control of the beast? It worked? He asked as he looked at his hand. No. It's a temporary measure. I essentially have the power to swap people's hearts between their bodies. Effectively body swapping them entirely. Takeover magic is essentially taking their soul into you so you can become them, but as seen here today they can still have some control and personality present. Essentially I switched it so you're currently in control, but when you return to being a human the beast will be in control until I swap you again, Naruto informed them as he sheathed his odachi. I didn't even know you could do that, Levi admitted wide-eyed. Been working on it along with several other ideas for my room magic, Naruto said as he rested his blade on his shoulder. Elfman glowed for a moment before he was back to his human form, and before he could even do anything Naruto switched his personality back to normal and undid his room. There we go. Now seeing as you're taken care of I should check on Mary Jane, Naruto said as he walked past Elfman and went to check over Mary Jane. I'm fine, Mary Jane said as she shrugged off Flare's help and shakily stood. I'll be the judge of that, Naruto said firmly as he approached and looked her over before tapping her arm with his finger, making her hiss. I suspect a fracture in your left arm, but I won't be able to tell until we get back to the guild hall. I said I'm fine, damn it, Mary Jane yelled at Naruto as she glared at him. Like hell you are. I'm not gonna let you injure yourself any further, Naruto told her firmly. Sis, just let him help you. He saved us after all, Lisana said as Flare applied some first aid to her. Like hell I'm paying this quack's ridiculous prices, Mary Jane yelled as she glared at Naruto. I'll do it for free seeing as this was an emergency, Naruto told her. Say what now? Kana asked wide-eyed. She almost lost her siblings. Kana, I can be reasonable in this circumstance. Now are you gonna let me help you or are we gonna do this the hard way? Naruto said to Kana before he looked at Mary Jane. I don't need your pity, you hey, Mary Jane was saying before Naruto grabbed her and lifted her onto his shoulder and started to carry her away. Coming, you guys? Naruto asked the others as he walked. Right behind you, Levi said as she slightly sweat dropped as Mary Jane started to yell at Naruto as he carried her. Put me down, you! I don't need your help, Mary Jane yelled, kicking her feet. Will you relax? I'm trying not to drop you. You're lucky you're not that heavy, Naruto said to her. Did you just call me fat, you motherfucker? The shouts of Mary Jane went on the entire way until they reached the guild hall. Later back at the guild hall, Naruto was able to get the Strauss siblings back to the infirmary, and had just finished patching them all up. Good news. I was right, it's just a fracture. You should be good to take jobs again in 2 weeks. Until then take these twice a day and we'll have to keep it in a cast, Naruto told Mira, handing her some pills. What the hell are these? Mary Jane asked as she took the bottle. Pain relief pills that will make you drowsy. Right now rest and recovery is the best thing for you. If you would prefer something else though, I do have marijuana for medicinal use, Naruto informed her. Wait, you grow marijuana in the guild hall? Lisana asked, surprised. What, are you a royal knight? It's totally legal nowadays anyways, Naruto said with a smirk. Does the master know? Lisana asked as she frowned. Are you kidding me? He buys it off me. Why do you think he was yelling I'm as high as the dragons that one time? Naruto smirked as he put away his paperwork. I knew it. Mary Jane yelled as she started to laugh hard at this. Nice to see you smiling again. Much more fitting, Naruto said as he chuckled at Mary Jane. Naruto. As a man I should have been able to protect them and taken over that beast. But since I was too weak, thank you for picking up my slack, Elfman told him with a bow. Don't sweat it, Elfman. What matters now is that you need to get stronger, and that you have your sisters both to help you. And hell, I'm sure others in the guild will help you too if you ask, like Natsu or Gray. Hell, pretty much everyone will except Laxus and his buddies, Naruto told him. Language, Lisana said as she frowned a bit. Oh, go tell Natsu you're okay, he's probably freaking out that you nearly died. Naruto told her. How would he know that? Elfman asked, genuinely confused. My teammates are gossips and are running a pool that he makes a move on her if she almost dies, Naruto said as he rolled his eyes at his teammates' immaturity. Lisana, if he tries anything I will skin him, Mary Jane said as she scowled. Oh, relax. Let them have their fun. It's all perfectly natural. I mean, they're both young adults with a fiery passion. Let them do what they want, and when she gets pregnant I'll charge for the ultrasound. Naruto smirked as Lisana's face turned scarlet, while Mira and Elfman scowled. Don't toy with me, Whiskers. You're not funny. Mary Jane yelled as she grabbed a tray and threw it at Naruto, who ducked under it. Your aim needs some improvement, Naruto deadpanned as Elfman, and Lisana backed away out the room, seeing Mary Jane's tick mark growing rapidly. A few days later. It had been a few days since Mary Jane had started staying in the infirmary, and had been watching as he treated other patients, seeing as she was on bed rest until further notice. So what happened this time, Wakaba? Naruto asked the smoke mage. Yeah, I may have gotten punched by my wife, Wakaba groaned out, holding his stomach. Did you flirt with her again? Naruto asked flatly. No, Wakaba said weakly. I'm charging you double for this crap. You're married. It's a sacred vow. Either respect it or get a divorce like Mikao and Eno, but have some decency, man, Naruto told him with a glare. That hasn't gone through yet. You know Mikao wants to try and make it work? Mary Jane said. How good for him. I was worried I'd walk into the guild one day finding him crying on the bar top in a fetal position about how Eno moved in with 3 cabana boys down by the shore, Naruto said, getting a snort from Mary Jane. You two are evil and demented, Wakaba said with a sweat drop. And triple the price. Want to quadruple it? Naruto asked with a wicked smile. I'm good here, Wakaba said as he handed Naruto his money. Good, be sure to spread the word that I am charging double for wounds that result from dumb marital decisions. Naruto told him as he walked away. Why, you don't like family troubles, eh? Mary Jane asked as she noticed the gaura Naruto was giving Wakaba as he left. No, it reminds me too much of. It's not important, Naruto said, shaking his head after a moment of silent thought. You lost family too, huh? Mary Jane asked with a knowing look and a sad smile on her face. Yes, Naruto said with a sigh. I don't like talking about it, he told her. That's fair, I like talking with action more anyway. And your actions tell me plenty, Whiskers, Mary Jane told him with a smile. Oh? Naruto asked as he raised an eyebrow at this. Yeah, your personality comes off as greedy and cold, but I see through it. You charge people to not hurt themselves so stupidly so they learn a lesson. You heal people in the guild to not lose others that you are starting to let back into your heart after it was closed for a long time. And you fight so you never have to lose people you care about before your eyes again, Mary Jane told him knowingly. And here I thought you were just a hot-headed, leggy, goth, badass of a mage, Naruto chuckled as he relaxed a bit. Leggy, huh? That's a new one. I like it. And I see why Flare and the others fell for you, and also why you haven't gotten with any of them yet. Mira told him with a smile that slowly turned into a frown. They are my teammates. Simple as that, Naruto told her as he approached her. Oh? So if I wanted to say shove my tongue down your throat as thanks for saving my siblings, you would be okay with it cause we're not teammates? Mary Jane asked with a smirk. Oh, Yuri joking rig MPPPH. Naruto was saying before suddenly finding himself pulled down onto the bed by Mary Jane grabbing his coat and pulling him down as she pressed her lips against his, shoving her tongue down his throat in a searing open-mouth kiss. Master, some news has come, Flare was saying before she saw the sight before her. Don't you have work to do? I'm about to get my V-card punched. Mary Jane growled as she pulled away from Naruto, who was blushing hard. Master, if you wanted a kiss you could have kissed me or Kana. Flare yelled out. We could have done whatever you wanted with our bodies. Flare yelled out loudly, making all activities in the guild turn silent. So could I read him down for anything, Mary Jane said as she smirked at Naruto, who was still blushing. Naruto shook his head to calm himself. Flare, you said you had news? Naruto asked, taking a breath of air. Oh, right. Happy just came to the guild with news. Natsu and Lisana eloped, so you won the pool, Flare announced with a smile as she left the room. Yes. I'm rich. Naruto grinned as he cackled in glee as he had just made a mint. He what? Mary Jane yelled as her black magic aura sparked to life around her in a rage, before Naruto smacked her on the forehead with his sword hilt. None of that, you can kill Natsu after you're better, Naruto said firmly. Go, when I'm better I'm killing him, then I'm taking you to a bed and riding you until you're dry for this. Mary Jane growled out. Naruto sighed at this as he shook his head. You know, if it would help you feel better I would be open to going out on a date when you're better, he said. A date, huh? You know what? Sure, on one condition. Mary Jane was saying as she held up a finger. I'm not killing Natsu and I'm not being your love slave, Naruto said firmly. Okay, third option then. You have to take Flare, Kana, and Levi on dates as well. Mary Jane told him. You're a shrewd negotiator. Mary Jane Strauss Naruto sighed. Hey, as your first girlfriend I reserve the right to be, Mary Jane said with a smirk. First girlfriend? We haven't even gone on a date. Naruto yelled out. Details whiskers. I know you like me already, Mary Jane said. True, Naruto said as he sighed in defeat at this. So does that mean Master will finally bend me over? And Flare was asking as she poked her head into the room till Naruto cut her off. Woman, get back to work! Naruto yelled as Mary Jane laughed. 2 months later. It had been 2 months since Naruto and his team saved Mary Jane and Lisana. In those 2 months Naruto had gone on several dates, at Mary Jane's behest, with her, Kana, Flare, and even Levi. He was still admittedly unsure what he was doing half the time while with them, and he was starting off slow with each of them. Even if 3 of the 4 clearly wanted something far more intimate. Still, he could definitely say he wasn't unhappy with giving things a try, as he liked each of the ladies. Currently Naruto was in the infirmary packing up to go on a private trip alone and was leaving. Hey! Are you sure you don't want company on your trip? Mary Jane asked as she knocked on the door. Now you go back to hunting Natsu for sport, Naruto said as he slightly smirked. Oh, I'm over it. He's not the worst Lisana could have picked for a husband, Mary Jane said as she giggled. Now how about you tell me the truth, Naruto deadpanned to his lover. Oh, you. Relax. He's fine. If you see him, tell him he can come out of hiding. Mary Jane waved it off as she used magic to switch to a dress. You're starting your barmaid job today? Huh? Naruto asked as he recalled Mary Jane saying she wanted to take a break going out in the field a bit. Yeah, Lisana talked me into trying it, and agreed to work as one as well during our fieldwork break. Master would have let me come with you instead, but he told me if you said no I'd have to start in 20 minutes. Mary Jane shrugged. Sorry, Mira, but this is something personal I need to do. And I'd rather be alone for it, Naruto said, as he slung his bag over his shoulder. Mary Jane frowned at this but nodded as she knew it was best not to pry. Now remember, since I'll be gone, Urza will be in charge of helping out people that get injured, Naruto told her. Is that a good idea? Mary Jane asked, actually a bit worried about her rival doing medical work. Oh, absolutely not. So it'll be incentive for them to not get hurt, Naruto smirked as he rested his sword on his shoulder. You are so hot when you're vindictive, Mary Jane said with a sensual smile as she put her arms around Naruto's shoulders and pulled him close. I do have 20 minutes, maybe we could. Mira was purring out before a knock came at the door. Oh, there you are, sis. Oh, am I interrupting? Lisana asked with a sheepish smile as she entered the room and saw her sister and her boyfriend. Your husband dies for this interruption, Mary Jane growled out before Naruto patted her on the head. We'll have our time soon. I promise. What's up, Lisana? Naruto asked his lover's sister. Oh, nothing. But actually, Natsu and I did want to ask you something. Though he's currently unavailable to ask himself, Lisana sighed out. You need to tell that punk I'm not gonna kill him for eloping with you anymore, sis, Mary Jane said as she left the room to go start her shift. Is she being truthful, or is it a ploy? Lisana asked Naruto curiously. Better to not question it. Now what did you need? Naruto asked. Well, seeing as Natsu and I are married and you brought up the idea of having kids, and since Happy is basically our child already, well, we both wanted to ask if you'd be the godfather of any children we do have in the future, Lisana admitted a bit nervously. An early plan in case of the worst coming. I suppose that's understandable, Naruto said after a moment of silence. You're not freaked out by the request? Lisana asked, surprised at Naruto's response. Not really. Though I must admit I'm curious on something. Why did you pick me as the godfather for your future kids? Naruto asked with a quirked eyebrow. 'Cause I trust you and Mira to raise them if anything were to happen to us, and you have the most medical knowledge of anyone I know. If you had to take care of them, I know they'd be in good hands, Lisana told him with a small smile. That's actually rather comforting. What did Natsu think of your suggestion? Naruto asked, a bit touched by the reasoning. Oh, he was all for it for 2 reasons. 1, because you're not gray, and 2, because he said it'd be payback for all the medical fees he had to pay to you, Lisana told him with a small giggle. Well, I'm gonna kill him now. Excuse me a moment, Lisana, Naruto told her flatly as he stood up drawing his odachi. Oh, grow up please. It's not like you even know where he is. Lee-sana sighed out at Naruto's attitude change. You mean the hut you raised Happy in? Naruto asked as he looked at the youngest Strauss siblings with a raised eyebrow. No, the cave on the east side of the forest, Lee-sana said before realizing her slip-up. Wow, you two are gonna make some dumb babies, Naruto said with a chuckle as he walked out of the infirmary. Hey! Lee-sana yelled, offended at this. Luckily I have a train to catch, so I won't be killing him. Hey Mira! He's hiding in a cave on the east side of the forest. Naruto smirked as he walked out of the guild hall. Oh no, Lee-sana sighed as she looked over at her sister, who grinned evilly. Hours later with Naruto. Naruto was getting off the train and started walking down a long dirt road, leading to what was once a former city, Valerius. It's been a very long time since I've been here. Not since I left and was found by Tsunade near Corvos, Naruto said as he walked down the ruined city streets. Because of him being the only survivor of the massacre by the cultists, there was no one left to rebuild the city. And because of that fact, any royal knights that were sent to investigate only managed to bury the victims, turning the once great city of doctors and medical practice into a mass graveyard. At least for the bodies that were recoverable in the blazes that occurred. Naruto walked amongst the tombstones, looking at each name with a frown before he came to the three he was looking for. Kushina Uzumaki Namikaze, Minato Namikaze, and Akane Uzumaki Namikaze. His parents and sister. Hello mom, dad, sis. It's been a long time, Naruto said as he kneeled before the gravestones. I'm sorry I haven't been back till now. I wanted to, but I've just been dealing with a lot, Naruto admitted. But despite that, well, good news, I'm actually doing a lot better now. I actually joined a magic guild and I became a doctor. Youngest doctor in Fiori history too. All that studying under you guys and my teacher paid off, Naruto chuckled out. I'm even dating a few ladies. Kind of. It's honestly something I'm still getting used to and we're taking it slow. I think you three would have liked them. Especially you, Akane. I think you would have seen flair as a big sister, Naruto said with a sad smile. And despite all the good in my life, it wouldn't have happened if not for losing you guys. I feel conflicted. I often have days where I wonder what could have been if the massacre never happened. Would I have ever unlocked my magic power? Would I have even joined a guild? All those thoughts come rushing to my head constantly. Naruto sighed before he stood up and hefted his sword back onto his shoulder. But despite all the pain, all the rage, all the agony I feel for what happened to you three, I'll keep moving forward. I'll continue on this path with the family I've found in my guild. But I promise you one thing. I will find out why our city was massacred. I will find out who murdered my teacher. I will find the culprit one day. And on that day, I promise you, not as your son but as the surgeon of death, I will make them pay, Naruto said as he turned away and started to walk. I'll come back to visit again one day. Goodbye until then, he said as he walked away. Later, as Naruto walked into Corvo, storm clouds started to fly and as rain started to pour down from them storm clouds. I didn't know there was any rain coming, Naruto admitted as he walked along the path towards the town before seeing a woman wearing a blue hat and a blue dress with long blue hair walking down the road away from the town towards him. Drip, drip, drop. Drip, drip, drop, she muttered to herself in a monotonous voice, as if repeating a mantra over and over again. A sad look in her eyes as she walked closer to him. As the woman passed Naruto, he paused as he saw the sad look in her eyes as he recognized it as the same look of loneliness he used to have. Hey! You look troubled. Are you alright? Naruto asked as he stopped walking and turned towards her, getting her attention. Juvia is fine. Juvia is a rain woman. Wherever she goes, the rain follows. Do not concern yourself with Juvia. The woman, now named Juvia, said with the same monotone voice, prepared to continue walking away. Naruto raised an eyebrow at this and looked at the sky a bit before he looked at Juvia again. I'm gonna guess that your magic is affected by your emotions, Naruto asked. Juvia does not know. Juvia has only ever felt gloom and rain. You may leave Juvia to her lonesome, Juvia told him as she made to move before Naruto suddenly grabbed her wrist. You know. See, I may be in gap at times, but I have issues letting a beautiful woman think so low of herself, Naruto said. Juvia's eyes widened at this as she looked at Naruto. Why, you're just trying to trick Juvia. You're tricking Juvia because she is from your rival guild, Fairy Tail Mage, Juvia told him with a glare as she noticed the Fairy Tail Guild mark on his chest. Rival guild? I didn't even know we had an actual rival. Whatever, look, I don't care what guild you're from. You obviously need help, or at the very least someone to talk to. And who better to talk to about what's wrong than a doctor or even a friend? Naruto asked her. You want to be Juvia's friend? Juvia asked wide-eyed as she looked into Naruto's eyes and saw he wasn't lying. Sure, why wouldn't I? You seem nice enough. And you clearly have some powerful magic if it affects the weather, which I find interesting. And I actually love the rain. It reminds me of my childhood playing out in it. A happier time for me, Naruto told her with a small smile. You like the rain? Juvia asked as she started to blush a little and smile, which caused the rain to stop pouring down. Well, yeah. Everyone complains about the rain, but without it the world would suffer. It's important to plants and animals as well as us humans, Naruto said with a small smile before he noticed the rain stopped. Oh, the rain stopped. Naruto questioned. It did? Juvia asked wide-eyed as she looked up to see the sun shining down for the first time she could ever recall. Yeah. It did. You really haven't seen sunlight before, huh? Naruto asked as he glanced at her. Juvia has only ever seen dark clouds and rain wherever she went. She said, her eyes still staring up at the bright sun for the first time. You must have seen the sky at least, Naruto said as he looked at the sky. Oh, Juvia did. It's just never been sunny around Juvia before. Juvia said, looking up with a smile. Juvia never knew the sun was so warm and bright, she said. That's a bit sad, I won't lie. I mean, I'm not exactly the nicest person sometimes, but if your emotions are what causes this, maybe you need to surround yourself with new friends, Naruto told her as he looked at her. Juvia has never had a friend. Juvia had a boyfriend before, but he broke up with Juvia 3 hours ago. He didn't like the rain around Juvia, Juvia admitted monotonously with a hint of sadness in her tone, which caused clouds to form again above them. Naruto mentally frowned at this, as while he could see the rain being annoying, if you loved someone you took them for everything they are. Good and bad both. He then grabbed Juvia's hand again, making her blush. Hey, don't worry about your ex, it's his loss. Let yourself find someone who is worth the effort of a relationship. And while I don't know how your guild is, maybe look into making friends from there or even other guilds. Everyone needs friends after all, Naruto told her, not noticing her increasing blush before he looked at the time. Oh, my train is gonna be departing back to Magnolia soon. I should get going. Will you be okay? Naruto asked her as the clouds faded again. Juvia is sad to see you go, Juvia admitted with a frown. This ain't goodbye forever. If you ever find yourself in Magnolia, look me up at the Fairy Tail Guild Hall. Naruto told her with a smile before as he walked away from the Rain Mage. Wait! Juvia doesn't have your name! Juvia yelled after the man who reached out to her. Oh, I'm Naruto Uzumaki. See you around, Juvia, Naruto said as he waved at her. Juvia smiled as she waved at Naruto before she stopped and made a decision as she took out a communication lacrima. Phantom Lord. Inside the office of the second most popular guild in Fiori, the leader of the guild, Jose Porla, stood behind his desk as one of his subordinates made a report that was surprising. What do you mean Juvia quit the guild? The guild master yelled. She just quit. Said she finished her job and then said she was leaving the guild to join a new one. The cowering mage said, terrified of his master's wrath. What? Why would she join another guild? Jose yelled with a tick mark. She said something about the new love of her life being there. The cowering mage yelled in a panic. Which guild? Jose growled as he clenched his fists. A Fairy Tail. Said she was in love with some guy named Naruto, or something, the cowering mage said, on the verge of ing himself as his master's magic aura enveloped him with a scream of mage. Fairy Tail! Fairy Tail! Those fools dare steal my mages now. I'll end them. Jose roared in an absolute fury as he destroyed his desk in his rage. Later with Naruto. Naruto approached the doors to the guild hall, and as he approached it, the doors suddenly burst open as Mary Jane grabbed him. There you are! You're in trouble, mister! Mary Jane yelled as she lifted him by his shirt. Oh God, did Natsu find the weed stash again? I swear I hid it. Naruto yelled in a panic. Let go of Juvia's love, you boorish thug. Juvia's voice yelled before a blast of water blasted Mirajane, making her let go of Naruto and sent her flying into a wall. Juvia? Why are you here? Also, how did you get here before me? I left Corvos via the train? Naruto asked, genuinely confused. The power of love fueled Juvia to be with her true love once more. Juvia said with a smile and hearts in her eyes. Say what? Naruto asked, very confused as he looked at Makarov for explanation. This young lady showed up 20 minutes ago saying how she was saved emotionally by one of our mages and wished to follow her new love here and join his guild, Makarov said with a laugh as he drank at the bar. Love? Juvia, we just met, and also well, Naruto was saying before Mirajane stepped in front of him, glaring at Juvia. He's involved with me and a couple other girls already. Mirajane yelled as her hands turned into claws and her magic aura sprang to life. Oh, Juvia's love has a harem? Then Juvia volunteers to be the head of his harem. Juvia yelled. Say what now? Naruto asked, baffled at this turn of events. This caused Mikao, Wakaba and Makarov to burst out laughing at this kid. I don't know if it should be jealous of you or feel pity. Mikao snickered. Oh, I'm not taking from any of you three drunken pervs. Naruto said with a glare at them, making them stop their laughter. While I won't speak on their behalf, it does beg the question how someone as irritating and arrogant as you has multiple women. Especially beauties like these two. A mage in a green coat and sunglasses named Loke said with a glare at Naruto. Are you still mad that stupid magazine named me as the most eligible wizard bachelor? I didn't even consent to being on the ranking you dip, Naruto told him with a scoff. So you admit it's a fluke you're even on it. In that case, why don't you two lovely ladies spend some time with me instead of this brute? Loke asked with a suave smirk, making Naruto's eye twitch. Loke, go drop dead, Mirajane told him flatly. Juvia has no interest in a pest like you. Go bother someone else, Juvia told him with a glare before sending a blast of water at him, sending him away. Back to you? You may be part of this guild, but I'm not taking any from you. Mirajane yelled at Juvia. Does Juvia need to discipline her new harem underling? Juvia asked as the two glared at each other about to fight. No fighting, you two, please. Naruto said as he got in between Mirajane and Juvia. As you wish, my love. Juvia said with hearts in her eyes. Juvia will do whatever her love demands of her, she told him. I'll back off cause you asked, but I'm still gonna make her learn her place later, Mirajane growled as she walked away. What the hell is my life anymore? Naruto asked to no one in particular. I don't know, but it's hilarious, Gray snickered. Okay, so where do you want your guild mark? Lisana asked as she approached Juvia with a stamp. And my love, would you prefer it on my thigh or above my, as Juvia was asking before she was cut off. No tramp stamps. That mark is our guild's pride, for crying out loud. Makarov yelled at this. Your thigh will be fine, Juvia, Naruto said with a sigh as Lisana pressed the stamp into Juvia's thigh. Now that Juvia has her stamp, she and her love should celebrate. Juvia yelled as she looked at Naruto, hearts in her eyes. I'm not ready for this, Naruto said, trying to back out before he was suddenly grabbed by Flare's hair as he tried to leave. What's this I hear about Master attracting a new woman? Flare yelled as her Kana and Levi had just arrived from a job they were doing on their own. My love's other women. Juvia will be your new mistress from now on to make sure you can please her, love, Juvia told them with a smile. You ain't head of. I am, damn it. Mirajane yelled as she walked back over, having enough of this upstart. Welp, this is how I die. Beaten to death by a bunch of women. That crazy homeless man on the train was right, Naruto groaned out as he was caught in the middle of the 5 women brawling. Year X783. Another year for Naruto had passed, and many changes had come to his life. First of all, the harem became legitimate. The 5 women who wanted in on it beat the hell out of each other for 10 hours straight, decimating the guild hall in the process before Naruto ended it, saying he didn't want a head of harem and anyone with him deserved equal treatment, and it was either that or he wasn't dating any of them. It took some time and admittedly a lot of collateral damage, but the women agreed to set aside their differences to be with him, which admittedly no one was expecting due to the personalities clashing. Juvia also ended up joining Team Shadowbane as its newest member. Another change that happened was the S-Class Mage Trials the guild held. Naruto had been promoted after a showdown with Mystigan in the end, getting him the rank and honor of being an S-class mage, as well as Kana's jealousy after he beat her in a fight as well, even though they both agreed to go all out if they faced off with each other. God, he bought her so much booze for that at her behest as a token of apology. He was still paying that off, damn it. Anyways, because of his promotion he was asked to take a priority S-class quest, which was to be accompanied alongside Urza Scarlet. The two had to take out a giant scorpion nest that formed in the middle of a city of Fiori. Each scorpion could kill a grown man with a single sting instantly, and the populace was being slaughtered easily. So the mission went straight to Fairy Tail courtesy of a Magic Council member named Seagrine. Luckily the two decimated the nest easily thanks to their abilities and were now heading back to the guild to report their success. So does it seem weird we were demanded to take care of those scorpions? I feel like any A-class mage would have been fine to defeat them, Naruto said as the two walked into a small town to rest and relax before heading back to the guild. Perhaps, but the Magic Council ordered us to do so, and we can't disobey them. They already don't like our guild's recklessness as it is, Urza said firmly. I suppose. Ah well, the pay is good plus we save people, so today is a good day, Naruto said as he shrugged. Indeed. So how is your harem? Urza asked with quirked eyebrow. It's nothing like your novels describe. I'm not constantly in bed with them going at it like a rabbit on Viagra, Naruto told her flatly. Who told? Why, I mean, I have no idea what you're talking about, Urza started to shout before she composed herself. Urza, you're the one who corrupted Flare with your novels. You don't need to hide it from me as I don't really care. Hell, the guild already knows, Naruto told her flatly. Must you be so blunt and vulgar? Urza asked with a scowl and a light blush. Oh, don't act all high and mighty. We all know you have an exhibitionist fetish. Hell, Mira was debating asking you if you wanted in on the harem, seeing as you're as bad as some of the guys with how perverted you are, Naruto deadpanned. What makes you think I would even be interested in you? Urza yelled at him with a blush and a glare. Didn't say you were. I said Mira Jane was asking. Though given your reaction just now, maybe you do a bit, Naruto said as he shrugged his shoulders. Urza was silent at this before she looked around the town, and her eyes widened. Let's head in there, Urza said, pointing at a pool hall. A pool hall? Didn't expect you to be a pool player, Scarlet, Naruto questioned with a raised eyebrow. I'm not, Urza said as she walked towards the pool hall. Then why are we going in there? You spot someone with a slice of cake you want to steal? Naruto questioned. I've heard this place has a caramel mousse that's to die for, Urza said with a gleam in her eyes. I was kidding, woman. For God's sakes, at least try to fight the jokes we make about you, Naruto yelled as the two walked in. What jokes? Urza asked with narrowed eyes directed at the surgeon. Let's see, there was the joke from Mira about all the sweets you eat fattening your, Naruto said as he slightly smirked. And do you yourself make jokes at my expense? Urza asked with an edge in her voice as she grabbed the hilt of her sword. Hey barkeep. I want several orders of your caramel mousse and make it snappy, Naruto yelled as he approached the bar with some money. Huh? We don't sell caramel mousse, the barkeep said. Then you have sentenced me to death, ow, Naruto was saying before Urza chopped him in the back of the neck. Quit being a smart, Urza said as she gave Naruto an annoyed look. Well, not all of us can have a like you, Naruto groaned out from the hit. If you don't have caramel mousse here, then who does sell it? Naruto asked as Urza blushed at his comment but still glared at him. The dessert shop next door. The barkeep deadpanned. Dessert shop? Urza asked, her eyes widening at this. Well, that's it for my wallet. I'm gonna have to charge Wakaba so much money to make up for this, Naruto groaned as the barkeep looked them over before his eyes widened at Naruto's guild mark. Fairy Tail. They're here at the woman's behest. Oh God! The barkeep yelled as all the patrons screamed in horror. Huh? Urza, did you do anything to these townsfolk in the past? Naruto asked, confused. Of course not, I'm not one of the others who give our guild such a bad reputation, and yes, I'm including you, Urza said as she gave Naruto a look. Oh, for God's sake. That Rune Knight called Levi jailbait. He had it coming, Naruto yelled. You chopped off his head and shoved it up his own, Urza was reprimanding him. Oh, like you can judge me, miss, I'll headbutt everyone until they tell me the information I demand to know, Or if you bribe me with sweets I'll be slightly less violent, Naruto scoffed as the two S-class wizards glared at each other. Moulin Rouge sent them to kill us. We're all gonna die. A bar patron yelled, hiding under a table. Moulin Rouge? Naruto questioned, tearing his gaze away from Erza after hearing that. Yes, she's one of your guild members. A bandit. She extorts us of our money. Threatens our lives. 5 days ago she robbed a train. 2 days ago she had her thugs beat up a poor ramen vendor for the broth being too hot. The barkeep cried out, terrified. Say what? I'll kill her. Naruto yelled, bringing up his sword. Focus, you fool. There is no such person affiliated with our guild. Tell me where she is and we will punish her, Erza demanded as she looked at the barkeep after slapping Naruto in the back of the head. She's not with you? If you're truly here to save us from her wrath, then she should be next door at the dessert shop, the barkeep said. Good, we can replace the cherry filling for desserts with her blood. Let's go, Naruto said as he stood up from his stool. No killing. We're not defiling a dessert shop. Erza ordered. Don't tell me what to do, fat. Naruto told her. What did you call me? Erza yelled at him in a fury. I didn't stutter. Muscles don't jiggle like that. Naruto yelled as Erza's eyebrow twitched violently. Dessert shop. Inside the dessert shop, a very attractive green-haired woman with a rather large bust wearing a yellow shirt, brown skirt, and sleeveless brown vest was sitting at a table and eating a sundae. Smirking as the townsfolk gave her what she wanted from her lie about having Fairy Tail backing her. Crash! The front door to the shop suddenly burst open as Naruto was sent flying through the shop and flew into the green-haired woman, with his face landing in her chest, which cushioned the blow. And that's for insulting my... Erza yelled from the front door with a tick mark. You crazy battle axe! If I wasn't a gentleman I would, Naruto yelled as he lifted his head up before he was grabbed by the green-haired woman. How dare you grope me, you pervert! Do you know who I am? The green-haired woman demanded with a scowl as she held Naruto by the front of his shirt. No. Should I? Tell me, do you know who I am? Naruto asked with a flat tone as he looked at the woman. Why should I give a who you are? The green-haired woman demanded with a glare. Oh my god, it's the Surgeon of Death. Moulin Rouge called him for backup. We're all gonna die. A waitress yelled in terror as the patrons screamed. Relax everyone, we are from Fairy Tail, but this woman is not, and we will be dealing with her accordingly. After you give me one of everything on your menu, Erza said firmly before she looked at one of the waitresses. Fairy Tail has come to extort us more. Run! A patron yelled as the shop was suddenly empty in moments, as they fled in fear. Good job, oh great mentor, Naruto said with a flat tone as he looked at Erza before he suddenly had a gun pointed at his head by the green-haired woman. Listen up! If you don't want your partner here to die, then back up now, fire crotch, Moulin Rouge ordered as suddenly Naruto's room filled the air. Shambles, Naruto said as the gun was replaced with a piece of cake. What the hell? Moulin yelled in shock, seeing she was now holding a slice of cake. In most other situations you'd have an advantage. Except my partner, as you called her, would probably skewer me to get to you. You used our guild's name to strike fear into others. And my magic is out of your league. So we can do this the easy way or the hard way. Your call, Naruto warned Moulin. Moulin looked around for her gun, trying to figure out where it was so she could fight at least. Did I mention we are both S-class? Naruto asked as he figured he should warn the woman. I surrender! Moulin yelled as she raised her hands in the air, dropping the cake, completely terrified of fighting them now. Good. Now we have a few questions for you, Naruto said as he stood up from the seat before. Pow! 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 How dare you defile a slice of cheesecake? Erza yelled at Naruto as she held her fist up while Naruto held his head, which had a bunch of lumps on it. At least I did something, you arrogant! Naruto yelled at her. Don't call me a you heartless delinquent! Erza yelled as she got in Naruto's face. Heartless? I heal you people. All the damn time. At least I don't act like the master of the guild all the time and reprimand everyone. Naruto yelled at Erza as he slammed his forehead against hers. I help keep order. You just make snarky comments and gouge people for your services, Erza yelled back. Respect, Moulin said with a nod to Naruto at that. Well, maybe I wouldn't have to charge them so damn much if they didn't get injured in the dumbest ways possible. Maybe I wouldn't make snarky comments if it meant I didn't have to worry about losing another damn family. Naruto yelled, having enough of Urza's attitude. Wait, you overcharged them to make them learn? Urza asked as she backed up and put her finger to her chin inquisitively. Yes. No one ever asked why I charged so much? Half the time they get injured in a stupid brawl, and the other half is usually their wives beating the out of them for being perverted idiots. You all just assume I'm some greedy gap. Most of that money doesn't even go to me. It goes to the guild medical supplies. But here you sit on your high horse acting like you're better than me and everyone else. Well, guess what, Titania? Maybe if you stopped soaring so high and stayed on the ground with others, you'd see the things you miss. Naruto yelled at her, breathing heavily after his rant. You're right, Urza admitted as she nodded at this after some thought. Eh? Naruto asked, his eyes widening at this. You are correct. I let my pride influence me to take charge. And I cannot say I will instantly change, but you are right. I assumed the worst of you without truly inquiring, and for that I am sorry. You may strike me as penance, Urza told him firmly. I'll save that for later, let's just deal with this wannabe for now, Naruto said as he turned to look at Mulan, who was trying to sneak away while the two argued. Can't blame a girl for trying, right? She asked sheepishly. Nah, I respect it, but if you move again. I'm taking a leg, Naruto said as he held up his sword. Noted, Mulan said with a nervous sweat drop rolling down her face. Now, why did you besmirch our guild's name? Urza demanded as she held a sword at Mulan's neck. I'm sorry. I'm an immigrant from the West. It was impossible for me to find work. Even doing this, I'm barely scraping by. All my money goes to my pet rat Sunny's medicine, Mulan yelled. Understood, Urza said with a nod, before she grabbed the woman and lifted her onto her shoulder and started to walk towards the exit of the shop. What the hell? Mulan groaned out. You know, if you're looking for honest work, you could join Fairy Tail. I can tell you're a mage even if you didn't get to fight us fully, Naruto said, looking at the woman as he moved to follow her and Urza. Really? Mulan asked, her eyes widening at this offer. Sure, our guild likes to take in misfits without a home, and you fit the bill. Plus my team could use a long-range expert. Stop trying to seduce the newbie pervert and grab a strawberry cheesecake on your way out. Urza ordered as she left the sweet shop. You're one to talk. I've read those damn novels you read, you crazed lunatic. Naruto yelled as he grabbed a plate of strawberry cheesecake on the way out. Is everyone as crazy as you two in Fairy Tail? Mulan asked curiously as she was flabbergasted by what she was seeing. Some are crazier. Would you believe we're probably the most sane? Naruto asked. You will fit in fine, Mulan, just follow the law and don't extort others, Urza said as she walked while snatching a slice of cheesecake from Naruto. That's not my name, that's just an alias I use. Mulan told them. Then what is your name? Naruto asked curiously. Call me Biska Handsome. Biska, Mulan, the now named Biska, said with a smile at Naruto as Urza rolled her eyes. Oh good, you gained another one for your little love group, it seems, Urza sighed out. Oh, now I know you. You're the Fairy Tail wizard with the harem. The guy who decimated an entire dark guild and sent their hearts to the Magic Council. The magazines were right, you are cute, Biska smirked as she recognized Naruto. He may be handsome, but the mouth wears down on you, Eep. Urza was saying before Naruto suddenly smacked her on the "That's my free hit, use Scarlet." Naruto smirked as he walked ahead of a blushing Urza and a snickering Biska. You're X784. By Akane Resort. In the forest off the coast of Akane Resort lay a dark guild hidden to most that went by Cobra's Fawn that had been active for many years now. The dark mages there had set up shop hidden in the forest, abducting women for slaving purposes. Usually because tourists were easy to kidnap and sell quickly. Currently said guild were on a yacht off the coast with a new supply of women, which included a 17-year-old beautiful blonde girl with prominent E-cup boba s, a curvy body, and a plump was tied up and bound, glaring defiantly at her captors from the cage she was held in. Now how's the take from the resort? Any new beauties? A man with blue hair named Bora asked the guild ace of Cobra's Fawn. Been slow. A lot less, yes, coming around. But I see you managed to get quite a few from Harjan. The guild ace responded, glancing over at the caged women. Why have you been having trouble in Akane Resort? It's a popular tourist spot. Easy pickings to snatch up some dumb bimbos, Bora asked as he slightly glared at his subordinate. It's not our fault, boss. We heard rumors that the Surgeon of Death's team had been keeping an eye on the resort. We haven't been able to make any catches with them snooping around, the Cobra's Fang member told Bora with an apologetic bow. Imbeciles. Can't even do one thing right. Listen to me. I pay you all. You do the job you're told. But I see that isn't enough. So how about a new incentive? I have a blonde wizard girl from the last pickup. A celestial mage. I have her keys. You want a crack at her? Then do your damn job, Bora told him, pointing at the terrified blonde girl in question who was sweating from fear. Suddenly the room was filled with what looked like Naruto's room before. Slash. The top of the yacht was slashed, sending the entire top of the ship flying as if the ship was just a tin can. What the? Bora shouted before he heard the sound of footsteps echoing towards him and the dark mages. Cobra's Fang, you have been hard to track down. I've been looking for years for you. I always knew you were in this area, but never precisely where, Naruto said, smirking as he leaned on the doorway of the room. She'd's sword resting on his shoulder. Oh God, it's him! A Cobra's Fang member said, terrified. The Doctor of Destruction. The Medic of Mayhem. The Surgeon of Death, another member said, horrified at the sight of Naruto. Which one of you is Bora the Prominence? You have a hefty price on you after getting kicked out of the Titan Nose Guild. Especially since you got a dark guild working with your slaving operation now. Naruto asked as he looked around. There is no Bora here. But I am the Great Salamander. Surely you recognize me, Bora said with a flourish of his cape. Yeah, you're using a friend of mine's nickname, dumbass, Naruto said as he pointed at the Fairy Tail Guild mark on his chest for emphasis. That mark. He's the real deal, Bora the ace said. And he's an S-class mage. Another Dark Guild member yelled, scared. Oh, it looks like you all should have worn your brown pants today. Naruto said, mocking them. Enough with the insults. You were suicidal to board this ship alone, Bora said as he held his hands out ready to fight. Who said I'm alone? Now, Naruto said with a smirk as he looked up to the gap he cut open. Huh? A Dark Guild member asked before he suddenly found some red hair come down and wrap around his neck before throwing him overboard. That's gotta be the Crimson Dread. A dark mage yelled, grabbing his sword. Several cards suddenly flew past some of the dark mages, cutting their ankles, making them fall to the ground. The Fate Breaker too? I gotta get out of here. A dark mage yelled before he was suddenly shot in the kneecap for trying to flee. The ING crack shot too, he yelled. Suddenly what looked like magic seals appeared above the gap above them, trapping them all inside. I forgot they had a rune mage. The Queen of Ancient Scripture, the ace yelled. And with that you're all trapped in here, Naruto said as Flare, Bisca, Kana, and Levi appeared at his side. I don't care how many you bring to fight me. I'll crush you all. Bora yelled angrily as he made a magic circle appear in front of him before he was cut off. Water lock. A female voice yelled as Bora suddenly found himself trapped in a prison of water. The Rainmaker too. The whole team's here. The Dark Guild ace yelled in panic as Juvia appeared next to Naruto. And now your leader is trapped. Anyone feeling brave? If so, step up, Naruto asked as he placed his thumb on the hilt of his blade and moved it up slightly. I surrender. Take what you want. Take my wallet. Take the yacht even. The guild ace yelled in terror as he dropped his sword along with his guild mates. Good, Juvia, keep an eye on Bora. Levi, steer this ship back to shore. Kana, Bisca, tie up the surrendering idiots. If they don't comply, shoot them. Flare, help me free and check over the women, Naruto ordered everyone who nodded. Naruto walked over to a cage filled with tied-up women and grabbed the door before ripping it off the cage hinges before grunting in a bit of discomfort. Still not used to the strength magic, master? Flare asked, concerned. I'm fine. The more I use it, the easier it will become to use when needed, Naruto said before he used his blade and started to cut the bindings of every woman there. Including the blonde girl. Thanks. The blonde girl thanked her saviors before she got a look at Naruto's guild mark. Fairy Tail? She yelled in shock. Indeed. Are you hurt, miss? Naruto asked. No, I'm fine. They just took my keys and tied me up. The girl said. Keys? Flare asked, confused as she undid the restraints on the other women. My celestial spirit keys. I'm a celestial wizard and one of those keys is from my mom, the girl informed them. Juvia, Naruto said as he glared at the water-trapped Bora, who he figured had the keys. Here, beloved? In front of these women and Juvia's ex? Juvia is not sure she can put on such a show, Juvia yelled with a red face. Two things. One, I was gonna ask you to search Bora for this girl's keys, and Twix? Naruto asked as he glared at Bora with a death glare. Yes, Juvia dated him before she found true love with Naruto-sama. He had shattered Juvia's heart the very day she met you. Juvia explained with a frown at the recollection of Bora shattering her heart. Oh, he's the one, huh? Then I have some words to speak to him, Naruto said as he stood up and strode over to the imprisoned mage. Get the girl her keys. I'm about to shock him into oblivion, Naruto said, holding his fists towards the water prison. Yes, my love. Whatever you desire, Juvia shall do. Juvia yelled happily as she used her water to pull the keys out of Bora's pocket before running them over to the blonde girl. Just so you know, this is personal. Counter shock. Naruto yelled with a cruel smile as he sent a blast of electricity into the water lock, making it surge with electricity as Bora screamed a soundless scream of pain underwater. I feel better. Now release him for a moment, Juvia, Naruto ordered as the water prison dispersed. You're gonna answer a few questions and then I'm going to bring your sorry carcass to the Rune Knights. How you answer my questions will determine how many limbs and organs you keep. Understand? Naruto asked with a glare. Bora gave a fearful nod, completely broken from terror and ready to talk. Good. Now, first question, since you seem to be in charge of these imbeciles, and they've been around for a while, it makes me think it's a recent promotion, but you may know something. 10 years ago in the forest outside of Corvos, a female mage was killed. Know anything? Naruto questioned with a glare. I don't. It was before my time here. If it was me involved, she'd probably have been enslaved. Bora yelled, terrified of Naruto. The fact you speak so easily of enslaving others disgusts me to no end. Luckily, I do believe you on this. But maybe you can help me find out who caused that crime. Know any dark guilds that could be involved in this incident? Naruto questioned firmly. Banshee's Cry. They're the only ones that I know of near that area. Some think they may have had a hand in the Valerius massacre too, but that's just rumor. That's all I know, though, I swear. Bora yelled out, utterly terrified. Naruto clenched his fists at this before he calmed himself. Thank you for your cooperation, he said with a hard tone before he smacked his sheath blade against his head, knocking Bora out. You alright? Kana asked as she approached along with Bisca, seeing as the other dark mages were all tied up. 10 years. 10 years of hunting their killers and I may finally have an answer. 10 years and I may finally give them peace, Naruto said as he took a breath before he stood up. Let's go turn these pests in, Naruto ordered. Naruto-sama? Juvia said as she stepped forward. Oh right, okay, you're next on the rotation tonight. Naruto told her with a smile. Yes. Juvia can't wait to feel her love's heart ripping open her wet once more. Juvia yelled with hearts in her eyes while the blonde girl gaped in shock. I meant date night, but the night is young, my water flower, Naruto said with a chuckle before he smacked Juvia's as he passed her, getting her to sob. Lucky. I can't wait for my next go, Bisca muttered before the blonde girl approached them. Wait, since you guys are from Fairy Tail, I have to ask, how does one join your guild? The blonde girl asked after calming down a bit from what she heard. Easy, you show up, Kana said as she took out a flask and took a drink. That's it? No crazy initiation ceremony? The girl asked, surprised. Nope. Are you looking to join this? Naruto asked as he looked at the girl with a calculating eye. Oh, my name's Lucy. Nice to meet you, the now named Lucy said with a smile. Lucy, huh? I think you'll fit right in with the rest of the maniacs in our guild. Naruto told her as his gaze morphed into a small smile. Really? Lucy asked with an excited smile. Yup, in fact we will escort you personally. We need to head back and report this whole thing to the master anyway, Naruto said. It's late, Naruto, can't we just get some food and rest for the night? Levi asked with a pout along with the other ladies. Damn it, you're all lucky you're all cute. Fine. We can get a hotel and make our way in the morning towards the guild, Naruto said with a sigh. I want a private table for my date, Naruto-sama, Juvia said with a smile. Done, Naruto said easily. With a pole to dance for you, Juvia said with a smile. You've gotta stop borrowing Urza's novels, Naruto deadpanned. But they give Juvia and Flare so many ideas to please you, Juvia said with a smile along with Flare. Can we not do this in front of the various captured women and the newbie? Naruto asked with a sigh at his lover. But it's so much fun, Kana said with a giggle. I think some are note-taking. He's a total animal, by the way. Why, one time he had me hogtied, and Bisca was saying before Naruto covered her mouth. And you're done, Naruto told her as he pushed her out the door. See if she wears the cowgirl hat and boots for you anymore, Master Flare yelled after him, shaking her head. No, I still will. Bisca yelled back inside. Wow, so that harem rumor is true? Lucy asked Levi as they all followed, as she fully recognized Naruto from a few Sorcerer Weekly articles. Yup. I'm in it, and so is Mira back at the guild, Levi said with a smile. He's with Mary Jane? Lucy yelled, surprised at this info. She's pretty much the one who started it. Only one that hasn't joined but clearly wants to is Urza. She definitely needs it to be less of a rule-abiding dictator though, Kana said, taking a drink of her flask. If you can get her and Naruto in a room without them killing each other, you mean, Flare pointed out. Details. Details. Let's go to the hotel room. Kana yelled as they left. Akane Resort Hotel. Akane Resort is a very popular tourist location. Having a 5-star hotel with a casino, and even an amusement park built into said hotel. This place is incredible. Lucy said, wide-eyed at seeing all of this. I'll pay for the rooms. Any food besides dinner or games are on your own funds, Naruto said as he walked to the front desk. Are you sure you can afford that? Lucy asked, knowing this place was very pricey. Trust us, honey. He can afford it. He's the youngest doctor in Fiore history after all. Bisca said with a smirk towards their new friend. I thought that was just a rumor. He really is a doctor? Lucy asked, surprised as he looked about her age. Got my medical license back when I was 12. Now I have 3 rooms. One for me and Juvia, a room with 2 beds, and a room with 3 beds. You all can decide who rooms with who, Naruto said. I'll room with Lucy, seeing as I'm the most sane, Levi said as she quickly stepped forward. Hurtful. Flare and Kana yelled while Bisca shrugged. Sanity is boring. Who needs it when you can cause some chaos? Bisca responded with a smirk. My dear, you know I love you and your brand of chaos, but can you please not shoot anyone here this time? Naruto pleaded as they approached the resort restaurant. That was an accident. Natsu turned the safety on the gun off. Bisca yelled, getting some attention from the various diners. I think you two are making a scene, Lucy said with a nervous giggle and a sweat drop. Who cares what others think? If they know us, they know how we are. If they don't, their opinions aren't worth our time. It's as simple as that, Naruto stated boredly as he strolled up to the host stand to get some tables, which they promptly received once they realized what team from Fairy Tail was dining there. Wow, you guys have some serious notoriety, Lucy said as they were all promptly seated at a private booth while Naruto and Juvia had a table near them. We eat here all the time when we're in the neighborhood after a job, Kana said as she drank a glass of wine. Yup, Master has saved people from this resort so many times he's practically family with the staff, Flare said with a smile. You call him Master? Lucy asked with a quirked eyebrow at this. Don't dig into it. She's called him that since they met. Levi told her, as she looked over her menu. There's nothing wrong with calling a master by his title. Flare said simply. I prefer calling him Daddy personally, Bisca said with a smirk. Ditto, Kana said with a grin as Lucy blushed and gaped at their words. Easy, you two. You're scaring Lucy, Levi told them. If we scare her, then how would she react to the real crazy members? Like Natsu or Gray, Kana pointed out. I hate it when she's right. 'Cause she usually never is unless it's about booze, Levi said with a sigh of defeat. So Lucy, why do you want to join Fairy Tail? Bisca asked curiously as she was still one of the newer members of the guild herself. Well, I have always wanted to join since I was a little girl. And seeing the exploits recorded by the guild in Sorcerer Weekly kind of made me think the guild sounds fun to be at. Lucy admitted a bit shyly. Huh, an actual fangirl, that's not annoying, that's new. Bisca said with a chuckle. I think you'll fit right in, Lucy. If anything, you seem like a sane person if nothing else. Which we need more of in the guild, Levi said, looking at her teammates flatly as she said that. Oh, that club you and Lee Sana have is so dumb, Flare said with a head shake and a chuckle as the waiter arrived with their food while another waiter served Juvia and Naruto's hotel room after dinner. After dinner, Naruto was now in the jacuzzi tub inside his and Juvia's room, relaxing as the water loosened his muscles. 10 years. 10 years of hunting for answers, Naruto muttered as he looked at his sword on the table across from the tub. Banshee's cry. They're next. I will rip them to pieces, he said with a scowl before he took a calming breath. No. Not the time for thoughts of that. It's Juvia's night tonight. Plan the hunt tomorrow, he said before closing his eyes again, and Master Juvia cooed as she appeared behind Naruto and started to rub his shoulders. Juvia is here to please you however you desire, she purred out in his ear. Then why aren't you in this tub? Naruto asked with a slight smirk. Juvia loved being ordered around by her master. Juvia sobbed as she stepped into the tub, revealing she was fully as she sat beside him. Have you taken your birth control? Naruto asked as he put his arm around her and pulled her closer. Juvia did. She also snuck the pill into the food of the others in case this became an. Even the new girl took it, Juvia said. Now that won't be necessary. You are all I need tonight, Naruto whispered into Juvia's ear before he grabbed her and pulled her into his lap so she was straddling him. Master, your feels even bigger than last time it was inside Juvia. Juvia sobbed out as she ground herself on his, throbbing beneath the water. Her hips rolling as she grinned at her lover. Oh, has it? Shall we see if that's true when it's actually in you? Naruto asked with a smirk as he grabbed her hips and pulled her down on his, impaling her with his once more. Ah, Juvia feels so full already. Juvia loves the feel of Master's heart splitting open her. Juvia lives for this feeling. Juvia screamed out with hearts in her eyes as she let him adjust inside of her. And you're still as tight as ever, my water flower. Let me know when you want me to start moving, my dear, Naruto told her. Juvia wants to feel her love slam into her womb over and over again. Use Juvia like a toy, Master. Juvia shouted out with a crazed smile before she found herself pushed against the wall of the tub as Naruto's hands grasped her hip with one hand and one of her boba's with the other hand. That's the plan, my dear. Naruto grinned before he started to thrust repeatedly into Juvia's, making the water in the tub splash with each thrust as the jacuzzi shook from each movement. With Flare, Kana, and Bisca. Pound Juvia, Master. Ruin her gap s for only you. Make her your. Juvia's shouts echoed from the walls as all three girls heard the sound of their lover the blue-haired rain woman. God, I'm jealous of her right now, Bisca grumbled. I know, right? It's been so long since he wrecked me, Kana said, drinking a beer. He was with you yesterday, Kana, Flare pointed out. And that's too long, damn it. I want his in me again. Kana yelled, throwing her mug across the room. Well, we don't have him tonight, but I do have the next best thing, Bisca said as she equipped some large vibrators and strap-ons onto the bed. It's not Naruto, but at this point I'll take it, Kana said with a shrug as she grabbed a vibrator. Would either of you like to be tied up while I use a strap-on? Flare asked as she looked over the assortment of erotic toys. I'll take it. Really restrain me though, Bisca said as she pet out of her clothes and spread her legs before Flare's hair snaked around her limbs as they played together while Kana watched grinning. With Lucy and Levi. Yes. Harder. Bisca's voice was heard yelling through the hotel wall. Master! Make Juvia! Break Juvia's mind so she can only think of your glorious. Ruin Juvia for only you to use. Juvia's voice yelled. Lucy lied in her bed, her eyes wide at what she was hearing. Here, Lucy, this should help, Levi said as she handed the blonde some earmuffs as she read a novel in her own bed. Lucy immediately grabbed them, hoping they'd block out the noise. They would not. Naruto's room. My love! Inside Juvia. Mark her as yours. Juvia begged as Naruto slammed into her before unloading his seed into her awaiting womb, filling the water mage as she shuddered in pleasure from her own intense pleasure. So warm inside Juvia, she sobbed before she found herself flipped over by her lover and thrown over the side of the jacuzzi. 1 round down. Ready for the next 12 rounds, my dear? Naruto asked with a grin as a fire had been lit as he was now behind her while she was on her hands and knees. Yes. Slam your into Juvia's this time. Juvia loves it when her master is rough with her, but Juvia yelled, wiggling her to her lover before Naruto thrusted inside of her awaiting gap as the two ate all night long. The next day, a very tired and wide-eyed Lucy sat in a chair next to a well-rested Levi who was drinking a cup of tea as Kana, Flare, and Biscuit descended the steps of the hotel to the main lobby with well-rested looks. "Hey, how'd you two sleep?" Biscuit asked as she approached the two. "I slept fine, Biscuit." Lucy, on the other hand, Levi said, looking towards the blonde. "I will never unhear any of the things I heard last night," Lucy muttered with a twitch. "Guess we were too loud, huh?" Biscuit asked a bit sheepishly towards the blonde. "Well, walk it off, Blondie, we have a train to catch if we want to get back to the guild," Kana said as she took a swig from her flask while Naruto and a limping Juvia descended the stairs. "Juvia feels so full from last night," Juvia sighed with a smile on her face as she limped towards the girls while Naruto went to the front desk to return the room keys and check out. "We should go to the train station immediately," Naruto said as he walked over. "What's the rush? Our train isn't for another hour, isn't it?" Flare asked, confused. "Juvia and I may have accidentally destroyed a jacuzzi last night." "I'm not paying for it," Naruto responded seriously. "Ha! I told you jumping him there would be expensive," Kana said to Juvia as she laughed as they quickly made a beeline for the exit. "It was worth every jewel," Juvia said with a smile. "Repairs will cost 200 grand. Naruto told her flatly. "My body isn't worth it, master?" Juvia asked as she hugged his arm. "Not what I meant." "Curse you and your cuteness," Naruto grumbled while Lucy just looked at them weirdly. "You guys are so weird," she said as she followed them out of the resort. "Weird is the default for our guild, Lucy, you may want to get used to it," Biscuit told her with a smirk. "I'm sure there's some civilized people there." "Right?" Lucy asked hopefully. "Hey, we're plenty civilized," Flare said with a glare. "Yeah, we just like to have fun with our man, right, babe?" Kana asked as she hugged Naruto's other arm. "Indeed, FYI, it's your night tonight, so we can go to your favorite bar when we get back to Magnolia," Naruto said as he nodded. "Didn't she have you 2 days ago?" Levi asked with a quirked eyebrow. "We had a bet she gets him an extra night." "I get him tomorrow," Biscuit explained. "Can you people not be so open about your activities?" Lucy asked, blushing. "Hey, I didn't say I was gonna shake my on the train ride home," as he bent me over and Kana was saying before Naruto covered her mouth. "Quit scaring her. Please," Naruto pleaded to the card mage as he released her mouth. "Fine," Kana said with a sigh. "Anyway, Lucy, rest assured while the guild is a bit unique, most of us are harmless and plenty normal," Naruto said with a smile. "Hey, stop those mages. They completely destroyed a top-of-the-line jacuzzi in the hotel." A hotel worker yelled. "Cheese it!" Naruto yelled out as he ran ahead of everyone. "This is not how I thought me joining Fairy Tail would go." Lucy yelled as she ran as fast as she could, already starting to get out of breath. "Too slow, newbie, we need to go." Naruto yelled as he grabbed Lucy into his arms and ran. "Ah, Juvia wanted to be carried like that," Juvia grumbled. "It was why she was putting on the show of limping." "Jealous of her?" Biscuit asked with a smirk at the rain woman. "Maybe wait, is Lucy a new love rival?" Juvia asked wide-eyed as that crossed her mind. "Well, she's got a cute personality," Flare said with a smile. "And a me-daddy body. I mean, look at those jugs," Kana said with her own smirk. "Lucy, love rival." "Love rival!" Juvia yelled as she ran as fast as she could after Naruto and Lucy. "I think you just doomed the newbie," Levi said deadpan as the three women chuckled. Fairy Tail Guild. 2 hours later. Naruto, Lucy, Biscuit, Juvia, Levi, Kana, and Flare stood outside of the guild hall for Fairy Tail. "Welcome to Fairy Tail," Lucy, Levi said as Lucy looked at the guild hall with wide eyes. "I'm finally here," she said with a large smile. "Well, it's still standing, so that's a good sign," Naruto muttered as he approached the doors and opened them, showing that inside there was a big brawl going on. "Take this, you purr!" Natsu yelled as he punched Gray in the face while he was wearing only his underwear. "That was weak, Flame Brain!" Gray yelled as he sent a kick back at Natsu. "You two should stop yapping and fight for real!" Elfman yelled as he tried to tackle the two, only for him to be kicked away into Mikau and Wakaba. Lucy muttered with wide eyes of shock. "Welcome to the madhouse, Lucy," Biscuit said with a sigh. One of us," Kana and Flare chanted with emotionless tones. "Welcome back, Naruto." Lee-san greeted as she walked over to Naruto with a smile and happy on her shoulder. "Thanks. Not gonna rein in your husband?" Naruto asked. I'm off the clock for another 5 minutes. Then I can worry about it, Lee-sana said with a shrug. Ugh, fine, guess I'll do it, Naruto said with a sigh of irritation as he held up his hand, filling the guild hall with his room. Naruto yelled before unsheathing his blade and slashing at the air multiple times before suddenly everyone fighting suddenly fell to pieces. Their heads, arms, legs, and torsos floating within the room. You just killed everyone! Lucy yelled, freaked the hell out at the sight. No, he didn't, Mary Jane said as she strode over, setting down a tray of drinks onto a table. Are you all ready to back down? Naruto asked all the floating limbs. Naruto's back? Fight me! Natsu's head yelled out despite being just ahead. Just did you lose? I win. You owe me money, Naruto said, smirking as Mary Jane walked over to him. Okay, Naruto, that's enough, Makarov said as he walked downstairs from the second floor. I'll be the judge of that. Mira, did anyone hit on you during your shift today? Naruto asked his lover. Nope. I'm almost insulted, Mary Jane said with a cute pout on her face. Well, I guess you can teach old dogs new tricks. Alright, everyone gets their limbs back this time, Naruto said as he quickly moved his hands and put everyone back together. Ugh, my neck never feels the same after he does that, Gray grunted out as he cracked his neck. Naruto then turned to Mary Jane and smiled at her as he held up a gift box. Here you are, Mira. Your favorite chocolate-covered strawberries, Naruto said as Mary Jane giggled, taking them. Such a gentleman. I should reward you later, she said, grinning lustfully at her boyfriend. Might I remind you you're still on the clock as barmaid for 3 more minutes, Mira? Makarov asked with a raised eyebrow. Oh, fine. Ruin my fun, you perverted old geezer, Mary Jane grumbled, getting a look of shock from Lucy. Is that actually Mary Jane? Insulting someone? Lucy asked wide-eyed. Her image of the sweet, innocent model crushed in an instant. Yes, she's not always the sweetheart you see in those bikini pics in Sorcerer Weekly magazine, Bisca said with a chuckle. Outside of those shoots and working here as a barmaid, she's a devil in disguise, Kana said, smirking. I'm plenty sweet with you girls, am I, Naru? Mary Jane yelled. Naru? Ha! That's so lame. Natsu laughed before. Counter shock. Naruto yelled, sending a blast of electricity at the dragon's slayer and sending him flying onto a table. Poor guy. He never knows when to keep his mouth shut, Happy sighed at his adopted father's behavior. Talking cat? Lucy yelled, seeing the blue talking cat speak. Ah, talking bimbo. Happy yelled as he pointed at Lucy before Lee-sana poked him in the forehead, while Lucy had a vein on her forehead throb from the insult. So what brings you here, young lady? Makarov asked as he looked at Lucy curiously. Oh. Well, I was hoping to join the guild, Lucy said. Yeah, apparently she's a big fan of the guild, old man, and while she may be a bit weak, I'm sure she will get stronger. Naruto said simply. Oh? You're saying she has potential? Makarov asked curiously as he knew Naruto had a good eye. Well, if she trained with my team a bit, then maybe, Naruto said with a shrug. That's all I need to hear then. You're in, young lady, Makarov said with a smile at Lucy. Lucy smiled at this while Mary Jane approached her with a guild stamp and applied the stamp to her hand, making a pink guild mark. Woohoo! New hot nurse for his infirmary. Wakaba yelled with a grin. Before his head went flying, seriously, how the hell are you married? Naruto asked as he rolled his eyes. I'm human, damn it! Wakaba's head yelled from the floor. Well, you are improving at least, but keep the dumb comments to yourself or we'll have a repeat of the last time you hit on one of my ladies, Naruto said with a sickly sweet smile. Has she already been claimed by a barbaric heathen such as you? Locke asked curiously as he checked Lucy out a bit. She's a celestial spirit mage, Locke, Naruto said flatly. She's all yours. Locke yelled as he immediately ran the away. Should I feel insulted or happy? Lucy asked after hearing that from Locke. You're better off, at least Naruto isn't after every girl with a rack. Kana said as she sat at the bar. Well, seeing as the fight has stopped, I do have a few announcements, Makarov said before leaping onto the bar and holding several papers. You dumb brats keep destroying everything. Gray. You took out the smuggler ring but then ran through the town and stole clothes from a clothesline. Makarov yelled. Wouldn't it be worse if I was stilled? Gray pointed out. So don't bet in the first place, Elfman said. Elfman, you beat up the client you were sent to protect. Makarov yelled. He said real men were only about education, Elfman said a bit weakly. Natsu and Lisana, you blew up a zoo. Natsu, you also razed 16 different buildings in 5 different cities in the span of 3 days. Makarov yelled. Those animals deserve to be free to roam in nature. Lisana yelled. I also just love burning things, Natsu said, grinning as he wrapped his arm around Lisana's shoulder. Look, you flirted with 9 models whose managers are now suing us. Makarov yelled, looking for the ring magic user only to not see him. Pretty sure he hightailed it to Clovertown, Kana said boredly. Kana, you drank 19 barrels of wine and charged it to the council. Makarov yelled. Crap, they found out, Kana grumbled. Juvia, you flooded an entire beach with a tidal wave. Makarov yelled. Those hussies were looking at Naruto-sama like a piece of meat. Juvia regrets nothing. Juvia yelled. Levi, you blew up a bar. Makarov yelled. That was a dark mage I was fighting. Not me. Levi yelled, embarrassed. Flare, you destroyed a priceless antique statue. Makarov continued yelling. I needed to bash in someone's face during a fight. The weapons exhibit was on the other side of the museum, Flare said with a shrug. Biska, you shot a client in the knee. Makarov yelled. He made a comment about my, Biska said with a glare. And Naruto. You destroyed 5 yachts, 3 schools, a clock tower, and I just got the bill from the Akane resort for breaking an expensive hot tub? Makarov yelled. It was a slow week, Naruto said with a shrug as Lucy looked on wide-eyed at the complaints. Especially towards Naruto's team. Guys, the council keeps badgering me about your actions. Makarov yelled at the assembled guild, who most looked down in shame at. However, I say to hell with the council. Makarov yelled, lighting his papers on fire and throwing them to Natsu, who ate them. Listen up, any power that surpasses reason still comes from reason, right? Magic isn't some kind of miraculous power. It is a talent that only works when the flow of energy inside of us, and the flow of energy in the natural world are in perfect synchronization. To perform magic, one must have a strong mind and the ability to focus. It shall take over your being and pour over your soul. If all we do is worry about rules, then our power will never progress. Don't let those blowhards on the council scare you. Follow the path you believe in. 'Cause that's what makes the Fairy Tale Guild number 1. Makarov yelled as he held his hand up with his thumb and pointer finger extended. Everyone cheered at this before going back to their drinks and food. Nice speech, old man. How long were you practicing it in the mirror for? Naruto asked with a smirk. You're paying for that hot tub, brat. Makarov grumbled. TCH. Fine. Naruto said before pulling out a checkbook and writing a check 200 grand. Happy? Naruto asked, handing Makarov the check. Very. Now how did your Dark Guild hunt go? Makarov asked after pocketing the check and turning serious as Naruto sat at the bar. Still worried about me and my team when we do this? Come on, old man, have some faith in us. We're Fiori number 1 Dark Guild hunting team, Naruto told him. I do have faith. But I still worry for my children. The council nagging me on your whereabouts constantly doesn't help either, Makarov told him. Those pompous windbags can come find me themselves if they're that desperate to know my location. Hell, I'll tell them that next time they send one of their toadies after me for a message, Naruto scoffed as he grabbed a beer and drank it. Anyways, I'm gonna go take stock of our medical supplies. Need to see what we need more of for my monthly restocking, Naruto said as he stood up. And plan your next hunt, I assume, Makarov said, looking at Naruto seriously. Can't fool you, huh? I have a lead on a dark guild that may be connected to Tsunade's murder. As soon as the medical supplies are restocked, and my team has rested enough, I'll be heading out again. Naruto said. And tell me, my boy. This hunt, do you do it out of justice or vengeance? Makarov asked. Depends, are you gonna give me some lecture on how vengeance is a fool's game? Naruto asked. My boy, Makarov was saying, but Naruto cut him off. Save it, old man, I finally have a lead and I'm not stopping now, Naruto said with a firm tone. Very well, my boy, but know this. Tsunade's death was not your fault, and she was family to me as well. When you find the culprit, I implore you not to go down a dark path, Makarov told him with a sigh. Naruto walked away, not saying a thing, as he went into the infirmary. What was that about? Lucy asked, confused at the conversation that just occurred. A lot of fairy tale mages carry scars from their past. Naruto's, though, is arguably one of the more painful, Levi said as she frowned. Do I want to know? Lucy asked, as she wasn't wanting to pry but she was also curious. If you want to know, ask Naruto himself. If anyone should tell you it's him, we're not gonna talk about it without him present, Kana told her. Lucy nodded at this before a young voice cut off the conversation. Is my dad back yet? A boy asked Makarov. Romeo, I keep telling you to wait for your father to return. He's a strong fairy tale mage after all, Makarov said with a sigh at the child. But he should have been back by now, it's been a week. Even Mom's starting to get worried, Romeo said with a frown. Your father took a job at MT Hakob, right? I'm sure he's fine, Makarov said before Romeo punched Makarov in the face. I hate you all! The boy yelled as he ran away. Natsu frowned at this before he got up. Hey newbie, you need a first mission, right? Why don't you help me? He asked Lucy. Huh? Why me? Lucy yelled, confused as she hadn't even spoken to him yet. 'Cause you need to get your feet wet, newbie, and I want to see the potential Naruto says you have. Natsu said simply with a shrug. Fine, but this better get me some cash for an apartment. Lucy yelled as the two walked out of the guild along with Happy flying with them. Why didn't we invite her to stay with us? Bisca asked. Oops, must have slipped Juvia's mind, Juvia said with a smile. Love rival will not stay with Juvia. Her master and his women. She thought in glee. Well, seeing as Natsu and Happy are gone, I guess I can start my shift, Lee-sana said with a shrug. Not gonna worry about your husband off with some new girl? Kana asked teasingly. Do you think I'm some overly jealous wife? Lee-sana asked with a quirked eyebrow. If Natsu broke my sister's heart, he'd answer to me. Elfman yelled as he slugged his palm. And me. Mira Jane yelled as she slugged a wall, making a huge gap. Damn it, Mira! That's coming out of your pay. Makarov yelled. Damn it! Mira Jane yelled in aggravation. Just another crazy day in Fairy Tale, Levi said with a chuckle. 3 days later. It had been 3 days since Lucy joined the guild. Since then she had helped Natsu find Mikao, who had been taken over by a Vulcan after fighting off 19 of them alone. As well as a mission to retrieve a book from the mansion of a Duke Everlu. Naruto meanwhile had returned to his infirmary duties as well as been planning out his next Dark Guild hunt with his team. Letting them enjoy a deserved respite until their next hunt. I can't believe that job gave us no money. Lucy groaned out from the bar with her head down as Lee-sana set a drink down for her. You may not have gotten money from the Everlu job, but you did get some experience. And what's more important than that? Lee-sana asked with a smile at the blonde. Me not going into debt so I can get an apartment, Lucy groaned out. Oh. Have you thought about working at the guild like me and Mira? Or working in the infirmary like Flare and Naruto? Lee-sana suggested. I want to be an active mage. Not work at a bar or as a nurse. No offense, Lucy said, looking at Lee-sana hoping she didn't offend her. None taken. Well, if you want to take high-paying jobs, then you will have to either form or join a team or get stronger. Or both. Most likely both, Lee-sana said as she collected some dirty glasses. Stronger, huh? Lucy muttered. You could train with my team, Naruto said as he announced his presence behind Lucy. Gah! Wear a bell, damn it! Lucy yelled, grabbing her besting heart. Tell you what, I'll train you for 6 months, get you into better shape, and I'll pay for your rent during that time when you find a place, Naruto offered. Wait, really? Won't that put a damper on your own finances, though? Lucy asked, not wanting to say no but also not wanting to rely on someone else's money if they needed it more. Not really. I'm financially secure. 6 months of rent payments would barely cut into my savings, if anything, Naruto said with a shrug. How much are you worth? Lucy asked, wide-eyed. Let's just say being a doctor for this guild nets me some serious moolah, Naruto said simply. Because you overcharge us. Nab yelled. And that's double for your current bill, Nab, Naruto said boredly at the man standing before the job request board. Damn it! Nab yelled out in frustration. You sure you don't want to just help me out without making work too hard? Lucy asked as she leaned forward and winked flirtatiously at Naruto. I'll give you a month free, but you have to train with my team after that to have me keep paying, Naruto said as he mentally cursed himself for falling for this. Yes. I told you my charms were good. Lucy yelled at Natsu. Then why didn't they work on Everlu? Happy asked with a smirk, making Lucy frown. Wait a minute, she pulled this move on a guy and it didn't work? Naruto asked curiously. Yeah, he had a thing for maids that looked ugly. Like really ugly, Lucy admitted with a shudder. Moron can't see a 10 when he sees it deserves to have Natsu trash his home. In fact, Natsu, consider your debt, have Naruto said as he shook his head. Alright. We're eating out tonight, Happy. Natsu yelled happily. Fish. Happy yelled ecstatic at the idea. So, I'm a 10? Lucy asked Naruto with a slight smile on her face. Maybe, what of it? Naruto asked with a chuckle at Lucy's confidence. Guess you may have new sister sis? Lisana asked Mary Jane with a smirk. She needs all of us to approve first, Mary Jane said with a smile that promised chaos just as the doors burst open as Locke entered. Guys, bad news. Urza's back. The ring magic user yelled, getting the guild to go silent. So which of us leads Naruto to the infirmary this time to avoid starting with her? Kana asked her teammates. I mean, I'll take one for the team, Bisca said with a grin. Hey, it's not my fault she is mad, I actually hit her when she offered, Naruto said with a chuckle as he drank from his mug as thunderous footsteps sounded. You smacked her on the, Bisca pointed out. And? I do the same to you, and you love it, Naruto said with a grin at the sniper. Those are definitely her footsteps, Wakaba muttered, afraid. Think she heard about NT Hakob? Lisana asked Mikao. I'm dead. I'm so dead. Tell my wife and son I love them. Mikao yelled in a panic. Suddenly the front doors opened and Urza walked in carrying a massive horn. I have returned. Where is Master Makarov? Urza asked authoritatively. Not here. He's at his guild master conference. Nice horn, Red. You keeping the rest of the beast in your equipped space? Or did you have to leave it behind so you had enough cheesecake in there? Naruto asked. Ah, Naruto. I see you're still as juvenile as ever, Urza said with a slight tone of annoyance. I may be immature, but at least I don't have a bunny suit, Naruto said with a slight smirk. Mary Jane told me to buy that. I mean, it was top-of-the-line clothing. Urza yelled. Oh, absolutely, especially with you in it, Naruto said with a smirk. TCH, insolent little. I'll deal with you in a moment. Now listen up. The master may let you get away with some of these crazy antics attributed to our guild, but I certainly will not. Urza yelled at the whole guild. Vegetier. Take the dancing outside. Wakaba, quit that disgusting smoking habit. Nab, grab a job already. Kana, quit leaving your bottles of alcohol everywhere. Urza ordered. How about no? Kana yelled, drinking her booze. Urza. Stop eating several cakes in one day. Yours is getting so big it's blocking the sun. Naruto yelled, doing an imitation of Urza's tone. You, Urza's eye twitched at the insult. I was fine letting you rip into everyone till you came to one of my girls. Payback is a, Naruto smirked. Hey, you get me all night tonight, babe, Kana said with a chuckle at this. I'll deal with you and your lovers later, Naruto, but for now, are Natsu and Gray here? Urza asked after taking a calming breath. We're over here. Being great friends like usual. Gray yelled with his arm wrapped around Natsu's shoulder, as if they were friends. I'm confused, Lucy said, seeing this. Urza's a control freak but very strong. She's kicked the crap out of many of the guild members. Including Natsu and Gray. Bisca explained. Don't forget what she did to Locke. I never knew the spine could bend that way, Kana said with a giggle. The only people in the guild not afraid of her are Naruto, Mary Jane, and Laxus, really, Levi explained. You forgot Gilbert's, but he's never around, so whatever, Naruto said with a shrug. Natsu, Gray, I need your help. I found information on a dark guild that I need assistance dealing with, Urza said. Okay, hang the hell on, Naruto said, standing up and walking over to Urza. Is there a problem? Urza asked with a raised eyebrow. What dark guild? Naruto asked with a firm tone. Eisenwald. But regardless, I asked Natsu and Gray, Urza said. Congrats, Red, you have a volunteer for this, Naruto said as he rested his sword on his shoulder. You. I understand you're the best dark guild hunter in the guild with your team, but I feel like having too large a group may be detrimental, Urza said. That and my new student has been working with Natsu lately, and obviously she will be going too. You're dealing with a dark guild. Numbers can make all the difference alongside magical power. Naruto told her. New student? You mean a new lover for your group? Urza asked as she looked at Lucy, who blushed and froze at the gaze. Jealous, Red? Sad you're not a part of it? Naruto asked, smirking. What? Urza stuttered out, her face going red at this. Told you she wants in. Mary Jane yelled from behind the bar. I do not. As for you, if you wish to help then fine, but you answer to me while on this mission. Urza yelled at Naruto. I don't do orders, remember? Naruto asked as he gave Urza an annoyed look. You will, for this we're dealing with a possible dark magic weapon, Urza said seriously. Dark magic, you say? Fine, you want command, then you can have it. But if my team comes and you mishandle them, you answer to me. Got it? Naruto asked as the two S-class mages glared at one another. Fine. Meet at the train station tomorrow morning. Natsu, Gray, Rookie, you and your team. Urza said firmly as she nodded. Good. Ladies, you heard her. We have a new hunt. Naruto said to his team as he walked over to them, smirking. This'll be fun, Bisca said with a smirk. What about your hunt for Banshee's Cry, Master? Juvia asked curiously. This involves a dark magic weapon. This takes precedence. Besides, think of this as an opener. Banshee's Cry is the main event. Now gear up and get ready to crush some dark mages, Naruto said as he walked out with his team behind him. That kid is way too crazy, Wakaba muttered as they all left. And that's a 10% increase to your tab. Naruto yelled over his shoulder. Gah! No! My money for the club! Wakaba yelled as he fell over while Naruto and his team kept walking. As Naruto ran, he was soon joined by Natsu, Gray, Lucy, and Ezra on his right, Kana, Bisca, and Mira on his left. They all smiled brightly as they ran off towards the sun shining bright in the sky, arriving at Magnolia where their family was waiting for them. Magnolia train station. The morning after Urza's return, Natsu, Gray, Happy, and Lucy were waiting at the train station for the rest of the group. Or more specifically, Gray and Natsu were glaring at each other, having another argument. I don't see why Urza needs you here. I'm more than enough to help her beat some dark guild, Natsu told his rival. Yeah, well, I didn't want to join in this job anyway, you flame-spitting dumbass, Gray yelled back at Natsu. Didn't you both want to do this and possibly get some of your tab with Naruto reduced? Happy asked curiously. Please. I'm stronger than him, and you know it. I'd beat him and Urza, no question. Natsu exclaimed. Oh? Is that a fact? Naruto asked as he announced his presence behind Natsu, making the pink-haired mage jump. Naruto! Hey buddy! You good? We were just hanging out. Natsu exclaimed as he put his arm around Gray. Yeah, like I'm buying that, Naruto said with a scoff as Levi, Bisca, Kana, Juvia, and Flare followed behind him. I'm not Urza, dumbass. You two can fight all you want in front of me. You two beating each other up just makes me money to treat you, so by all means kill each other. It's fun for me. However, if you think you're on my level or even Urza's, Natsu, I'll bring you back down to earth quick, Naruto said with a firm glare before he walked over to Lucy. Hey guys, Lucy greeted Naruto and his team with a small smile. Having fun reining in these two morons? Kana asked the blonde bombshell. Lucy just looked flatly at the card mage in response, making Kana grin. Don't worry too much. They may look like idiots and act like idiots, Naruto was saying before he was cut off. Don't forget the random destruction, darling, Juvia said. Right. Regardless, just treat them like children. Or hit them with a frying pan. Whichever is easier for you, Naruto said with a smirk. How is he a doctor? Lucy asked Flare after that suggestion. He's very good at his job. Especially working with his hands. Well, the things he's done to my body, like Flare was saying before she was cut off. Sorry I'm late, Urza said as she strolled in, wheeling a giant luggage cart behind her. Red, why are you bringing all that? Naruto asked as he sighed. It's weapons and armor that can't fit into my equipped space amongst any essentials. It's better to have and not need than to need and not have something, after all, Urza said simply. Yeah, but knowing you, an essential item is 16 strawberry cheesecakes. Trust me, you don't need this crap, Naruto said while Gray and Natsu were acting all friendly in Urza's presence. I do not see the harm in bringing anything that may be useful to our job. And either way, I am the team leader here. Remember, so what I say goes, Urza told him firmly as she pulled her wagon towards the train station. Naruto made a mocking face at this as he followed after her. Alright, let's go. I'm getting all fired up. Natsu said with a grin as they all boarded the train. 5 minutes later on the train. I'm dying. Naruto put me out of my misery. Natsu groaned from the private train car Naruto had managed to get for the large group as Natsu was slumped over next to Lucy and Happy. I could, but then your wife would try and kill me, leading to Mira getting involved, and I just don't want to deal with that hassle. Also, you should tough it out and gain some tolerance for this, Naruto said with a smirk from next to Bisca. Poor guy. Natsu, come here, I have a way to remedy your ailment, Urza said as she made Natsu move to sit next to her. Ready? Urza asked. Natsu sobbed out before Urza sent her fist into his stomach, knocking him out cold from one punch. Nice punch, Red. I'll give you credit there. I think you might have ruptured his spleen, Naruto said, smirking while Lucy panicked. Everyone in Fairy Tail is crazy, Lucy thought internally. So before we break down whatever info Urza has, we should let Lucy know about our magics since she's new and hasn't seen everyone's magics in action yet, Kana suggested. A good idea, Urza said with a nod at this. I'll start. I use solid script magic. I can write words and make them appear made of whatever word I write. For instance, if I wrote the word fire, a giant word would appear made entirely of flames that I can hit an enemy with, Levi explained to Lucy with a smile. Levi's our main strategist for Team Shadowbane aside from Naruto. I use card magic. I pull out cards and dish out magical effects. Depends on the combination I bring out though, Kana explained. Juvia uses water magic. Juvia's body is made entirely of water as well, making attacks pass through her. Top that, love rival. Juvia told Lucy with a crazed grin, making Lucy a bit nervous. Calm down, Juv. I use crimson hair. It allows me to manipulate my hair to bind, restrain, stab, or even light it on fire, Flare told her after placing a hand on Juvia's shoulder. I use Requip to bring out many different guns and firearms. I'm our team's range specialist and sniper, Bisca explained. And you've seen my magic before, but I use room magic. I create domes or spheres of magic where anything within said area I can manipulate. Or even cut multiple enemies at once when they're in my room, Naruto said as he made a small dome in his palm for emphasis. Natsu's out cold, but I think you know what he can do since you started teaming up with him, Flare said, gesturing to the unconscious fire dragon slayer. And Urza's magic is really pretty. She makes people bleed a lot, Happy said while eating a fish. My magic is Requip magic. It's nothing special. I actually think Gray's magic is prettier, Urza said. You're selling yourself short, Red. You're an S-class mage for a reason, after all, Naruto pointed out. Since when are you defending me? Usually you're the one who mocks me, Urza asked with a raised eyebrow. Exactly. It's only fun when me or Mira mock you. Anyone else it's just boring and contrite. We're just better at it, Naruto said with a grin at her. Remind me to punish you after, Urza said with an annoyed tone. Oh, kinky. Gonna wear the bunny suit while you do it? Naruto asked with a smirk while Urza's eyebrow twitched violently. Okay, new topic before this goes horribly. I use ice make magic, Gray said as he held up his hands and made a fairy tale emblem out of ice. Wow. Wait, fire and ice? Is that why you and Natsu always fight? Lucy asked curiously. I never considered that, Urza admitted. Nah, I just hate his guts, Gray said simply. Yeah, keep telling yourself that, Naruto said with a head shake. We all shared, it's only fair for you two as well, Urza told Lucy. Oh. I use celestial spirit magic. I use celestial spirit keys to summon spirits to help me fight. And thanks to Naruto and his team's lessons, I've been learning to fight without them as well, in hand to hand, Lucy explained. It's true. She's excelling quite well with the martial arts style I picked out for her to study, Naruto said as he nodded at Lucy. Now, any other questions before Urza gives us a mission breakdown? Naruto asked. Yes, actually. How is it you have your own private train cabin? Lucy asked Naruto and his team, curious. We did several jobs for the station, Bisca said with a small smile. On top of the fact they were tired of me bringing one of my ladies into the bathroom for hours on train rides, Naruto said with a smirk, as his arm wrapped around Bisca's shoulder. I really wish you weren't such a pervert, Urza told flatly Naruto sitting across from him on the train, pot calling the kettle black red. I'd be able to take that statement more seriously if you weren't currently flashing me your thong. Nice ones, by the way. White with a heart on it. Adorable Naruto told her with a smirk, getting a hot red blush from the red-haired S-class mage. If you're finished picking on Urza, Bisca was saying before she was cut off. Never! Naruto yelled with a cackle. We should probably go over the mission. Bisca said, looking flatly at her lover. Oh, fine. But only because that look means no fun time if I don't shut up, Naruto grumbled. Thank you, Bisca. Now, while I was returning to the guild, I came across a group of mages in a bar talking about unsealing a magic item called Lullaby. I didn't think much of it at the time, but another name they mentioned set off alarms for me. They were unsealing said item for someone named Aragorn. Urza explained. The Reaper? The Ace of Eisenwald? That Aragorn? Naruto asked, raising an eyebrow at this. You know him? Lucy asked Naruto. By reputation at the very least. Our team hunts dark guilds as our specialty. So coming across names and basic info is a given in our line of work. Aragorn the Reaper. He's the Ace of Eisenwald and known for taking only assassination contracts. The guild itself was supposed to be disbanded after their master was arrested for allowing them to do such evil jobs that go against the Magic Council's rules. However, for as long as I've been hunting dark guilds their name never came up, so I don't have any knowledge about their plans with whatever this lullaby is. As much as it physically pains me to admit it, Red here asking for help was probably a good call. If a dark guild like them wants some magic item, it can't be good, Naruto explained seriously. Wait, how long have you been hunting dark guilds for? Lucy asked curiously. Since I was 10, Naruto said simply. Lucy sputtered at this as the rest of his team nodded, confirming his words. I had no idea you had been hunting down dark guilds from such a young age. I assumed it was only a year before you joined the guild, Urza admitted. Someone needs to be the surgeon willing to cut the disease away from the rest of the world. Dark guilds are a tumor on the common people after all, Naruto said firmly as he grabbed the hilt of his sword and gripped it tightly when the train stopped. Looks like we're at Onibus Station, Gray said. Perfect, we can get with local rune knights and get any information from the locals in regards to Eisenwald. After all, we don't know where they are, so any help we can get is a blessing, Urza said as they all got off the train. I feel like we're forgetting something, Levi said after they all got off. What do you mean we're all here? And with all of our stuff, Flare pointed out just as the train started to move. Wait, Red, did you wake up Natsu after your punch? Naruto asked as he thought for a few moments. I didn't, I thought you did, he's still on the train. Urza exclaimed as her eyes widened as they watched the train depart. Oh, he's gonna be Ed when that train stops, Gray said with a chuckle. I can't believe I left a comrade on the train. I'm such a fool. Please strike me for this as penance, Urza told Naruto. I don't hit allies, Red, Naruto said flatly. Juvia and Flare both raised their hands to speak. Besides that, Naruto amended, causing the two mages to lower their hands and Lucy to blush. You have slapped Urzus before. You did it when you met me, Bisca pointed out with a smirk. Well, yeah, I'm only human, have you seen that thing? Besides, I do the same to you at your request, Naruto said, returning a smirk to Bisca. This team is filled with perverts, Lucy said with a sigh. You'd get used to it, Gray said as he was now in his boxers after Ping. You're the worst one. Lucy yelled at the ice mage. We should probably go after the train, Kana pointed out, seeing it getting farther away. Yeah, I'm on it, Naruto said as he started to walk towards the station. Good, then you can explain why you leer at my hindquarters, Urza said as she narrowed her eyes. Can you blame me? You're in strong. I don't need more of a reason than that. Just cause I you off for fun doesn't mean I don't like you, Red. Hell, without you my life would be so boring. You offer me a challenge, Naruto told her with a grin as she blushed from his admittance. Will you two just already? Kana yelled at them. I mean, if she's down for it, Naruto was saying before he blocked a red-faced Urza's fist with the hilt of his sword. Temper, Red, Naruto said with a smirk before he walked over to the station's control area with a conductor standing by. Excuse me, sir, is that the lever that will stop the train that just left the station? Naruto asked. Yes. Why do you ask? You're not planning something nefarious, are you? The conductor asked. Me? No, never, Naruto said with an innocent smile before he pulled the lever, making the train Natsu was on stop a ways down. You just said you weren't gonna do anything like that. The conductor yelled angrily. I said I wouldn't do anything nefarious. This is for a good cause. Thank you for your time. Send any complaints you have to Fairy Tail's Surgeon of Death, Naruto said, walking away with a smirk back towards the group. There, that should help. Now we just need some magic vehicles, Naruto said simply. Already got one. It's a large multi-seater vehicle that'll fit all of us and outfitted with an SE plug, Bisca said, grinning, coming back in with a set of keys. Fantastic. How much was renting it? Lucy asked. Never said we rented it. One look at me and the guy practically gave me the car, Bisca said, gesturing to her Boba S. That's my girl. Okay, all aboard. Naruto ordered as Urza got in the driver's seat and attached the SE plug to her arm. Minutes later, the stopped train. The large magic vehicle drove up towards the train as it was starting to move again. Alright, the second we're close to a window I'll shambles myself in there and grab him and shambles back, Naruto said, standing on the hood of the train. I think we may have a problem, babe. Kana said as she pointed at the train, showing what looked like a fight going on inside before one of the windows shattered as Natsu dove out of the window as the train drove away. Due to the speed of the train and the speed of Urza's driving, he was sent hurtling towards the car. Specifically towards Naruto. What the? Naruto yelled in surprise before Natsu's head collided with his face, sending them both tumbling to the ground out of the vehicle. On my head, Natsu groaned as he held his head. You okay, darling? Juvia asked as she ran over after Urza stopped the car. I'm good. Nothing some weed and a couple painkillers can't fix, Naruto grunted out as he stood up with his nose bleeding a bit from the impact. You made Juvia's darling bleed, you idiot! Juvia yelled as she turned to glare at Natsu. Well, why was he standing there? Gah! Call off your woman! Natsu yelled out as Juvia started to attack him with water whips. No. Stop. Don't hurt him. Naruto said with a flat tone of voice. Enough! Urza yelled as she stepped in the way and grabbed Natsu to separate them. Natsu, I apologize for leaving you on the train. Urza said. Ugh, that was hell, and that Eisenwald guy didn't help things, Natsu said as he stood back up after Juvia stopped her attack. Who? Urza asked, her gaze now turning towards Natsu. Yes, some dude that can use shadows. Said he was from Eisenwald. Had some weird three-eyed skull flute, or something. Natsu explained nonchalantly. Why, you idiot! We're hunting Eisenwald, remember? Urza yelled, punching him. Technically he was knocked out when you explained that, Red, Naruto said as he stood back up with Flare and Levy's assistance. Shut up! Urza yelled at Naruto, her temper flaring as she had enough of his comments for the day. Damn, you are hot when you're addition. I didn't even know I was into that, Naruto said, smirking in response. Should we tell Mary Jane that? Levy asked with an inquisitive eyebrow. Let's not do that, Naruto said with a shudder at the thought of this. So if that Eisenwald creep is on the train, shouldn't we go to the next stop so we can maybe catch up to them? Kana asked the group. Yes. You're right. Everyone get in the vehicle, Urza ordered. Oh hell no. I'll run. Or Happy can fly me. Natsu yelled, seeing the magic vehicle. I was hoping I wouldn't need to do this, but Natsu, I have something on me that can help with your motion sickness. I didn't want to waste it on the train because I only have the one, Naruto said as he pulled out a purple liquid in a vial. What is that? Natsu asked warily. A grape-flavored medicine that can help ease your motion sickness. Do you want it now or later? Either way, you're getting in the vehicle, Naruto told him. I'll take it now, Natsu said as he absolutely did not want to be in agony while in the wheeled death trap. He immediately grabbed and downed the vial in one go. Now what? Natsu asked. 3, 2, 1, Naruto counted down before Natsu's eyes rolled into the back of his head and he fell asleep. Then now let's go, Naruto said as he dragged Natsu into the vehicle. You are so bad, Kana said as she giggled. I'm the baddest, babe. At least according to the tabloids, Naruto said with a grin before he turned to a shocked, speechless Lucy. Oh come on, would you rather him vomit on you? Naruto asked before frowning, seeing her mutter to herself. No. It can't be. They have that? That horrible flute. Lucy kept muttering to herself. What's got her freaked out? Kana asked, confused and breaking Lucy out of her muttering. I realized what that flute Natsu mentioned was. Lullaby. A three-eyed skull flute. The curse song. It's death magic. Anybody who hears Lullaby's song will die. That's what Eisenwald has, Lucy told the group, getting silence from everyone as Urza drove the vehicle. So a dark guild has that deadly of an artifact, huh? Naruto muttered as his hands gripped his sword hilt tightly. Natsu, did they mention where they were going? Gray asked before turning to see the unconscious dragon slayer passed out. Oh right, that medicine you gave him. Maybe you should have waited before giving him it, Gray said with a sweat drop. And listened to him whine and sob the whole way? No way. Besides, they're traveling by train. All we need to do is follow the tracks, Naruto said simply. What's the nearest town with the biggest population? Kana asked Levi as the car took off down the road. Ashibana, which would also be the next stop on this track, Levi told them. Ashibana, huh? Something about this doesn't seem right to me. Why go to all this trouble to get a powerful magic item like that and kill a bunch of townspeople for no reason? No, there's something else at play, Naruto mused. You think they're after something else, Master? Flare asked curiously. Call it a hunch. If any of you fight a high-ranking member, make them talk. Information is power, Naruto said seriously. Flare smiled evilly at this as her hair slightly moved. How much squealing do you need them to do? She asked, grinning savagely as her hair slightly lit alight with flames. Like pigs, so make them fork over the bacon, my dear, Naruto said with a smirk. Your team is weird, Lucy said to Levi flatly. Oh yes, because the fire spitter, the ice per, the insulting cat, and the red-haired per knight are the perfect team, right? Naruto pointed out sarcastically. Lucy said nothing to this as she pouted at being called out. If I wasn't driving I'd stab you, Urza grumbled as she drove the vehicle towards their destination. Don't threaten me with a good time, Red, Naruto said with a chuckle as Urza growled. Ashibana. The drive following the tracks did not take far too long as Urza may have gunned the vehicle as fast as she could to get there. Even if it ate up a lot of her magic power. Here, Red, Naruto said as he tossed Urza a small pouch. What's this? Urza asked as she looked inside the pouch, seeing a few pills. They're a drug I made for mages in the guild. They help replenish magic energy, but only in small doses. Don't take more than 3 in one day, though. It can severely damage your magic container if you go overboard. Like to the point you'll never use magic again, Naruto warned her. As soon as they made it to the town, they noticed a large crowd gathered around a large building which was the town's train station. Can't believe some dark guild took over the station, one of the townsfolk muttered. Yeah, those rune knights that went in still haven't come out. I'm getting worried, another said in a bit of foreboding terror. We're on the right track, darling, Juvia said as she overheard this. Indeed. Let's not waste any more time then, Naruto said while Lucy carried the unconscious Natsu on her back as the group went inside the station. Guys, they said they sent rune knights, right? Gray asked as he had been up towards the front when they were all running through the station. Yeah, why? Bisca asked before she looked where he was looking and saw a room littered with rune knight bodies. They killed them? Lucy asked, panicked as Naruto walked over to check the pulse of one. Nope, they're alive. Just unconscious and with several broken limbs. Eisenwald probably didn't see them as worthy prey to kill. Naruto alleviated her fears as the group went further and before they came to a large room filled with train station speakers, and the entire Eisenwald guild waiting for them. Welcome, fairy flies, a man with silver hair, no shirt, and a humongous scythe greeted. Can we move this along? When it comes to dealing with dark guild trash I like to be quick, Naruto said as he stepped forward for them all to see. Oh? The Surgeon of Death? Here for the bounty on my head, I take it? Erigor asked with a grin. Eh? You have a bounty? Naruto asked as he tilted his head to the side. This caused Erigor's smile to falter as a tick mark appeared on his forehead. Enough games. Erigor, what do you plan to do with Lullaby? Urza demanded with a glare as she stepped forward to join Naruto. We will use this flute to punish those who took away our rights. And what better way than to broadcast Lullaby, Erigor said with a grin as he flew onto a train speaker. That was wind magic, Happy said wide-eyed. You're so full of. Why don't you tell us your real goal, Naruto told him. Oh? You don't believe us capable of it? Erigor asked as he looked at Naruto. No, I believe it, I just know a piece of trash like you would probably aim higher than just a bunch of civilians. Besides, if you're gonna die too when you play it, why waste it on senseless slaughter? Naruto pointed out. What are you on about? Erigor asked with a glare. It's a song of death that kills all who hear it, right? So what happens to the person playing and still able to hear said song? Naruto asked flatly. Silence. That was what was met with Naruto's query. While they are stupid, Happy said as he shook his head. No! Lullaby will not claim my life. It will claim others. Aragorn yelled. It's a demon made by Zeref. Do you really think it will be picky? Naruto asked curiously. Demon? Another Eisenwald member asked, confused and a bit scared. Enough. You want this flute, then come find me. You'll just have to go through my men. Aragorn yelled as he flew away. Happy to do so. Hey Natsu! Fetch! Naruto yelled as he slapped Natsu in the back of the head and pointed after the wind mage. Huh! Hey, get back here! Natsu yelled, running after Aragorn. Gray, go with him. Urza ordered as she took out her sword. Just them? Not gonna use my team to back them up? Naruto asked curiously. I have faith in them. Those two together are stronger than Aragorn. Besides, are you saying you don't want to fight alongside your harem and two beautiful women? Urza asked with a smirk. You hitting on me, Red? 'Cause if so, name a time and place, and we can get crazy, Naruto said with a smirk of his own. Harem? Some of the Eisenwald mages yelled jealously. Okay, ladies. Whoever takes out the most gets the next date, Naruto said as he unsheathed his sword. Juvia will not lose. Juvia yelled as she made some water and attacked some mages. Like hell. You already got a turn with him the other night. Kana yelled, throwing cards and slicing through some mages. You had him last night, Kana. Levi yelled as she judo flipped an Eisenwald mage before sending the word fire made of flames at a group of them. I will be my master's plaything tonight. Flare yelled as she attacked a group of mages with her hair. Daddy is pounding me senseless tonight. Bisca yelled as she was dual-wielding machine guns and spraying bullets into herds of mages. This is how you motivate your team? Urza asked Naruto, raising an eyebrow at him as she slashed several mages with her swords. Hey, it gets results. Also, just be glad Myra's back at the guild, otherwise this whole station would be blown up by her, Naruto said with a grin as an Eisenwald mage tried to stab him from behind, only for Naruto to backhand him without even looking before slashing another mage. I think I'm out of my league here, Lucy said, looking at all the chaos around her. Get the blonde bimbo. She seems weak, and we can get a new plaything. A small group of Eisenwald mages yelled, charging towards Lucy and Happy. Lucy scowled at this before she pulled a gold key open gate of the giant crab. Cancer! Lucy yelled as she summoned a man with crab-like features in his hair, a pair of sunglasses, a blue shirt, and two large scissors in each hand. Need me to do your hair again, Abby? Cancer asked Lucy as he snipped his scissors. Hey, a crab man! Happy greeted with a wave. Cancer, cut these idiots attacking us down. I'll help you beat them down. Lucy ordered as she reached on her hip and pulled off a whip. Is the bimbo a dominatrix? One of the Eisenwald guild members asked, confused upon seeing the whip. Start with that one. Make him cry, Lucy said as she pointed at the mage in question. You got it, Abby. Cancer said with a grin as he rushed at the mage and used his scissors to cut his hair clean off his head. No! I can't pull off being bald. The dark mage yelled before a whip suddenly wrapped around his neck. Get over here! Lucy yelled as she pulled the mage towards her before she kicked him in the face, sending him tumbling and rolling along the floor as she glared at the other mages. Big deal, you took out one. Are we supposed to be scared, you dumb? One of the dark mages yelled as he held up a hand, charging up a magic circle. Room! Naruto yelled as a blue dome suddenly surrounded him and the other mages around him. What the hell? The same mage yelled before they saw Naruto walk towards Lucy sheathing his sword. You should learn to respect women. Hopefully you're not too cut up with the lesson you're about to learn, Naruto said before the mages suddenly fell to pieces from Naruto's lightning-quick slashes. So fast. I couldn't even see him move. Cancer said in shock as he and Lucy gaped at Naruto's speed with his blade. You good, Lucy? Naruto asked as he rested his sheathed blade on his shoulders. Yeah, I'm fine. Thanks, she said with a smile. Say, Naruto, now that you're done with them, can you help me remember something? I had something to tell Lucy and I can't remember what it was, Happy asked curiously. How the hell am I supposed to know what you forgot? Naruto asked flatly. 'Cause you're the fifth smartest person in the guild? Happy asked with a raised eyebrow. Who's 4 through 1? Naruto asked with narrowed eyes, missing one of the mages screaming as he ran away and phased through a wall to flee the large group. Lucy, go after him. We can handle the rest of them. Urza ordered as she equipped a battle axe and swung it into a group of mages, sending them sprawling along the floor. What but Lucy was saying before Urza glared at her, making her shiver in fear. Ma'am. Lucy yelled before she ran out of the room. Hey, that's my line, you bimbo. Happy yelled angrily, flying after her before he yelled as Lucy swung her whip at him. You know, in retrospect, Lee-Sana probably shouldn't have had me watch over him when he was born so much. Naruto mused as Happy may have picked up a few too many of his habits. Like insulting people consistently. You think? Urza asked sarcastically as she and the others walked over to Naruto after finishing off the rest of the guild members, barring the two that chased after Natsu and Gray in the chaos. Oh, how you wound me, Red. What did I do to deserve such slights from you? Naruto asked with a mocking tone. You want that list chronologically or alphabetically? Urza asked with a deadpan tone. Before this gets worse and both of you start trying to kill each other, ladies, score count. How many did you take out? I had 16, Levi said as she looked at everyone after counting the mages she defeated. 18, Flare said with a grin. 22, Kana said with a smirk. Juvia took out 26. Juvia wins, Juvia said with a cheer. Not so fast, Juv. I had 30 exactly, Bisca said with a grin as she blew the smoke off her machine guns. Bisca wins the next 8, it seems, Naruto said with a chuckle. No! Juvia was so close. Juvia yelled in despair while the other women pouted. Your harem sure is lively, at least Urza commented as she turned her gaze to Naruto. Offer is still on the table for you, Red. Naruto said with a grin before a sound got his attention. The sound of twisting winds. He ran outside to see a large twister of fierce wind surrounding the train station as townspeople fled away from the area. Looks like you flies really are pathetic. Aragorn yelled in the air as he watched his wind wall surround the station and trap them all in there. A wind wall? You coward! What's the matter? Too afraid to actually fight? Naruto yelled up at the Reaper. I'd love to test my scythe against your blade, surgeon, but I have places to be. But don't worry, I'll come kill you after I'm done. Rigger yelled with a cackle before he flew off. Son of a... Naruto yelled before he saw Urza try and tackle through the wind wall, but it pushed her back into the station. Urza, you okay? Kana asked as she helped the knight get back to her feet. Fine, Urza answered as she tried to hide how much damage that actually did to her, and hide the blood leaking down her arm. Urza, sit down, and hold up your arm, Naruto ordered as he walked back inside. What? I'm fine. Besides, we need to think of a way to escape this wall first, Urza said before Naruto sat down on the floor and pointed at the spot in front of him. Sit, he ordered with a firm glare. Don't argue with the master. He will get his way no matter what, Flare told her, making her sigh as she sat down and held her arm out for Naruto. Remove the shoulder pauldrons of your armor, or remove the whole thing even. I need to be able to clean the wound, and your armor is covering it up, Naruto told her, making Urza freeze up a bit before her armor disappeared in a flash of light, leaving her in a blue skirt and white blouse. Thank you, Naruto said as he looked at the cut and pulled out a spray bottle from his trench coat and applied the solution, which made Urza grit her teeth from the burning. Good news is the cut isn't deep. If you kept trying to break through with pure force, you'd shred your arm and shoulder to bits. You having armor on actually would make the wound worse, since if it shreds your armor enough you'd have bits of metal in your arm, Naruto said before he cleaned and wrapped the wound for Urza and stood up. You're always wanting others in the guild to follow orders and not do whatever they desire at their detriment and the detriment of others. Maybe you should think about taking your own advice, Red. Naruto told her as he approached his team. So what now? Levi asked. Easy, Levi, you and Flare go find Natsu. Juvia and Kana find Gray. Bring them and the 2 Eisenwald mages back here. If you see Lucy, give her a hand with tracking down that idiot that phased through walls as well. Naruto ordered. What about me? Bisca asked. You're gonna be keeping an eye on Urza and anyone else in this room from trying anything stupid. I'm gonna have a hand at some interrogation, Naruto said as he walked over to an injured Eisenwald mage who was leaning against a wall just coming to from his earlier beatdown. Oh man, we're gonna miss an interrogation? I love when you go all medic of mayhem on dark guild morons, Kana groaned out. Sorry, babe. But you have your orders. Now go, Naruto said before he walked over to the mage and kicked him in the face, making the mage grunt and spit out a tooth from his mouth. The wind wall. How do we get out of it or disable it? Naruto demanded with a glare. You don't, jackass. The Eisenwald mage said, grinning before he felt a blade pointed under his throat. Don't misunderstand me. I am more than willing to get my hands bloody if it's warranted. I'm not as easygoing as some of my other guildmates. So I'll ask again. How do we disable or get out of the wind wall? You lie, I cut pieces off of you. You don't tell me and I'll cut out organs. Naruto warned as the dark mage started to sweat a bit as Naruto made a room appear around him. You think I'm scared of you? Ha! That fat boba Ed cowgirl is scarier than you. The dark mage yelled defiantly before he felt a finger suddenly get sliced from his hand, causing him to scream in pain. You really shouldn't test me by insulting my girls. So gonna talk or do I need to cut every finger and toe off? Naruto asked. Okay. I'll talk. Kageyama. He can dispel the wind wall aside from Erigar. He's the one that went after the pink-haired fly. Just don't kill me. The mage begged fearfully. I wonder how many innocent people have begged for their life to you with that same exact plea? But luckily for you I have other matters to attend to, Naruto said as he made the finger reattach via his room magic. Now enjoy your concussion, Naruto said before slamming the hilt of his sword into the man's face, knocking him out. A bit brutal, don't you think, Naruto? Urza asked with a frown at Naruto's interrogation methods. There's a room activated. Not my fault, he's a moron, Naruto said as Urza saw the finger reattached to the dark mage that was knocked out. Now then, we should restrain them all for any rune knights that are sent here later on. The last thing we need is any of them fleeing once we all chase after Erigor. Bisca, bring them out, Naruto said as Bisca nodded before a bag came out from her equipped space into his hands. Naruto opened it, revealing many magic suppression manacles. Thank you, room. Naruto yelled before making a room over a large group of unconscious dark mages and manipulating the cuffs to attach to them all before repeating the process until every dark mage was cuffed. As soon as he was done, Gray ran into the room with Juvia and Kana, the latter of whom was dragging a man behind her by his leg. Urza! Naruto! I know what they're after. This station was a diversion. They're going after the guild masters meeting in Clover Town. Gray yelled in a slight bit of panic. Damn it! I can't let the old man die. Naruto growled out. And the other masters either, Urza said with a firm tone. Huh! Oh yeah, them too. Naruto, you care about the old man that much? Gray asked curiously. He still owes me a fortune. If he dies, who will pay me? Laxus? Fat chance of that. Naruto yelled out. Urza's eyebrow twitched at this before. Smash! Hell red. I was kidding. Take a damn joke, you crazy ginger battle axe. Naruto groaned as he held his head from Urza's punch. How do we get past the wind barrier? Answer me before Juvia asks next, Kana said as she picked up the mage she was dragging and shook him. You can't escape, you. Have fun being trapped here till your master dies. The mage cackled. Juvia, make him see the error of his ways, Naruto said with a cold look on his face. Juvia will make him see the face of God before he is shown the face of Satan instead, Juvia said with a crazed smile. What you gonna do? Me off? The mage asked with a cheeky grin. Water lock. Juvia yelled, trapping him in a water prison and making him start drowning. You already have the information to escape, Naruto. Why are we prolonging this when we need to go after the one Natsu is chasing? Urza asked, confused. Petty vengeance mixed with unyielding rage at him insulting Kana. Also, he's got Flare and Levi with him, so I expect the mage that can dispel the barrier will be brought to us in no time, Naruto said simply as he watched the dark mage try and claw out of the water prison as he was being drowned. How long do you want him in there? Bisca asked curiously. Oh, not too much longer. Just until he looks like he'll pass out, Naruto said with a grin before Lucy, who had some ripped-up clothing which she was holding up with one hand, and Happy came rushing in with Lucy dragging the fat mage that phased through walls by his leg with her whip around it. Oh, you got him. How'd you do that? He could phase through solid objects, Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow. I don't want to talk about it, Lucy grumbled. Lucy's clothing got torn while chasing him. Her bra came off and he ended up getting a show. He smashed headfirst into a wall, Happy said nonchalantly. Juvia, drown him too, Naruto ordered. Yes, my love! Juvia yelled with hearts in her eyes before a waterlock captured him too. As this happened, Flare, Natsu, and Levi came back into the room with Flare dragging a man in by his neck with her hair before throwing him at Naruto's feet. One more dark mage master, Flare said with a smile. Excellent work. You Kageyama? Naruto asked. What of it, Fly? The mage asked with a glare. You're gonna dispel the wind barrier for us, Naruto told him. Or what? Kageyama asked. Or I'll rip off your limbs and beat you to death with the wet end, Flare said with a manic smile as her eyes slightly glowed. You think I'm scared of some big boba, Ed? Save your threats on people it'll work on like a preschooler. Kageyama scoffed. Oh, you think it's a threat? Naruto asked with a smirk. Yeah, I do. Kageyama yelled. Well, it's not, it's a promise. Have fun, Flare, Naruto said with a grin as Flare's hair wrapped around his legs. You can't rip off my limbs if you need me to dispel the barrier. So go ahead, you morons. Do it! Kageyama yelled. Oh? Okay, in that case, mess. Naruto yelled as he slammed his fist into Kageyama's chest before his heart suddenly burst out onto the floor in a small clear box. Still beating. What? Kageyama yelled in shock. Here's how this is gonna work. I'm gonna throw your heart towards the wind barrier, it's your choice what happens to it. But you will feel every single thing that happens to it as it's shredded to pieces. Naruto said as he lifted the heart cube into his hands. That's a trick. No way I'll feel it. It's an illusion. Kageyama yelled. Naruto squeezed slightly on the heart, making him cry out in pain. Still think I'm playing? I don't do threats lightly when it comes to dark guilds. My other comrades may not want to soil their hands with your blood, but I have no qualms with it. If I have to kill a dark mage so families and innocents can sleep soundly at night, then I will do so without any hesitation. So do you want to die or live? That's the choice you have to make, Naruto said as he tossed the heart up and down in his hand. Okay, fine. I'll dispel the barrier. Just give me back my heart. Kageyama begged. After you undo the barrier, that's called incentive, Kana said with a smirk. My lovely fortune teller is correct. And if you try anything, I'll crush your heart into paste. Naruto warned him. Fine. Okay, give me a minute, Kageyama said before he walked up to the barrier and started to dispel the barrier. Oh yeah. Lucy, I forgot to give you this, Happy said as he took out what looked like a gold key. Huh? Where'd you find a gold key? Lucy yelled, taking it. That big maid lady from that one job asked me to give you her key. I just forgot till now, Happy admitted. Oh hell yes! Lucy yelled as she grabbed the key and bounced up and down in happiness. Big maid? Naruto asked curiously. Oh yeah, she was really ugly. Could make you flinch, but she packed a punch, Natsu said with a shudder. Yeah, while we wait for the barrier to dispel, I can try and work out a contract now with her. Open gate of the Maiden Virgo. Lucy yelled as she pointed the key out, and in a flash of golden light a slim, pink-haired girl in a maid outfit with shackles on her wrists came out. You summoned me, mistress? The maid asked with a stoic tone of voice as she bowed her head to Lucy. She had DD Cup Boba S, a toned yet curvy body, and a heart-shaped. Naruto said nothing as he checked out the maid, before he promptly smacked Natsu and Happy in the back of the head. Ugly my! She's gorgeous! Your debts are tripled! Naruto yelled at them, getting groans from the two. Virgo, is that really you? Lucy asked wide-eyed. Indeed. I take the form my contractor most desires of me. If you wish, I can return to my original form, Virgo said as she turned into the giant, ugly maid. And just like that I'm gay, Naruto said with a flat tone of voice. No, I prefer the cute form. Lucy yelled in a panic. You prefer a form that makes your boyfriend aroused? Very well, Mistress, Virgo said as she turned back to her cute form. Be boyfriend? Lucy asked, blushing at this and smiling at the idea. Bisca helped me flash Naruto so he remains straight. It's Kana yelled as she grabbed the gun mage and ran over to Naruto. I got this, Levi said as she pulled Naruto close. Naruto, please make me your little nerd, Levi whispered into his ear with a lustful tone before she licked at his ear, making him shudder. And I'm straight again. Naruto yelled with a grin. Your boyfriend has other women? Virgo asked Lucy curiously. Lucy isn't in the harem yet. Give it some time though, and she will be, Flare said with a giggle, while Lucy was still in her own world. Will I be required to please him too? I am most knowledgeable in ways to pleasure males. I only request adequate punishment as I do so, Virgo said as she bowed her head, making her boba-esque jiggle. Naruto blinked at this before he chuckled at this. Oh, that one's a keeper. Makes me want to bring Lucy in now to have some other spirits join in, Kana said with a smirk at Virgo. If the mistress wishes for that, then I'm sure some other female spirits would be glad to join in for some bedroom activities, Virgo said simply. I only have Aquarius besides your gold key wise, and she's not even single, Lucy said with a blush as she came out of her fantasy. That is untrue. Her and her boyfriend recently broke up, mistress. Virgo explained. That lying little, Lucy grumbled under her breath before a flash of light cut her off. What were you calling me, little girl? Aquarius yelled as she appeared behind Lucy with an evil aura and a scowl. She had a cup boba-esque, a curvy body, and a long fish-like tail for her mermaid body. Ah! Lucy yelled in surprise at the sudden appearance of her spirit. I didn't summon you. How did you appear with no water? Lucy yelled in shock. I came from that water prison the blue-haired woman has out with the two people drowning over and over again, Aquarius said simply. Oh, Yajuvia, let them go. We're done with them, Naruto said. After he said this, Aquarius turned to look at Naruto and froze. Aquarius? You okay? Lucy asked, seeing her stop. Aquarius said nothing before she quickly moved over to Naruto and grabbed him. Hey there, Blondie. You have a woman in your life? Aquarius asked with a smirk. Several. It's a consensual harem, Naruto said with a nod. Oh? Aquarius asked as she looked at the girls with Naruto. How would you like an addition to your little group? She asked as she grabbed Naruto and pulled him close, smashing her boba-esque against his chest and wrapping her tail around him a bit. I'll talk with my girls and let Lucy know the answer for you, Naruto said as he honestly couldn't believe this was happening while they were hunting a dark guild today. He wasn't complaining, he was just shocked at the luck. Very well, don't keep me waiting, I give great boba work, as handsome Aquarius whispered into his ear before she vanished. How do you have this much skill at acquiring women? Gray asked, astounded. Some people have it. Some people don't. Maybe don't as much in public and you can get some girls, Gray Bisca said with a smirk as she gestured to the fact he was in his underwear. Again. God damn it. Every time. Gray yelled out, frustrated at his lack of clothing once again. Ha, you ice purr. Natsu laughed out until Gray suddenly got in his face. You say something, Flame Brain? Gray yelled as the two butted heads. Focus, you two, the barrier is gone, Urza said as she stood up and watched as the barrier disappeared. There, it's gone. Can I get my heart back now? Kageyama asked after making his magic circle vanish from completing his task. A deal's a deal, Naruto said as he walked over and handed him his heart before a room surrounded Kageyama as his legs went flying after a slash. But I'll keep your legs at least until you're all locked up, Naruto said as he literally picked up Kageyama's severed legs. You cheating dirt bag. This is why we hate you so-called legal guilds. You play by the rules but still fight just as dirty. Kageyama yelled as he fell to the floor. Oh, a philosopher. Okay then, wise man. Here's the difference between us. You murder indiscriminately without any hesitation and you accept money for killing innocents. Naruto was saying before Kageyama cut him off. And what about you? Kageyama yelled angrily, before Naruto stabbed the ground next to Kageyama's face, cutting his cheek. I kill scum like you so normal people are safe. You can call me a monster if you want. I don't care. But I'll be a shield for the innocent and a sword to the guilty. Besides, I'm not such a bad guy since you're still alive. But if you really want to test me, we can fix that for you right now before we hunt down your boss, Naruto said as he glared at the downed mage. Kageyama started to pant and sweat in fear before he fainted while he started to foam at the mouth. Must you waste time we can be using to terrify those who can't even fight back? Urza asked as she walked over to Naruto with a frown. If I don't, these pieces of trash might forget who I am. You may not want their blood on your hands, and that's fine. But if they don't get a message of fear, they may rush out on innocents when they're released from jail, or God forbid escape. They need to know that if they commit more crimes, I will hunt them down and gut them like fish. Naruto said as he sheathed his blade. You morons understand? Stay here and get arrested or he's gonna kill you next time, Kana yelled at the bound dark mages. Yes, miss. The dark mages all yelled out terrified. Good, Naruto said as he cuffed Kageyama for good measure, and stood up dropping his legs. Now we should go after Erigor, and where's Natsu and Happy? Naruto asked, not seeing them. Oh crap! Lucy yelled as she ran out the station with Virgo and Naruto. Max speed! Happy yelled as he flew off with Natsu and sending a gust of wind from the flight speed back towards them, which blew up Lucy and Virgo's skirt in front of Naruto. Dear Sorcerer Weekly, Naruto muttered, getting an eyeful of them. Focus, you moron. We have to go after them. Erigor is a S-class mage. Urza yelled as she ran to the magic vehicle. I'm sure Natsu will be fine, Naruto said, not worried. Wind is at an advantage against fire though, Levi said with a frown as they all got into the car. Yeah, but Natsu is stubborn as hell and won't let something like that stop him, Naruto said with a scoff. Your boyfriend is interesting, Mistress Virgo said as she got in the vehicle next to Lucy. Can you please stop calling me mistress? We haven't even made our contract yet, Lucy asked with a sigh to her new spirit. Very well. How about madam? Virgo asked. Too old-sounding, Lucy retorted. Mommy? Virgo asked. Do I look like a dominatrix? Lucy asked, flabbergasted. Princess? Virgo asked. Oh yeah, that's more like it. Lucy grinned out as the vehicle took off after Natsu and Happy. You may as well get to know your spirit and sort out your contract on the ride over, Lucy. We'll be a bit before we get to Natsu, Naruto said as he leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes as Urza drove them along the train tracks. A half hour later. The ride was not very pleasant for the fairy tale mages. Mostly because driving a magic car on train tracks makes for a very bumpy ride. As they continued down the tracks, they saw a massive amount of fire go off in the sky before what looked like a body slammed into the tracks in front of them, making Urza hit the brakes on the vehicle, which also sent the mages tumbling in the vehicle. Holy crap, it's Erigor! Kana yelled as she looked into the small crater and saw he was covered in burns and knocked out with. I'll take a look in a moment, but first, what is my head currently in? It's very soft, Naruto groaned as he still had his eyes closed from his resting when Urza hit the brakes. That would be the princess's cleavage, Master Virgo said simply as currently Lucy was on her back with Naruto's head buried in her chest, much to her embarrassment, as was evident by her burning red face. Definitely in the top 5, Naruto mused as he stood up and held up a hand for Lucy to help her up. Apologies for that, Naruto said before looking out at the charred and blackened Erigor. Damn, is he still alive? Naruto asked. You're the doctor, Urza said with a sigh at this. I know, but I like to give others options for trying to ascertain medical conditions. It's a game for me, Naruto said, ain't ply. Just check on him, you moron, you lose 40% of the bounty if he's dead, Urza said as she slapped Naruto in the shoulder. I mean, that's not that big a deal. Whatever I lose will be billed to Natsu, Naruto said as he got out of the vehicle and went to check Erigor's pulse. Speaking of, there he is, Levi said as she pointed out Natsu, who was walking over to them carrying Happy. Hey guys. What took you so long? Natsu exclaimed with a grin. You tried driving on train tracks. It's not fun, Flare said with a groan as she massaged her shoulder from her tumble. Good news, he's alive, Naruto said as he grabbed a pair of magic suppression cuffs and locked them on Erigor. Aha! And lullaby is secured, Urza said as she grabbed the cursed flute from Erigor. Good. We should head to the guild masters' meetings since they'll be able to call rune knights from there for this moron, Naruto said as he grabbed Erigor and threw him in the magic vehicle now that he was restrained. Say, anyone want his scythe? Naruto asked after stowing the Reaper away and grabbing the scythe. I'll take it, Levi said with a shrug. Good. I was hoping you would take up a weapon. I'll help you train with it, and we can probably even modify it for you, Naruto said as he handed Levi the scythe. Didn't Erigor kill a bunch of people with it? Gray asked with a raised eyebrow. Yeah, and? It's a tool. Blame the wielder, not the weapon. A gun doesn't just kill on its own. Someone has to pull the trigger, Bisca said simply as Naruto got back in the car. Get in, Natsu, Urza ordered the Dragon Slayer. No way in hell, Natsu was saying before Flare's hair wrapped around his neck and dragged him inside. Get in the damn car. Flare yelled, slamming him down next to Erigor as Urza drove away. The group didn't notice, however, that the flute in Urza's possession glowed its three eyes alight with an eerie red light as they drove off towards Clover Town. Clover Town. The large team of wizards drove to the Guild Master Conference Hall after Natsu defeated Aragorn. The dark mage ace of his guild was captured and still unconscious in the back of the magic vehicle as Naruto and his team stood by watching his body. So it's finally over, right? Lucy asked with a smile. For the most part. We still have to turn in Lullaby to the Masters, Urza said as she had the three-eyed skull in her possession and wanted to make sure it was given to the proper authorities. Still say you should let me smash it, ga. Cut the crap. Natsu was grumbling as he was dealing with his motion sickness before Naruto smacked him in the back of his head with the sheath of his odachi. We're not needlessly attacking that thing. Any damage could release the demon inhabiting it. Better for it to go to the Magic Council so they can end up with their BS experimentation. Naruto told the Fire Dragon Slayer. Show some respect to the Magic Council. They are in charge for a reason, Urza warned Naruto, as she glared at him. Yeah, pretty sure that's because of political connection and legs spreading for some rich gap S in power. I don't have any respect for those fools. Especially Seagrain or Altair. The only one I can even stand is Yajima, Naruto said, scoffing at Urza. Altair? Why does that name sound familiar? Gray muttered as the name sounded familiar. Don't think too hard considering you have more pressing issues. Like your missing pants, Flare said flatly, pointing to Gray's missing pants. God damn it. The ice mage grumbled as he went to go find his pants. So turn the flute and Aragorn over to the guild masters so they can give them over to the council, right? Levi asked Naruto. Yup. Easier transition that way and less paperwork for us to deal with. Naruto said as the paperwork was better left for Makarov. As the vehicle pulled up to the Guild Masters Conference building, the large group looked to see Makarov outside the building. Reading Sorcerer Weekly. Amira is such a beauty in that white bikini. Naruto is a lucky, Makarov giggled perversely as his eyes roamed the swimsuit magazine. I thought Mira burned all your copies, old man, Naruto said flatly as he dropped Aragorn at his feet. Gah! Don't do that! And don't judge me, damn it! I'm only human! Makarov yelled before realizing who was in front of him. Wait, I thought you all went on an emergency mission according to Mira. What are you doing here? Oh God! Did you all destroy a city? 3 cities? Do I need the fake passports to leave, Fiori? Makarov yelled. You have fake passports? Biska asked with a raised eyebrow as everyone joined in front of Makarov. No. Why would you think that? Makarov said with a nervous chuckle. Master, we have completed our mission and detained Eisenwald. They had planned to murder you and the other guild masters using this, Urza said as she presented Lullaby to Makarov. Is that a three-eyed flute? A guild master asked as a crowd of them came out after hearing Makarov's earlier screaming. Looks like it, one of the guild masters with sunglasses and a spiked hat said. This was Goldmine. Guild master of Quattro Cerberus. Oh my, and you strapping lads helped stop such an evil thing from happening? A bald man in a purple dress and red lipstick said, eyeing Natsu and Gray with a wink, making the two step back a bit freaked out. Easy, Master Bob. The pink-haired one is married. The black-haired one doesn't swing that way either, Naruto said with a chuckle. Ah, Naruto, you still hunting down dark guilds? I told you to enjoy life more than now, named Bob said with a chuckle. I live my life how I want. I enjoy what I want, and crushing dark mages alongside my ladies is more than enough enjoyment, Naruto said with a smirk. We make him take breaks, Master Bob, Levi said with a smile and a nod at the Blue Pegasus Guild Master. Good. Oh. By the way, Jenny wanted me to give you a message if I saw you again, Bob said as he pulled out a paper from his dress. A message from Jenny? All right, I'll bite, Naruto said with a raised eyebrow. Who's Jenny? Lucy asked Levi curiously. Rival of Mirajane's from Blue Pegasus. She's a model too. You've probably seen her before. Jenny Raylite Kana answered instead of Levi as she took a swig of beer. Yes, she's also Levi started to say nervously. She's leader of Naruto's fan club consisting of mages from other guilds, Biska said with a smirk. He has that many fans? Lucy asked surprised. She's not the leader of my fan club. She's just a mage I happened to cross paths with on several occasions when working with Blue Pegasus on several joint hunts, Naruto said, taking the paper. She stalks you and stole your underwear from our house, Flare said flatly. Oh, I remember that. Mary Jane attacked her for that and trashed the town. Natsu yelled with a laugh. Yeah, laugh it up, Pinky. But I know Jenny, she wouldn't have a message for me unless it was super important, Naruto was saying as he opened the paper before his eyes widened and his nose bled at what was written on the pages. Kana looked over Naruto's shoulder and snorted at what she was reading. Wow, and I thought Biska and I were kinky. Kana grinned. I believe you're overreacting, Kana. I'm sure it's not that depraved, Urza said as she walked over and read the letter as well. Before her face went nuclear red. Such an indecent woman, Urza yelled, turning away from them. Juvia will need to have a word with this Jenny love rival, Juvia said with a crazed smile at the attached picture, which was of Jenny in a skimpy blue and white bikini and a lot of words on what she wanted Naruto to do with her body. I have had enough of this, a dark voice yelled, coming from the flute in Makarov's hands. Huh? Makarov asked as the eyes of the three-eyed skull flute suddenly started to glow red and smoke started to pour out of its mouth, as a large demonic figure started to appear made entirely of wood. The true form of Lullaby had been unleashed. I'm tired of waiting. So many wizard souls to make my next meal. I will feast on you all. Lullaby yelled, making Naruto and the rest of the group snap out of their embarrassed states. Oh, so this is the demon of Zeref, huh? Gotta say, not really that impressed, Naruto said boredly as he pocketed the note from Jenny. You dare insult a superior being like myself, boy? I am a demon of Zeref. I am your better in every way. Lullaby yelled as he floated in the air above them all. You were made by a dark mage as an experiment. Considering how many infinitely stronger creatures Zeref made, I'm pretty sure you're like AD on the importance scale. Let me guess, you were one of his original experiments and got tossed aside? Or were you created later using leftover energy just cause he needed an outlet? Naruto asked, unafraid. Gah-ha! I'll feast on your souls. Lullaby yelled as he transformed and grew to a giant size with arm and legs towering over them all. You'll die trying, room. Naruto yelled as a large dome appeared around Lullaby as Naruto drew his blade and cut a chunk of the wooden demon off at his shoulder. Gah! What magic is this? Lullaby asked before a gunshot sounded as a magic blast slammed into his knee while his chest was pounded with several cards, water, hair and script magic attacks thrown by Biska, Kana, Juvia, Flare, and Levi. Nice shot, girls. Naruto yelled as he sent another slash at the demon, taking another chunk of wood off the demon. Requip! Urza yelled as she dashed at the demon with her Heaven's Wheel armor before she attacked with her swords. You're getting involved too, Scarlet? I thought you'd be gorging on cake while we dealt with this thing, Naruto said with a teasing tone as Urza landed next to him after slashing Lullaby. Shut up and fight, you fool, Urza told him firmly, as she sent another slash at the demon. That's hot, Naruto grumbled under his breath before Natsu leapt into the air and kicked the demon in the face while several ice attacks pelted down at the demon's body thanks to Gray. You ain't keeping me out of this fight, guys. I'm getting fired up. Natsu yelled with a grin as he landed next to Naruto and Urza. Lullaby in a rage opened his mouth and sent blasts of magic energy at the guild masters, which Gray blocked with an ice shield. Nice one, Gray, Naruto chuckled before seeing the demon rear back with a fist towards him and Urza room. Naruto yelled, making a dome on the demon's arm appear before slashing and taking the arm clean off. He cut off its arm with one strike. Lucy yelled in shock as she and Happy watched the group dismantle Lullaby effortlessly. Those kids of yours are pretty strong, Makarov Bob said with a grin at this. You will all die for this. Behold my song of death. Lullaby yelled as he breathed in, preparing to release his deathly wails. Only for an inconsistent sound to play that did nothing. What? My melody of death? If it makes you feel better, my ears are bleeding, Naruto said with a smirk at this. But how, wait, they put so many gap S in the demon it can't use its melody of death. Lucy yelled wide-eyed at this. You will suffer for this. Lullaby roared. Not today, let's finish this, Naruto said as he readied another room and leapt at the demon. Die, you little! Lullaby yelled as he used his remaining arm to try and crush Naruto with a punch, only to see Naruto smirk. Ready, Natsu? Naruto yelled as he looked at his fellow guild member. Bring it! Natsu yelled as his hands lit up with flames. Shambles! Naruto yelled as he and Natsu switched places. The wooden demon's arm now launched towards the fire dragon slayer, who met the punch with his own flaming fist, incinerating the demon's arm. No! I can't be beaten like this! Lullaby yelled before he heard a loud click from below as Naruto was leaning against the demon's leg. Suddenly Lullaby's body split in half vertically along with the entire mountain range behind him and the guild master's meeting hall. Such power, a guild master said, wide-eyed at what Naruto did. I didn't even see him move, Goldmine said, his widened eyes hidden behind his sunglasses. Let this be a lesson as you head to hell with the rest of your kind. Don't with Fairy Tail, Naruto said as he walked away from the crumbling demon. Wonderful display, master, Juvia said with a smile. Think you overdid it, Hun, Bisca said, looking at the destruction. I should have held back more, I suppose, Naruto shrugged. You brat! You're worse than Natsu! Makarov yelled out, his face turning red from his fury. You know I'm the one person in the guild who pays off the damage I cause, right? Naruto asked with a quirked eyebrow. It will take you forever to pay this off, you reckless idiot. And don't get smart with me. I can still ban ramen from the guild hall like when you were a kid. Makarov yelled. Gah! Do you want my heart too, old man? You will find it on the bottom of your shoes. Naruto yelled as he prepared a room to remove his own heart. Before Urza slammed her armored fist into the back of his head, stopping him. Damn it, I was joking, Red. Naruto yelled as he held his head in pain. We should probably go before they try to arrest us, Levi said flatly as she noticed the angered looks of the guild masters. How much would this cost to fix? Naruto asked. I'd estimate with the mountains included 1.5 billion jewels minimum, Master Flare said as she quickly did the math. I see, cheese it! Naruto yelled as he started to run away along with the others. Forgive us, Master, we have made you lose face. Urza yelled as they all ran away. Well, they'll probably never invite me back, at least, Makarov yelled as they all ran from the mob of guild masters and got in the magic vehicle to flee. Magnolia. Days later. Can't believe they confiscated the bounty on that for the damages, Naruto grumbled as he sat at the bar with his team. At least you still have money. I needed that to make rent. Lucy whined as she laid her head on the bar and cried. You know you could just stay with us, right? We have extra room, Kana pointed out. Oh sure, and add to my therapy, Lucy grumbled under her breath. Hey, we're not that bad, Bisca grunted out. So I didn't wake up with Juvia watching me while I slept? Lucy asked, raising an eyebrow at this. Juvia dear, I told you to pull back on the crazy, you're at a 11, pull back to a 6, Naruto said after a few moments of silence. As you desire, my love, Juvia said as she smiled with hearts in her eyes. Anyways, since I still owe Bisca her date, since she won the contest, and then we'll need to gear up for our hunt for Banshee's Cry, we'll be in town for the next few days before heading back out, Naruto said to his team. Who I can get my drink on, Kana said with a grin as she downed another beer. Another hunt already? I barely see you as it is, Mira said as she brought over more drinks for the group. You're more than welcome to join us, my dear, Naruto said with a smile. Yeah, I can tell you about Jenny's crazy message to Whiskers that makes you look tame, Kana said with a snicker. She sent what now? Mira asked with a black aura wafting off her as glasses started to shatter. Mira, relax. Calm down. Your hair looks great today, Naruto said nervously as he did not want to pay for the damages Mira caused. Not as good as Jenny in this picture she sent you, I mean, wow, Flare said with a smile as she held up said bikini photo. Mary Jane growled at this as her hand turned into a demon's claw and started to crush the bar counter into dust. Welp, I'm dead now. This is how I die. I would give anything for a distraction, Naruto prayed to any deity that would listen. Urza, fight me, Natsu demanded, stopping everyone in the guild including Urza from eating her food. Oh? Why should I? Urza asked with a quirked eyebrow. Because I've gotten a lot stronger since last time. I want to see where I stack up to you and Naruto, Natsu said with a smirk. Then why are you only challenging me and not him? Urza asked as she was curious why he was only challenging her. 'Cause I can't challenge him until I pay off my tab, Natsu said with a pout. So never, Urza said with a nod at this. Naruto snorted at this, damn straight. Last time he challenged me he broke into my house while I was having some private time with Flare. Owes me a lot of jewels after that, Naruto muttered to himself. Very well. I shall accept your challenge and I'll even pay off your debt to Naruto should you beat me, Urza offered with a smile. He owes me 50 million jewels, Red Naruto said with a flat tone of voice. I can easily pay that off and then he'd be free to challenge you as well. Sparring between guildmates is a good method of bonding, Urza said. Doubt as nice as it would be to get paid, I don't expect him to beat you, Red. Dude's got heart, and he's tough, but you're gonna slaughter him easily, Naruto said simply. Urza slightly smiled at this as she was happy Naruto thought so much of her skills. I'm right here. Natsu yelled, a bit offended. You want to hear words of encouragement, then prove you can stand face to face with Urza. If you beat her, come find me after. Words will only carry you so far. Action's what matters the most, Naruto told Natsu, who grinned. Now that's what I'm talking about. I'm all fired up. Natsu said with a grin. Very well. Let's take this outside, Urza said as she walked out with Natsu and the rest of the guild to enjoy the battle. Should those two really fight? I mean, they're both monsters and on the same team, aren't they? Lucy asked. Urza doesn't really team with many people. I'm pretty sure the Eisenwald thing was one time only, Flare said as they all went outside. But aren't they the strongest team in Fairy Tail? You know them in Grey? Lucy asked curiously. Who the hell told you that? Kana asked with a quirked eyebrow. Mira, why? Lucy asked confused. Damn it, Mira, Naruto groaned as he shook his head. It was to ease her for teaming with them and going after Eisenwald, Mirajane said with a smile. Look, those three are tough, but they ain't the strongest team. Hell, Natsu and Grey aren't even at the top of the strongest wizard in the guild. They're strong, but they ain't that strong, Bisca said. Urza is definitely in the conversation for strongest woman in the guild, but that's because it's only her and Mirajane that have that distinction, Levi admitted. As for strongest team, I'd say it's a toss-up between ours or the Thunder Legion, Kana said as she took a swig of beer. Strongest mage in the guild, though, is definitely Guildarts, Naruto said with a firm tone. What about Laxus and Mystigan? Flare asked. Faye, Laxus is a punk. And Mystigan isn't around enough to figure out who's stronger. Either way, pretty sure I can cut them both down. The only one I'll admit can beat me is Guildarts, Naruto admitted as they exited the guild hall to join the crowd to watch Natsu and Urza fight him. Kana, you thinking what I'm thinking? Naruto asked his card mage girlfriend. You know it. Taking all bets, folks. Taking all bets. Kana yelled as she made a stall for everyone to make bets on for the fight. Where did you get a stall? Lucy yelled as people gathered to bet on the fight. Mostly to bet against Natsu. We keep it around for grudge matches and the occasional honor duel, Bisca said with a snicker. I bet that the match will end undecided, Naruto said as he dropped a sack of jewels on the desk which Kana took. Okay, so no one for Natsu. Everyone but my lover is betting for Urza and Naruto is betting on an undecided conclusion, Kana said as she took all the bets. Why is everyone against Natsu? Lucy yelled. You want to bet on him? Kana asked with a raised eyebrow as there was definitely a good take on if Urza lost from everyone, not just Naruto. Put me down for 100 jewel on Urza, Lucy said as she liked Natsu but she didn't think he'd beat Urza. You all! Natsu yelled. Ignore them. It's been a while since your magic and mine clashed, hasn't it? Urza questioned. Yeah, I was a kid then. I've gotten a lot stronger since then, Urza. Today's the day I finally beat you, Natsu declared. Urza smirked at this as she switched to what looked like a dark red and black armor with orange pieces designed to look like flames. Her hair was also now in ponytails as she held a sword of similar color and a pair for dragon-like wings on her back for maneuverability and flight. Oh, she's busting out the Flame Empress armor already, huh? Naruto asked with a smirk as he leaned against the stall with his ladies to watch the fight. Flame Empress armor? Lucy asked, not familiar with it. It's one of Urza's elemental armor sets. Reduces the power of fire magic used against her by 50% and allows her to use fire magic while she is wearing it. Perfect for a fight against the fire dragon's slayer, Levi said. It may help with defense, but if she uses fire against Natsu, she's just gonna power him up, Naruto said with a sigh. I know that, you idiot! Urza yelled, having heard him. I'm stating facts to the newbie fire crotch. You're lucky you're hot in that armor with your hair like that, or I'd be in this fight with you for calling me an idiot. Naruto yelled back. Are you two ready? Makarov asked Urza and Natsu. Ready! Natsu yelled as he punched his palm. Urza smirked as she readied her blade. Begin! Makarov yelled, bringing his hand down to start the fight. Immediately the two mages rushed at each other. flame-covered fists clashing against sword strike after sword strike. So fast, Lucy said, wide-eyed as she tried to see every move they picked up and couldn't keep up. Oh man, we gotta improve your perception skills. If you're having this much trouble keeping up, it'll be a real issue when they stop holding back, Naruto said, making a note to help Lucy in that regard with his training. Before the match could continue, however, a clapping sound cut off the fight as an envoy from the Magic Council arrived. A frog-like creature in Magic Council garb. This fight is over. No one move from your spots. The frog person ordered. A Magic Council envoy? Makarov asked, confused. Man, the fight was just getting good, Elfman grumbled. As a suspect in 11 counts of property damage during the Eisenwald terror case, I am here to arrest Urza Scarlet, the envoy declared. What? Natsu yelled out with a glare at this. Ha! Pay up. Told you there'd be no winner, Naruto yelled at Kana as he approached her booth. And I am here to arrest the Surgeon of Death, Naruto Uzumaki, as well for his complacency in the same event, the envoy declared. The hell? You think I'm gonna just let you arrest me? You think a Todai of the council is gonna just up and take me to jail? Naruto asked with a glare as he held up his hand before Urza grabbed his wrist. I understand. We will come quietly, Urza said with a firm tone. The hell I will. I'm not gonna be anyone's prison. You'll never take me alive. Naruto yelled as he made a room appear. Before Urza slugged Naruto in the back of the head, sending him into the dirt. F you Red, Naruto groaned as he slowly got back to his feet as Urza dragged them to get cuffed by the envoy. Master Juvia will get you out. Juvia promises. Juvia yelled as Naruto and Urza were led away. Take your time. If these morons want to lock me up, I'm gonna make sure they remember me. After all, this isn't the first time I've had off that circle S of ineffective politicians, Naruto said as he and Urza were carted away. Gap S. Biska growled out angrily as soon as they left. Relax, my dear, I'm sure Naruto and Urza will be fine, Makarov said to calm the gunslinger. Hell no! Those Gap S ruined my date with Naruto after this. They're gonna pay in blood, so help me. Biska yelled. Later with Naruto. Let me out of here! I want my public defender! Naruto yelled as he smashed his cuffed hands against the cart doors. Stop that! You will scratch your cuffs. One of the guards yelled at Naruto as he and Urza were taken out of the cart and lead to the council chamber. I hope I do. Hey, I want my phone call. Naruto yelled. Oh yeah? Who are you gonna call? One of your? The guard asked with an amused tone. He hated wizards, especially fairy tale ones. Your fat mom calling her for a fat time. Naruto yelled with a smirk. Joke's on you. His fat mom is dead. Another guard yelled, making the first one tear up. Bonus! Naruto yelled with a smile at this. You are so immature, Urza said with a sigh at this as they approached the council chambers. You love it, Red. I see your slight smirk, Naruto said with a smirk before they saw a blue-haired figure in the doorway leading to the chambers. Seagrain, Urza said with a glare as she stood defensively. Oh god, this Gap. Really, you have to greet us? You couldn't send Altair instead? I mean, but she's at least good to look at, Naruto groaned out. Urza, it's been far too long. And I see the Surgeon of Death is still as tactless and foul-mouthed as always, Seagrain said with an amused tone of voice. And I could still kick your sorry. How they made your scrawny a wizard saint is beyond me. I'm gonna assume you have dirt on someone in the council. Either that or you're servicing the head of the council under the table, Naruto said with a smirk. Amusing. Myself and the other council members are merely thought projections beyond this door. We didn't think such a trivial matter required our full presence, Seagrain said with an amused tone of voice. Oh goody, let me guess you bring us in to put on this whole farce so you can show you guys have a modicum of control over situations where the reality is you guys have zero control, right? After all, you idiots should have been able to prevent Lullaby and Eisenwald in the first place and didn't. So screw innocent lives as long as we make the common folk think we're doing right? My tax jewels at work, Naruto scoffed. You will show respect to, one of the guards growled as he approached and grabbed Naruto by the front of his shirt before. Yes. Naruto yelled, slamming his cuffed fist into the guard and removing his heart. What? But those are magic suppression cuffs. A guard yelled, wide-eyed. I'm playing along with this farce from my guild, but don't expect me to not respond if you fools try to attack me, Naruto warned as he moved his hands to show he wasn't even cuffed. They suppress magic, but there's other ways to get out of them, Naruto said as he threw the guard's heart back to him. Try and touch me again, and I'll show you exactly why I'm the surgeon of death. Naruto warned with a glare. That will not be necessary, Mr. Uzumaki. I'm sure this gentleman here has learned his lesson. Right? Seagrain asked. Yes, sir, the man stuttered out as he was holding his literal heart in his hands as it still beat. By the way, Urza, keep quiet on certain subjects when you enter the chambers. I'll see you both there as a council member, Seagrain said as he vanished from sight. You two sure know some important people, the frog-like envoy said in surprise. More like evil people, Urza muttered, getting a raised eyebrow from Naruto. He's an idiot. The only reason he has the position is because I'm sure he's the boy toy of half the council, Naruto scoffed, getting aghast looks from his casual insults, as he and Urza went further in. Did you have to cause such a commotion? You nearly got killed, Urza asked with a glare at Naruto. The council has been a pain in my for years. Why should I care what those pompous windbags want now? Also, they can keep up appearances? Naruto asked with a scoff as the two entered the chambers to see the entire council sitting at the table. The trial of wizards shall commence. Urza Scarlet and Naruto Uzumaki, please take the stand. The head of the council, Crawford Seam, demanded. Oh, for S sake. We did what we had to do so we could do the job you Gap S should've. This whole thing is a pathetic charade just so you inbred morons can cling to the modicum of power you think you have, Naruto scoffed. You dare insult this council, boy? Another member of the council, Belno, demanded with a glare. I only speak the truth. If you have anything real to charge us with, let's hear it. Otherwise, can we move to the part where you let us go before I decide to sell out some of your secrets in alphabetical order, Naruto said with a bored tone of voice. Secrets? Yajima asked curiously. Well, more rumors I have been told by certain dark wizards that were very chatty after I tore out their hearts, Naruto said with a grin. You're bluffing. You have no knowledge that would be endangering us, Crawford said with a scoff. You really want to risk that? I have fought a lot of dark wizards. Some with ties to the Balan Alliance. Maybe some of you just weren't discreet enough in certain dealings, Naruto said, smirking as the council started to murmur among themselves. Naruto, don't do this. This may cause more harm than good, Urza warned him firmly. Oh, I know what I'm doing. So what's it gonna be? Do I need to air dirty laundry? Or can we leave so we can do our actual jobs? You know, unlike you morons who sit around all day complaining about how hot it is weather-wise and telling the young people to get off your lawns. Naruto asked with a smirk. Before any of the council members could say anything, a massive explosion rang out as Natsubus ran through a wall. Dressed like a knockoff Urza in crappy armor and red wig. I'm the woman in armor. If you want me, just try and catch me. Natsu yelled. And just like that, I'm asexual, Naruto said with a flat tone of voice after seeing Natsu dressed this way, while Urza just stared horrified. Take them all to lock up, Crawford said with a flat tone. Damn it, Natsu! I blame you for this. Naruto groaned as Urza and Natsu were grabbed by some knights and dragged off. Don't blame me. I mean, I'm not Natsu, I'm Urza. Natsu yelled as they were dragged off. Jail cell. Well, this is just fan-tastic, Naruto said with a grunt of irritation. Before Urza or Natsu could respond to this, they spotted Makarov, who was approaching. Blackmailing the Magic Council, and I thought Gildarts was gonna give me a heart attack. Makarov yelled as he approached the cell doors while escorted by some knights. You're just mad I didn't give you the dirt on them yourself, Naruto scoffed. Are you letting us out, Gramps? Natsu asked hopefully. Yes, the council has agreed to let you back into Fairy Tail's custody. Though I believe your wife has words ready for you when you get home, Natsu, Makarov said with a flat tone. Is it too late to stay here instead? Natsu asked with a worried tone as the cell doors opened. Where is he? Lisana's voice was heard yelling from down the hall, making Natsu freeze up. Maybe she did take after Mirajane a bit, Naruto said with a smirk. Yes, your ladies are also going to have words with you, my boy, Makarov said with a smirk. And? I'm not afraid of them, old man. That just sounds like fun for me, Naruto said, smirking. And what if I ban Ramen from the guild? Makarov asked. You! Naruto yelled in a rage at this as they all started to leave the prison with Urza dragging Natsu behind her. Fairy Tail Guild Hall. So the trial was a sham? Lucy asked as soon as they got back to the guild. Pretty much. I was gonna rip into those old farts easily enough. Then Natsu busted in and ruined everything, Naruto said with a sigh. At least we can finish the fight between Natsu and Urza, Elfman said. I wouldn't bet on that considering your sister is still scolding her husband, Naruto said, smirking at the sight of Lee-sana shaking Natsu by his shoulders. And another thing. Lee-sana was yelling before she suddenly yawned. Master? Mira asked, seeing him yawn as well. So he's back, Makarov said before one by one everyone in the guild started to drop to the floor asleep barring Makarov and Naruto as a cloaked and masked figure entered the guild. Mystigan, Naruto greeted as he made sure his girls and Lucy were comfortable as they fell to the floor. I see you can still resist my sleep magic, Naruto Mystigan greeted as he approached the job board and grabbed a job. And you still owe me money after treating you. 200,000 jewels. When are you gonna pay that? Naruto asked with a scowl. Another time, Mystigan said simply. You know you could at least stop putting everyone to sleep every time you show up, Mystigan. It gets old each time, Naruto said. Upset that this puts a damper on the guild brawls? Mystigan asked. Yes. How am I supposed to make money off their treatments if they're asleep and uninjured unless you put them in comas? Naruto mused before Makarov slapped him in the back of the head. No putting your guildmates in comas. Makarov yelled. I was kidding, old man. Naruto yelled out after being slapped by the wizard saint as Mystigan turned to leave with his job. I end the spell at least. Makarov yelled as Mystigan made to leave. One Mystigan counted down as he left and vanished from sight. As soon as he was gone, everyone jumped up wide awake. Ugh, what was that? Lucy asked with a groan. That had to have been Mystigan, right? Gray asked as he stood up. His sleep magic still as strong as ever, Elfman said as he shook his head after waking up. Mystigan? You mentioned him before, right, Naruto? One of the S-class mages here? Lucy asked. Yeah. He puts people asleep so no one can learn what he looks like. He's very antisocial, Naruto said as he shrugged. But that ain't true, is it? I know what he looks like, just like you and the old man, a voice said from the second floor, making everyone look up to see Laxus smoking a cigar. Laxus? You're here too? Gray asked with a narrowed gaze. Mystigan's just a bit shy blondie, but either way, with how weak you all are, I wouldn't worry about what he looks like, Laxus said with a smirk. You know I really can't help but root for the cancer you'll get from smoking, Naruto said with a bored tone at Laxus. All talk just like always. Why don't you say that to my face, you pathetic excuse for a doctor? Laxus asked with a smirk. The master banned us from fighting one-on-one in the guild hall. But I don't mind walking up there and planting my foot up your. So do me a favor and move the stick already buried in it, Naruto said with a glare. Who is this guy? Lucy asked. Another S-class mage. He and Naruto have a rivalry of sorts, Lee-sana supplied as she held her husband back from trying to challenge Laxus. Me? Rivals with this jackass? Please. He ain't worth the dirt on my shoe. Say, where are your groupies? Too busy erecting a statue in your honor? Naruto asked with a smirk. Always with the insults with you. I suppose someone who's only a bit stronger than Urza is still a weakling compared to me, Laxus said with a grin. What was that? Urza asked with a glare as she stood up from her seat. Laxus fight me? Natsu yelled up at the blonde. You ain't on Urza's level, Natsu, so stay down there with the rest of the worthless peons too weak to come up to the second floor, Laxus said. You talk a lot for someone I can remove the heart of Gap, Naruto warned him as he held up his hand to prepare a room. That's enough. Makarov yelled loudly, making everyone stop. TCH whatever. Most of you idiots can't even come up to the second floor. And I'm not giving up my title of Fairy Tale's strongest to anyone. Not Gildarts. Not Urza. Not Mira Jane. Not Mystigan. And especially not the hack surgeon, Laxus said with a smirk. A hack surgeon, am I? How about I hack you to pieces, you self-entitled stain? Naruto suggested with a glare. That's enough. Laxus, enough out of you. Makarov ordered. TCH whatever, Laxus scoffed as he disappeared in a flash of lightning. I hate that Gap. How the hell is he related to you? Naruto asked with a scowl as he looked at Makarov, who sighed in exhaustion. He was always such a kind boy growing up. Damn you, Ivan, Makarov muttered. What did he mean by we were too weak to go to the second floor? Lucy asked curiously. The master keeps the S-class and higher jobs up on the second floor. So only S-class mages like Naruto, Mirajane, and Erza can go up there to relieve them. They can technically bring people not S-class with them on jobs they pick from the board, but only if given permission by the master, Kana explained. Yeah, Naruto and Mira have brought us on a couple of S-rank jobs. They're worth a lot of money, but they are very, very dangerous. With our teamwork we've completed some, but without Naruto or Mira there we'd have been killed or possibly worse, Levi added as she nodded, making Lucy shiver in a bit of fright. So since we have a day before we leave, what do you have planned for our date? Bisca asked Naruto, who gave a smile to the gunner of his team. Just follow me, I have it all set up in the forest by our house, Naruto said with a grin as he held his arm out to Bisca, who took it. Perfect, don't wait up, girls. We'll see you all later, Bisca said with a giggle as the two left the guild hall. God, I wish I was getting ed by him instead, Kana grumbled as she grabbed a beer mug and downed it. Can you not be for like a minute? Levi asked with a sigh. No. No, I cannot. You've felt what he does to us all. You really think I don't want to be on my knees right now for him? And Kana was saying before Lucy cut her off. All right, I get it. Lucy screeched as she covered her ears with a hot blush on her face in embarrassment. Magnolia Forest. Naruto and Bisca walked through the forest arm in arm until the two made it to a large hill overlooking the sunset with a blanket set up with a picnic basket sitting on the blanket. Ooh, a picnic date? Bisca asked with a smile. Of course. I know how much you love the outdoors and I figured this is perfect for you, Naruto said with a smile as he and Bisca sat on the blanket and started going through the basket for food. You're so sweet, Bisca said with a smile as they each grabbed a sandwich and watched the sunset. Don't think we have just this either. I was gonna book us at your favorite shooting range, but then I got arrested so had to improvise, Naruto said as he made a room and shambled some targets he had made hiding in the forest nearby for Bisca to see. A picnic and some late-night gunning? You really do know how to show a girl a good time, Bisca said with a grin. Well, I know what my girl likes. Naruto said with a chuckle as the two walked over to the targets and Bisca equipped some pistols. Care to make a little bet, dear? Bisca asked with a smirk as she stood at the end of the range. What you thinking? Naruto asked curiously as Bisca handed him the other pistol. Nothing bad. Most bullseyes wins. Winner picks the position for later tonight. Bisca said grinning. Consider me motivated. You're on, Naruto said with a smirk as he aimed the pistol alongside his cowgirl lover. On 3. Ready, 1, 2, 3. Bisca yelled as they took aim at their targets. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of gunfire echoed throughout the clearing as the two wizards shot and blasted the targets with the pistols as the sun set behind them. Death Manor later that night. At a massive manor hidden within Magnolia Forest close to the town, Naruto and Bisca walked into the large estate laughing as they returned from their date. Can't believe you actually beat me, Bisca said with a grin, not even mad about her boyfriend besting her in shooting targets. Not my fault you didn't say no using room, babe. Made the bullseyes easy to get, Naruto said with a smirk. Ever the tactician, I suppose? Next time we'll make it no magic, just skill. But for now you won. So how do you want me? Bisca purred out as she pulled him towards his master bedroom. How about you ride me in just your hat and boots? Nothing else. Naruto said with a smirk. You really do love me in these boots, huh, darling? Bisca asked with a giggle as she opened the door to the bedroom. Well, I also like your skirt, Naruto said with a grin as he checked out Bisca's hidden by the skirt she was wearing. Bisca grinned as she pushed Naruto onto the bed on his back before she removed her vest and tossed it aside, revealing her black bra-clad boba s. You may like my, but we all know you really love these girls, huh, daddy? Bisca asked with a grin as she pushed her boba s together for him to enjoy. I love every part of you, my dear. Naruto told her with a grin as he leaned up to see her. Good answer, darling, Bisca giggled as she reached behind her back, unclipped, and tossed aside her black bra before going for her skirt. Since you love the skirt so much, on or off? Bisca asked with a coy smile. Off, you look good, but I really want you in just the hat and boots, darling, Naruto said with a grin. You got it, Bisca smirked as she removed her skirt and black thong, leaving herself in only her hat and cowgirl boots. So how do I look? Bisca asked, striking a small pose. Naruto smirked at this as he made a room and snapped his fingers, causing his clothes to be removed in an instant via shambles, revealing his hardened. "You look perfect considering the effect you're having on me," Naruto told her with a smile as he gestured to his. "Oh, poor baby. Don't worry, let Mama Bisca take care of that," Bisca said with a purr in her tone as she pushed Naruto down onto his back and crawled up his body before she straddled him and lined up her with his. "No foreplay?" Naruto asked with a smirk as he grabbed her by her cheeks. "Now let me ride this stallion for all it's worth tonight. 'Cause you ain't leaving this room till my is full," Bisca said with a grin back before she slammed herself onto his length. His stretching opened her as she let loose a loud sob of pleasure. "Damn. Tight as always, my dear," Naruto grunted out as he felt her tighten like a vice around his. "Damn right, darling. Now let's get to riding," Bisca purred out with a smirk as she started to bounce up and down slowly on his. Her large boba-esque jiggling and bouncing for his viewing pleasure with each movement. "Ride it like you mean it," Naruto grunted as he smacked Bisca's hard, leaving a red hand print as it rippled. So rough, daddy," Bisca sobbed out as she started to pick up the pace with her bouncing. Up and down. Up and down. Faster and faster. The sound of flesh slapping flesh echoing throughout the room as the gun mage rode her lover for all he was worth. "I don't think I'm ever gonna get tired of seeing these bounce for me," Naruto grunted out as he moved his left hand from her to her right, squeezing it and making the green-haired bombshell sob from his actions. "I feel you're throbbing in me. You gonna, Big Daddy? Are you gonna flood my womb with your hot seed?" Bisca sobbed out with a smirk as she looked down at her lover as she impaled herself fully on his. Naruto grunted out as the sudden action made Naruto inside of the green-haired woman, making her sob as her depths were flooded with his hot seed. That feels incredible. "You're not tired, are you, darling?" Bisca asked with a teasing tone in her voice before she yelped as Naruto pinned her onto her back and started to hammer away at her, making the green-haired gunner squeal. "One load isn't enough and you know it, dear. Let's try and break our record of 19 loads," Naruto said with a grunt as he slammed away at the gun mage in a hard mating press. "Break the R, oh god!" Bisca screamed out as Naruto pounded away at her, filled her body still sensitive, as she felt him hammer away at her insides as he slammed away at her. "Wait, daddy, if you do that I'm gonna Bisca screamed aloud as she creamed herself from his rough and harsh pounding, her juices spraying from her sopping filled. "You got why, 'cause you made me first. But don't worry, Bisca. I'll make sure to give you as much pleasure as you can handle," Naruto said with a smirk as he let loose another load of in her, making her still sensitive tighten as she had another right after the first one. "Oh god," Bisca sobbed out, her eyes half-lidded before she squealed as Naruto, still hard even after 2 loads, started thrusting again. "Our night's just getting started, my dear. We're gonna have some real fun, so I'll start getting serious," Naruto said with a smirk as the rest of the night he pounded away at the squealing cowgirl. From night till morning the two went at it, Bisca's screams and squeals echoing throughout all of Magnolia as Naruto at her all night long. The next day at the guild. It was the next day at the guild, and as Naruto and his team, with Bisca limping, entered the guild hall. "What?" Makarov yelled loudly as he looked up at Laxus, who was up on the 2nd floor. "What happened, old man? You get that bill on what I left in my cell back at the council?" Naruto asked curiously as he and his team approached. "No, you brat, Natsu, wait, what did you do?" Makarov was yelling before he realized what Naruto said, causing him to narrow his eyes at the blonde. "Trust me, you will find out. So what did Natsu do, Mira?" Naruto said as he looked up at the Mira Jane who was nearby. "Apparently he had Happy steal a job from Yes 2nd floor and nobody has seen him, Natsu, and Lucy," Mira Jane said with a frown at this. "And here I was thinking that he couldn't get more stupid," Naruto said after a few moments of thought. "Naruto, I need you to go after Natsu and his team and bring them back right away," Makarov said as he looked at Naruto and his team. Naruto looked at Makarov at this and slightly scowled as he was wanting to go after Banshee's cry before the trail got too cold. Levi, Juvia and Bisca frowned at this while Kana and Flare did not react, even though they all knew what was making Naruto hesitant. After a few moments of silence, Naruto sighed. "What job did those idiots take?" he asked as he looked at Mira Jane. "It was the Galuna Island job," Mira Jane said with a smile at Naruto, glad he was prioritizing helping his guild mates. Of course Happy takes the one with the gold key reward. So they can lure Lucy to come with them, no doubt, Naruto said with a groan as he was wondering why Lucy would go along with this idiocy. I told you teaching Happy how to manipulate the stupid would backfire on us, Kana said with a sigh. It seemed like a good idea in retrospect. Alright, let's go wrangle us some idiots. Don't worry, Lisana, I'll bring back your husband's corpse, Naruto said. Leave him alive, big bro, he's all mine, Lisana said with a smile that was very unnerving to the point that other guildmates were inching away from her. I'd almost pity him, but I'm not going to, Naruto said amused as him and his team headed for the door. I'm counting on you, Naruto. You and Urza are the only two mages I can trust with bringing them back, Makarov said before Gray suddenly stood up from his chair. Hold it. I think you're underselling us, Master. I can bring back that idiot without any issue, Gray said with a firm tone. No, I think his math is about right, Levi said as she held up a notepad she doodled on showing that Gray would most likely join them instead of bringing them back. Dear God, I love you, Naruto said with a smile at Levi. I resent that. Gray said with a glare at Naruto and his team. Okay, Ice Cube, you want to prove you're not up? Follow me. You can help, but I swear if you slow us down at all I'm adding 50% to your tab. Naruto told him. Juvia believes this to be a bad idea, Juvia said with a sigh at Gray, who led the way out of the guild hall. Oh, absolutely, but free money is free money, babe. Gotta seize opportunities, especially with Red not around to try and reprimand me. Where is she anyways? Naruto asked as he looked back at Mary Jane. Do you honestly care? Mary Jane asked curiously. A bit. Mostly so I can mess with her before leaving. Alright, so wrangle up these morons and then I'm hunting Banshee's cry down. Naruto said with a grin as they all left the guild. Hargenport. It hadn't taken long for Naruto, Flare, Bisca, Juvia, Levi, Kana, and Gray to head to Hargenport to hunt for Natsu, Happy, and Lucy after they stole an S-class quest. Okay, so we are all clear on the plan? Naruto asked the team. Yeah, once we spot those idiots we tackle them and hog tie 'em, Bisca said brandishing a lasso. Couldn't we just talk them down? Levi asked. Lucy probably, Happy maybe, Natsu? Gah ha 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 ha. Naruto listed off before he laughed hard at this. It was just a suggestion, Levi said with a pout. Oh, relax, sweetie, at least you're trying to get a plan going. That's more than Gray's offered since begging to come with to stop them, Naruto said with a chuckle as he patted Levi on the shoulder to comfort her. Hey, I offer plenty of help here to bring them back. Gray said, glaring at Naruto for that remark. Here's your chance to prove it, and pay off some of your debt, Flare said as she pointed at the docks where Natsu, Happy and Lucy were heading for a boat where a man was sitting waiting. Forget it. No one will take you to Galena Island cause of the curse, the boatman said. Alright, none of the boats will take us. We have one option left. We swim, Natsu said. Or we just give up, Lucy said as she crossed her arms. We're not giving up that, yes, oh God. Natsu was saying before he was tackled by Bisca, who started to hogtie him. Woo, new record! Bisca yelled after tying up Natsu in seconds as she sat on the struggling dragon slayer. Hi guys, Lucy said waving at them nervously. Don't hide me, Missy. If you weren't a 10 I would let Bisca do the same to you, Naruto said firmly as he approached. I'm a 10? Lucy asked with a smile at Naruto. Don't change the subject. Do you idiots know what you have done? Naruto asked with a glare. Naruto, I'm innocent. It was all Lucy's idea. Happy yelled in a panic. You damn cat. Lucy yelled at him, a rage. Don't bother. Laxa sold you out, Kana said with a flat tone of voice at the cat. Worth a shot, Happy said shrugging. Listen, you guys took an S-class quest before you were ready. Gramps is at you. But if you come back to the guild now you probably won't get expelled, Gray told them as he approached. Expelled? Lucy yelled horrified as she didn't know that was a possibility from this. We're not giving up on this S-class quest. Natsu yelled as he tried to break free of the ropes binding him. Bisca, honey, gag that idiot, and if he struggles give him the Woman's Day special, Naruto said with a glare at Natsu. No, not again. I still haven't recovered after last time Lisana did that, Natsu yelled in a panic before Bisca gagged him. Can he just burn those ropes? Gray asked curiously. Magic suppression lasso. Custom-made gift from my boyfriend, Bisca said smirking as she gagged Natsu's mouth. Natsu, I admire the passion. If you had asked to do an S-class job, I probably could have just taken you on one after my hunt. But now you three are making me put off my latest hunt. So here's what's gonna happen. You three are gonna come back to the guild and take a relatively high but not extreme punishment, since you haven't gone yet. Or I show you why dark guilds fear me as a boogeyman, Naruto said as he made a room appear. A or B? Naruto asked, holding up his sword. A moment. Magic! You're an S-class mage? The man waiting in the boat asked with wide eyes. I am. Why? Naruto asked, turning to the boatman. Please sir, if you are mages you can help stop the curse on Galuna Island. The man yelled with a begging tone. Sorry old man. I'm just here to bring back some morons who stole the quest. We're not actually taking the job, Naruto told him as he turned to walk away. No please, I beg of you. This curse is making us suffer. Please, if no one takes the job, I fear many of the people from my home island will die. Please, I will pay anything you want to save my island. The man pleaded as he bowed to Naruto. This caused Naruto to pause as he thought about his home and how nobody came to help. Levi, contact the old man, Naruto said as Levi pulled out a lacrima which showed Makarov's face. Naruto? Have you found Natsu, Lucy, and Happy? Makarov yelled before seeing them. Apparently yes. Oh please, like this was a difficult task. You know, you people could have faith in me given my reputation as a dark guild hunter. Tracking is my forte along with my team's, Naruto said as he waved his hand dismissively. True. Very well, bring them back so I can discipline them, Makarov ordered as the boatman, and Lucy frowned at Naruto's ignoring of the man's pleas. Change of plans, old man. Accept the request under my name, Naruto said, getting wide eyes from Natsu, Happy, Lucy, and even Gray. What? Are you crazy? They stole an S-class request, and you want to reward them for it? Makarov yelled at Naruto. You misunderstand. I'm not rewarding them anything. I found out the full situation from a resident of the island. Something is wrong there, and I can't live with myself as a doctor if I don't do something. I swore I wouldn't let others suffer like I had. And I'm not going back on that promise. Accept the job under my name since I'm S-class. I'll handle this, they'll listen to me and follow my orders, and you can still punish them after, Naruto told Makarov seriously. What about your hunt for Banshee's Cry? Mira Jane asked as she walked alongside Makarov to talk into the lacrima. I waited this long, what's another week or two? Naruto asked, shrugging. I can't get you to back off on this, can I? Makarov asked as he sighed. Nope, accept it and move on. Send Urza if you think you have to, but I'm not letting people suffer when I can assist, Naruto said seriously. You truly are kind-hearted, my boy, Makarov said with a small smile. Yeah, well, don't spread it around, I have a rep to keep. We'll keep Gray as well. See if he can do anything useful, Naruto said as he had a thumb at said mage. Hey! Gray yelled, offended at this dig. I wouldn't insult you if you weren't a walking public indecency ticket, Naruto said, making Gray look down to see his pants were gone. Damn it! Gray groaned out. Very well, my boy. I'll put the job in for you and the others. Do be careful, Makarov said before signing off the lacrima. Good, we have the master's approval now, Levi said with a nod of approval. Bisca, let Natsu up, Naruto ordered as the green-haired gun mage released Natsu from her magic-suppressing lasso. Woohoo! We got approval for the S-class job. You're the best, Naruto. Natsu yelled as he held his arms up in victory. I'm going to make your life miserable as soon as this job is done. And that's not even counting what Urza, Makarov, and your own wife are going to do to you, Naruto told him flatly. Well, S to be you, Natsu, Lucy said with a chuckle at the paling dragon slayer. Oh, you're not escaping punishment either just cause you're cute, Lucy. Your training is going to be far more intense for this. After all, if you thought you could handle an S-class quest, I'm sure you can handle S-class level training, right? Naruto asked with a smirk at the blonde bombshell. It can't be that bad, right? Lucy asked, sweating in fear at this. Oh, it's bad, Flare said with a nod. Juvia's thoughts and prayers are with you, love, rival Juvia said solemnly. Well, too bad for you too, Happy said laughing. Oh, I'm having Lisana and Mira burn your entire fish stash, and stop serving it to you for the next 5 months for this, Happy, Naruto told him with a toothy grin. You monster! What did I ever do to deserve this? Happy yelled, horrified. Stole an S-class job, Levi pointed out flatly. I meant recently, Happy said as he cried. That was last night, Kana said with a deadpan tone. Semantics. Happy yelled. I don't think you even know that word, Lucy said flatly. Thank you, sir, for aiding my people, the boatman said with a bow as tears streamed down his face. It's fine. That your boat? Naruto asked, seeing the small rowboat behind the man. Yes. There are a lot of you. I can take at least 4 of you and can do multiple trips, I suppose, the boatman said in thought. I have a better idea. Bisca Kana, can you persuade some fools for a boat? Naruto asked. Who you talking to, Daddy? Of course we can, Kana said proudly as she puffed out her chest. No flashing them. Have some self-respect, Levi called out to the 2 women. We weren't gonna. The only guy we allowed to see these puppies is Naruto, Kana said with a scowl at that remark. Maybe I should help them persuade us a cheaper boat, Lucy mused to herself. Well, you failed to seduce Everlu, so your track record is crap, Natsu said flatly. That guy was a freak. Not everyone is a chubby chaser. Lucy yelled at the fire mage. Are they always like this? The boatman asked. Nah, sometimes they are only insane, Naruto said with the most deadpan tone he could muster. Hey! The 2 mages shouted out at Naruto just as Bisca and Kana returned with a large rowboat. Good news, we got a free boat, Bisca said as they put to boat in the water. Free? Flare asked, raising an eyebrow at this. Men are idiots. Alls we did was share a kiss, and they practically sold the business to us, Kana said smirking as she wrapped an arm around Bisca, who smirked back at this. Dear God, I love you too, Naruto said with a grin. Juvia will not be outdone by her sisters. Flare, come, we must kiss for the master's enjoyment. Juvia yelled, obviously jealous of this reaction from Naruto. Juvia, calm down. Dial it back a bit. While I'd love to watch that, we're on the clock. We can have some fun at night if you want, though, Naruto offered as he got in the rowboat along with his team, while Lucy, Gray, and Happy got in the smaller rowboat with the boatman. Can't I just swim instead? Natsu asked pleadingly as he really didn't want to get in the vehicle. Either get in the boat, or I make you ride the train back to the guild, Naruto told him with a firm look. This is gonna, Natsu groaned out as he got in the rowboat while sticking his head over the edge of the boat for when he puked. Later on the water. Oh! How much longer? Natsu groaned out in agony with a green face. About 3 hours, the boatman said as he continued rowing while Naruto rowed the boat for his team. 3 hours? Kill me! Natsu pleaded as he vomited over the side. God, this is just pathetic, Flamebrain Gray said with a head shake at this sight. More pathetic than Ping? Lucy asked flatly, seeing Gray was now missing a shirt. Damn it! Gray groaned out, seeing his lack of shirt. So, sir, you said you were from Galena Island, right? Levi asked the boatman. Sure, and the name's Bobo. I was a resident on that island, the now named Bobo said. I think I had a teddy bear named that. Naruto was saying before Lucy slapped him in the back of his head. Woman, so help me, that's another exercise added to your training, Naruto grumbled out. So can you tell us about this curse? Flare asked the man, ignoring Naruto's grumbling at Lucy. Everything was fine for a while until the curse started to take place on the island. The curse that we suffer from is... Well, why don't I just show you, Bobo said, moving his cloak to show off a demonic arm to them. What the hell? Lucy yelled wide-eyed. A demonic arm as part of a curse, but a human body? Something's not right. And his words seemed to be true, but also hiding something. He's hiding part of the truth, but revealing enough to seem truthful. Naruto thought, gazing intently at the man. Do you folks truly believe you can end this nightmare for our island? Bobo asked as he covered his arm. We can try at least, Lucy said with a determined resolve. Juvia refuses to be outdone by her love rival, Juvia declared. We're fairy tale wizards. We don't back down, Levi said with her own nod of determination. Thank you, Bobo said with a smile as he went back to rowing the ship towards Galena Island. 3 hours later. It was now nightfall as the boat slowly pulled up towards Galena Island. So that's Galena Island? Doesn't seem so cursed, Happy said as he sat on Natsu's head. Looks can be deceiving, Happy. Right, Bobo? Bobo? Kana asked before looking and seeing the man was gone from the boat. A disappearing boatman? Naruto thought before looking up and seeing something flying away. No, looks like a full demon transformation. This island is starting to interest me with its curse, Naruto thought before he broke from his thoughts, as a giant tidal wave formed about to crash into the boats. We're gonna die. Lucy yelled in a panic as she hugged Happy to her as they screamed in panic. Juvia, be a dear and stop that tidal wave, Naruto told her with a bored tone. Yes, my love. Water slicer. Juvia yelled as she sent a crescent wave of water and literally sliced through the tidal wave, stopping it from reaching the necessary momentum to cause damage to the ships. Tidal wave dealt with, beloved. Did Juvia earn a reward? Juvia asked with a smile and heart-shaped eyes as she leapt into his lap. Of course. As soon as we find some shelter you will be rewarded, my dear, Naruto told her, as he moved his hand onto her back and then down to her, cupping it. Yee! Juvia squealed out as hearts appeared in her eyes. How are you people so cavalier about this? Lucy yelled out. Lucy, do you know how many life or death situations we've been in as guild members? Naruto asked. No, why? Lucy asked, confused at this question. Oh, do we have some stories for you? Blondie Flare said with a crazed giggle. We can tell her later. For now let's get ashore and find the village on this island, Naruto ordered as they pulled into the sandy shore of the island. The group disembarked from the rowboats and made their way walking along the beach as they went to find the village on the island. So what do you think the villagers are like? Oh my god, do you think they'll eat me? Happy asked in a sudden panic. Happy, no one is going to eat you, Bisca said flatly. You don't know that. I'm pretty sure Lucy was eyeing me up like I'm a bucket of fried chicken. Happy exclaimed as he pointed at said blonde. I really hate you, you damn cat, Lucy growled out. He grows on you eventually, Levi said with a chuckle. Yeah, like mold, Grace said with a scoff. You got a problem with my little buddy Frosty the Snow? Natsu asked Gray with a glare. Yeah, maybe I do, flamed Gray said, butting his head against Natsu, the two of them not noticing Naruto behind them, and smash! The two mages crumpled in a heap as Naruto's sheathed sword cracked into their heads, sending them into the sand. Not bad. Very Urza-style, Bisca said, examining Naruto's handiwork. I kind of see why she enjoys doing that to them. When you two are done pretending to be ostriches, there's a village over yonder, Naruto told Natsu and Gray as the group looked and saw a large gated village with the gate being closed. Let's go introduce ourselves and start this quest, Lucy said with a smile as Natsu and Gray pulled themselves free of the sand. Halt! State your business. One of the two village guards yelled from the top of the gate. We're mages of Fairy Tail here to complete your job request, Naruto told them. Prove it! Show us your guild marks. The guard yelled as everyone moved any clothing necessary to show off their guild marks. They look legitimate. Have our prayers finally been answered? The other guard asked with utter hope. I'm still unconvinced. The blonde. The guard yelled, pointing at Lucy. What? Lucy yelled angrily. How about you let us in and I don't get you? Naruto said as he glared at this moron. Oh, someone is already possessive of you, Kana said with a mischievous grin at Lucy, who blushed. Open the gate. The guard yelled out. Before a moment the gates opened. Yeah, that's what I thought. Pathetic imbecile, Naruto grunted out as he and the others entered the village and were surrounded by villagers. You're Fairy Tail wizards, correct? A very old man in a hooded cloak asked. That's correct. What's the job? The listing was vague and just mentioned breaking a curse. Naruto asked as he walked over to the old man. I fear it would be best to show you. Do not be alarmed by our appearance, the old man said with a sigh as he removed his cloak to show he had massive sideburns. Also a demonic arm. Along with other villagers disrobing their cloaks to show off various demonic body parts. Oh my god, those sideburns are huge. Natsu yelled out with wide eyes. I was referring to my arm, the old man said. Oh yeah, they're cool, Natsu said nonchalantly. Natsu, they're cursed with these body parts, Lucy hissed out. Can't Naruto just chop off their demon limbs and call it a day, Al? Cut the crap. Happy was asking before Lucy again slapped him in the back of the head. Oh good, he's using Naruto's lines too now, Levi said with a sigh at the talking blue cat. While I could chop off their limbs, that would pretty much just leave them without said limbs permanently and not break the curse. Naruto said as he shook his head at Happy's suggestion. We should try to figure out how to break the curse then, Bisca said. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Chief Mocha. And this all started when the moon became purple one night. Like it is now. Mocha yelled, pointing up at the now purple moon. Was the moon purple when we got here? Flare asked, confused. No, it was not, Naruto said with narrowed eyes. Be warned, under the moonlight we become even worse. Mocha yelled as suddenly all the villagers became full demons. Demons! You won't take my soul! Take Lucy's instead if she has one. Happy yelled as he took out a cross. I'll tie your tail into knots and tell Lysana you're a delinquent. Lucy yelled out in a rage. I'll be good, Happy said as he froze at this, and he quickly perched himself on Natsu's head. It's just a bodily change. They're still the same villagers, Juvia said simply as Naruto and his team didn't react with shock like Happy or Gray. Oh man, they look awesome! Natsu yelled with a grin. I'm surrounded by hot women and idiots. Naruto grumbled to himself at Natsu's idiocy. Please free us from this curse. It has taken so much from us. We risk losing ourselves every night we transform. We've even had to execute those who had lost themselves and became true demons. Even my son Bobo, Mocha said as the villagers wailed in despair as Mocha pulled out a picture of the same guy who dropped them off. Wait, but wasn't that the guy? Lucy was saying before Naruto placed his hand over her mouth. Naruto shook his head at Lucy as he kept his hand over her mouth. So do you have a way for us to break the curse? Kana asked, taking a swig from her flask. Yes. You must destroy the moon. That is the only way to free us from the moon's curse. Mocha yelled, making Kana choke on her beer at the request. Alright. This is gonna be awesome. Natsu yelled. This is gonna be a long job, Naruto said with a sigh as he approached Natsu to hit him again. Village huts. After being given shelter so they weren't affected by the moonlight, and became cursed like them, the group sat in a hut to go over a plan. So we can't actually destroy the moon, but maybe there's some other way to go about breaking this curse, Lucy said in thought. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what plan Naruto's got, Levi said as they all looked at the blonde. Oh, I'm not coming up with one. I think it's time I let someone else take the reins on this job as leader. Naruto said as he shook his head. Thanks, Naruto. Alright, let's blow up the moon. Natsu yelled happily before he was silenced via flare wrapping her hair around his head. Not you. Kana, I want you to be the one to lead everyone. I've been training you to reach S-class for a while now. I want to see how much you've progressed. So consider me just a team member to order around as needed for the sake of the job, Naruto told her. Me? I thought you don't do orders from others? Kana asked wide-eyed. Well, if it's one of my girls who I trust, suppose I can swallow my pride. Besides, if I come along and solve every problem we face, you'll become too reliant on me, and the same would go in any other scenario. Sometimes to bring out the best in ourselves someone must take a backseat, so to speak, Naruto told them. I'll do my best with your trust, Kana said with a smile and nod at Naruto, who smirked. Good, then as team leader you make the plan, Naruto told her. Alright, planning's more you and Levi, but I'll give it a shot. We have a dead resident that brought us to the island, a purple moon, and people turning into demons every night, Kana said. Don't forget the temple the villagers can't approach, Levi said as she had questioned the villagers and they had all told her about the temple in the woods, that whenever any of them tried to approach it they would find themselves outside the forest again. Right, and that will be our first place to check for clues. There's other forces at play. And we should find out what they are, Kana told them. Good, Kana's on the right track. I'm 90% sure on how to break this curse, but I want to see how she does as leader in the field first. With me and the others here there shouldn't be too much of a threat, and if there is I'll step in, Naruto thought, smiling at Kana's plan. Alright, so first light we head to the temple then, Gray said as he stood up. But can't we just blow up the moon? Natsu asked, annoyed at this. You want another hit off my Odachi? Naruto asked as he raised his sheathed blade. Are we gonna fight? Natsu asked with a grin. Most likely whatever is causing this needs a kicking, so if you want you get first crack when we find them, Kana said as she figured she should try to appeal to Natsu's love of fighting. Now that's what I'm talking about. I'm all fired up now for a fight. Natsu yelled in excitement. We should all try and get some sleep if we're gonna hunt for clues tomorrow, Flare said as she stood up along with the other members of Naruto's team and headed for a different room. Say, Lucy, wanna join us? Kana asked with a smirk at the blonde bombshell. Lucy muttered with a blush. She doesn't need to join us, Kana. Don't worry, we'll keep the noise down to a minimum, Naruto said with a nod to Lucy. Thanks, Lucy said with a smile at Naruto as she grabbed a bedroll. Whatever. If you change your mind, our door is open, Kana told her with a shrug as she walked past Naruto into the room. But as she walked past him, Naruto quickly smacked her on the get the other cheek, daddy, Kana said with a smirk. Naruto smirked back at this as he followed Kana into the room and slammed the door shut. Those people are fun, but while Lucy muttered under her breath, at least he doesn't try and have fun with them in front of people at the guild, Gray said, as he shook his head. Well, yeah, the master forbid it after that whole medical room incident with Flare, Natsu said with a shrug. Do I want to know? Lucy asked with wide eyes. But before Gray or Natsu could answer, loud thudding could be heard in the other room. Oh goddammit, Gray muttered to himself. Let's just try and sleep, Natsu said as he didn't honestly care. Besides, this is nothing compared to when Lisana drags Natsu into their room, and Happy was saying before Natsu grabbed the cat and quickly covered his mouth. They don't need to know about that, buddy, Natsu said with a chuckle before dragging Happy over to a bedroll, while Gray pulled out some earplugs and went to sleep in his own bedroll, leaving Lucy alone to hear her teammates snore and the sound of constant thumping coming from Naruto's room. Hours later. It was a few hours later in the middle of the night, and Lucy groaned as she heard more coming from the other room while Natsu, Gray, and Happy were sound asleep and snoring loudly. How much longer are they gonna do this? Lucy groaned out as she tried in vain to cover her ears with her pillow to quiet the sounds of snoring. And they can't still be going at it, Lucy grumbled as she got up and approached the door and pushed it slightly open, only for her eyes to widen at the sight before her. Inside, a panting Kana was shoved against the wall as Naruto pounded away at her, her tongue hanging out as her eyes were lidded. On the floor of the room, Juvia and Levi were scissoring their legs together, watching Naruto roughly Kana against the wall. Bisca and Flare meanwhile were on the ground with Flare on her back and Bisca licking the red-haired woman's like no tomorrow. You feel so good, Naruto grunted out as he smacked Kana's hard, making it ripple. Damn straight, daddy, Kana sobbed out, lost in the lust of what he was doing to her body before she shouted as Naruto grabbed her hair and started to thrust even harder, while yanking it like a leash. Lucy looked wide-eyed at the depraved sight of what she was witnessing and made to shut the door as quietly and quickly as she could. I think I need to change my underwear, Lucy muttered to herself as she quickly snuck away from the door. She didn't want to explain anything if she was caught spying on them. The next morning, guys, Levi said with a smile as she and the other members of her team came out fully dressed as Natsu and Gray woke up. Well, aren't you all in a chipper mood, Gray said as he stretched to start waking up. At least they're wearing pants, Natsu said boredly, pointing at Gray's lack of pants. Damn it. Gray yelled in annoyance at this. There are days I wonder who has more brain cells between him and Natsu, Happy said, eating a fish as he watched Gray scramble to find his pants while Natsu mocked him. They each have 2 brain cells fighting for third place, Naruto said as he rolled his eyes. Okay team, I'm rested and ready to lead, Kana said with a grin as she stretched a bit. We're missing one still. Where's Lucy? Bisca asked, not seeing the blonde. Juvia, did you do anything to her? Levi asked the water woman warily. If Juvia did anything to love rival, you wouldn't remember she existed after Juvia was done, Juvia said nonchalantly. That doesn't make me less concerned, Levi admitted. I'm pretty sure she's fine, she probably just got tired of the boys snoring, Flare said simply. Maybe she just got up early and is outside? Kana suggested. We'll see where she went off to before we head out and explore the forest, Naruto said as he went towards the bathroom and opened the door to see Lucy sleeping on the floor. Found her, Naruto called out. Ugh! Not so loud. Trying to sleep? Lucy groaned out. It's time to go, princess, Naruto told her as he tried to shake her awake. Go away! Lucy groaned out. Lucy, we have a job to do. Wake up, Naruto told her as he shook her a bit harder, only for Lucy in her tired and aggravated state to suddenly fling her fist at his face. Shambles! Naruto yelled, making a room appear and replacing himself with Natsu, who was punched instead through a wall. Wow, he went far. Anyone got any measuring tape? Gray asked, smirking. You awake now? Naruto asked the tired Lucy as he walked back into the bathroom to check on the blonde. Ugh, fine, Lucy groaned out as she started to get up. Why were you sleeping in the bathroom? Gray asked while Happy helped pry Natsu from the wall. Mind your business or you're next, Lucy yelled, holding up her fist at the ice mage. Oh, I like her, Bisca said with a grin, hearing this along with Flare and Kana. Alright, I'll get breakfast ready and we can go search for clues to this curse, Naruto said as he walked towards the small kitchen. He cooks? Lucy asked Levi curiously. Yup. Even without his magic he's an incredible chef, but with it, well, Levi was saying before Naruto threw several fruits and vegetables in the air. Room! Naruto yelled, holding a kitchen knife and slashing them, cutting them into perfect slices before teleporting them with shambles into awaiting bowls. That is so cool, Lucy muttered. It's not that impressive, Naruto said as he began cooking for the large group. I mean, back when you first joined you couldn't cook well, but those lessons Mira gave you made you a master chef, babe, Kana said with a smile. And here I thought Master only used those lessons to have private fun with Mira Jane in the guild kitchens, Flare said with a giggle. I'm not that bad, Flare, Naruto said as he scoffed. So you haven't done that with her in the kitchen? Bisca asked, raising an eyebrow at this. Who wants blueberries in their pancakes? Naruto asked quickly, dodging the question. Later. After eating, the group was now walking through the forest being led by Kana. Alright, so according to this map the temple should be close, Kana said, looking over a map given by the chief. Are you going to be in that clock the whole time, Lucy? Levi asked as Lucy had summoned her clock spirit to hide in while walking. I am not going to risk any lingering curse effects hitting me if I can. The lady says rather quickly. The clock spirit horologium said blandly. Oh, stop, it's not gonna affect us anyway. Besides, wouldn't it be smarter to wait until something actually appears before summoning a spirit to hide in rather than just waste your limited time? Bisca asked as she looked over at the clock. Yeah, like you could have summoned it now for that giant rat instead of an hour ago, Naruto said, pointing behind him to a massive rat wearing a maid outfit. Giant rat? The lady asked, baffled. Horologium asked, making everyone turn to Naruto, and seeing said giant rat. You couldn't have mentioned the giant rat earlier? The lady screams out in fright. Horologium asked. I mentioned it now, besides any of us can take it out, Naruto said uncaringly as the giant rat snarled at them and raised a claw before bringing it down on Naruto, who blocked it with his odachi still sheathed. So does anyone want to attack this thing, or should I just carve it up? Naruto asked as he looked back at the group. Now you can have this one, babe, Bisca said, waving it off. Very good. Counter shock! Naruto yelled, sending a blast of electricity from his hands at the giant rat, and making it spasm before falling to the ground unconscious. One hit, really? Naruto asked, irritated as he poked the rat with his sheathed odachi. Wow, guess you really didn't need the clock spirit now, huh? Levi asked Lucy. Shut up, Levi! The lady yells irritatedly, Horologium said with a snooty tone. Well, that was pathetic. I'm not even gonna kill it, Naruto said as he shook his head. Hey, I think that rat came out of that cave over there. Happy yelled as he hovered overhead and pointed ahead. Cave? Kana asked, looking at the map. Wait, that might be the temple door. Come on, guys, Kana exclaimed as she ran ahead. Well, she's having fun as team leader, Levi said with a chuckle. Don't worry, you'll have your chance to shine as team leader soon, Naruto said to her. Huh? But I don't think I'm ready for that, Levi said as she looked at Naruto, surprised at this. And you'll never be ready if you constantly look down on yourself. You are an amazing mage, Levi, never forget that. You all are. I don't say this because we're involved, it's because it's true. You're strong and smart, and now extremely skilled with your new scythe. You could absolutely be an S-class mage if you desired it. Don't let anyone tell you differently, Naruto told her with a smile before he walked on ahead. Me S-class? Levi asked herself before smiling as she followed Naruto and the others. Moon Temple. Inside the large temple, everyone looked around to see the ruined ancient temple filled with lots of decimated statues. The large team was sifting through the dust and dirt trying to find anything and yet found nothing. So after looking this over, I don't see anything about whatever curse is going on here, Kana admitted, looking over different hieroglyphics and runes carved into the walls and statues. I suppose we shouldn't have expected this place to have all the answers, Lucy admitted. It was worth a try at least. Not every lead you follow will lead you to where you want to, Naruto said as he sighed. This S. Let's just destroy the moon. Natsu yelled, stomping his foot in exasperation, which cracked the floor beneath them and made a massive gap in the floor under the whole team. God damn it, Natsu! If I die and you live, I'm haunting your... Naruto yelled as they fell through the large gap. Bet you wish you had your clock spirit now, huh? Bisca asked Lucy as they fell. Quiet! Lucy yelled in terror as they fell. Well, best for you guys since I can fly, Happy said with a chuckle as he flew with them while they fell. Juvia, can you soften the landing for us? Kana asked as she looked at the water mage. Of course, Juvia can, love sister, Juvia said with a smile before turning her body into a mass of water like a water slide to guide them down before hitting a large dome of water to stop them from crashing into the dirt. Well, that was annoying. All in favor of me quadrupling Natsu's debt, say I, Naruto said after they all landed inside an underground cave. Aye. Everyone yelled barring Happy and Natsu. The motion passes, Naruto said as everyone started to walk down the new cave. You! Natsu yelled loudly as he stood up. Wanna septuple it? Naruto asked as his eyes slightly narrowed. I'll be good, Natsu said quickly. Punk, Gray said with a snicker at this response. Didn't your debt triple after we caught you stealing clothes from our manor? Flare asked Gray. We don't need to talk, Abu, no way, it can't be. Gray was saying before he caught sight of a giant block of ice in the cave. Or more specifically a giant blue monster, and said ice block. Huh, what's that? Levi asked, seeing it as well as everyone made their way to it. No. No! How is he here? Gray yelled out angrily. You know this thing? Naruto asked as he walked over and inspected it. Why did they bring him here? Why is Deliora here? Gray yelled angrily, not even paying attention to the others, his eyes too focused on the monster and the ice. Gray, calm down. You're not explaining anything, Lucy said, worried about the ice mage's emotional state. She's right. If you know something, it's best to tell us so maybe we can help, Bisca said with a firm tone. Fine. This thing is Deliora. The demon of destruction. He destroyed my village 10 years ago. Slaughtered everyone, leaving me as the only survivor, Gray said as he glared at the demon in the ice. You too, huh? Naruto asked. What was that? Gray asked, glaring at Naruto. What? You think you're special because you lost people? Well, guess what, Gap, lots of people have lost people and have lost more than even you have, Naruto said simply. Oh, Mr. Closed off from everyone except his girlfriends is gonna tell me to just get over it? Gray asked, stepping up to Naruto. Back off before you get hurt, Naruto said as his eyes narrowed and he grabbed the hilt of his odachi. No! You want to act all high and mighty with that cold act of yours, but we both know it's just that, an act. So how about instead of telling me to get over it, you take your own advice? Gray yelled. Naruto sneered at this and reached for his blade. Whoa! Stop right there! Kana yelled as she got in between the two mages and separated them along with Flare. You're both acting stupid. The past is the past, don't let it define your actions here and now, Bisca told them firmly. I think maybe it would help to clear up exactly what happened to your village, Levi said as she tried to help calm things down. Fine, Gray said with a scowl as he started to tell his story of what Deliora did. His training under Uar, and how he went after Deliora to seek vengeance only for Uar to sacrifice herself to save his life and seal away the demon in ice. And that's what happened. Gray said with a frown, having to relive those memories. You blame yourself for surviving, don't you? Naruto asked with a knowing tone. What do you know about it? Gray asked as he kept his glare on Naruto. More than you'd expect, Naruto said as he thought about his own past. Hearing Gray's and how similar it was brought up some memories. As this was happening, a group of voices started to enter the cave as the team quickly hid to hear and see who or what was coming. Galena Island. Deliora's cave. After the team heard voices coming from the mouth of an entrance to the caves that housed Deliora, Naruto, Kana, Bisca, Juvia, Flare, Levi, Natsu, Happy, Lucy, and Gray hid from sight as a group of 3 people entered the area. Is it around here you heard voices? A man with white hair and thick eyebrows asked one of his compatriots. A dog-like man wearing jeans. Who are they? Lucy whispered to Naruto as they all hid behind some rocks. Why do you assume I know? Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow. Don't you have a hit list of Dark Guild members or something? Happy asked as he landed on Naruto's head. True, but I don't have names memorized. I'm not a psychic either. Naruto pointed out. Let's attack them and find out MMMPPPH. Natsu was saying before Flare's hair grabbed him and slammed him behind a rock and gagged him. Dummy up, you idiot! Kana hissed at the dragon slayer as she put a card to his face for emphasis. Toby, did you get some moon drip on you? You have ears and stuff, the thick-eyebrowed man asked. I didn't. They're just decorative. The dog man named Toby yelled in a furious rage. Moon drip? Is that what's causing the curse? Biska asked with a raised eyebrow before a third person entered the area, a woman with long pink hair. Yuka-san, Toby-san. I have terrible news. Angelica was harassed by someone, the woman said. It's just a mouse, Sherry. Toby yelled. She's not just a mouse. Angelica is a hunter that gallops the darkness, and love the now named Sherry told them. This is why I don't do mercy. Everything I spare ends up trying to kill me. Naruto groaned out, realizing the giant rat he beat the crap out of was this woman's pet. I think this woman's dumber than Lucy, Happy said before he gagged as Lucy grabbed him. I will skin you, cat. Lucy hissed out as she shook the cat a bit. Take the compliment. Happy begged, hoping they didn't get hurt. These guys aren't from this island. They smell completely different, Natsu said, ignoring Lucy's wrath against his buddy. Moonlight will gather soon. But how sad this is. We must find the intruders and get rid of them before Ryuichi-sama hears about this. Before the moon shows herself, Sherry said. I agree, Yuka nodded. They saw Deliora, so they can't be allowed to live. We must give eternal sleep to the intruders. In other words, love, Sherry told them. Death. We're gonna kill them. Toby yelled as the three left the cave. Okay, I'm starting to piece this all together, Naruto said as everyone came out of hiding. Me too, those guys are definitely the ones who are the cause of all this, Levi said as she nodded at this. Juvia, did you understand anything about love that chick was saying? Biska asked as soon as they left. Why would you think Juvia would know? Juvia feels love only for Naruto-sama and her harem sisters, Juvia said with a raised eyebrow at her fellow harem mate. Ignore that. Why didn't we just jump out and kick their yes and make them tell us what we want to know? Natsu asked as Flare let him go. 'Cause the rest of us aren't idiots, Lucy pointed out. Ha! Naruto laughed at that while Gray continued focusing on the frozen Deliora. How did they even get it here? Deliora was sealed away in the northern continent? How could they possibly transport something like this without any notice? Gray asked, glaring at the demon who caused him so much pain. I'm gonna assume someone with connections helped bring this thing here. Possibly a magic counselor even. The question is which one? Naruto thought to himself but didn't voice it aloud. So what now? Levi asked, turning to Kana, seeing as Naruto gave her command of the team. There's clearly something involving the moon, right? Let's wait for the moon to come out and see what's happening. Then we can plan how to put a stop to it, Kana said as she sat down and pulled out a flask before taking a sip. Ah, come on. Let's just run up and beat their yes. Natsu yelled as his fist lit with flames. Naruto, Kana said simply. Smack! Naruto's sheathed odachi slammed into Natsu's head and sent him crashing into the ground. I gotta say, I'm really starting to understand why Urza does that constantly. It's quite satisfying, Naruto said, smirking. This mean we have to worry about you disciplining our guildmates? Levi asked with a quirked eyebrow. Oh please, I'm not that bad, Naruto said with an eye roll at Levi. So we're just gonna wait around for moonlight? Lucy asked curiously. Yup, might as well get comfortable, Biska said as she sat on a rock and started to clean her rifle. Ugh, that's so boring. Can't we do anything to pass the time? Lucy asked, whining. Well, if you want, I'm sure Master can drag you and I behind that rock over there for some fun, Blondie Flare said with a grin, getting a eep and blush from Lucy. Flare, what did I say about teasing Lucy? Naruto asked with a sigh. To make sure we were in skimpy clothing first? Flare asked with a head tilt. That's not what I never mind, Naruto groaned out. This is gonna be a long wait, isn't it? Happy asked as he pulled out a fish and started eating it. So it seems. But it could be worse. At least you're stuck with us and not some other people from the guild, Levi said with a shrug, knowing some of their guildmates would make the waiting unbearable. Wait, I have someone that can help us pass the time. Lucy yelled, smiling as she pulled out a silver key open gate to the lyre. Lyra! Lucy yelled as a young girl with strawberry blonde hair under a pink bonnet, wearing a long blue dress with yellow hearts printed on it, appeared with a harp beside her. Oh, Lucy! It's been too long. You only ever call on me once in a blue moon, the harpist spirit named Lyra yelled out excitedly, yet also disappointed. Your contract only lets me call you 3 times a month, Lucy pointed out. Blue moon? I thought it was purple, Natsu said, confused. Ignore him. He was dropped on his head as a kid, Naruto said flatly to the new spirit. I may have been dropped, but I got better. It was only one fall after flying on Igneel. Natsu yelled. That explains a lot, Naruto, Levi, Kana, Lucy, Gray, and Bisca said simultaneously in a deadpan tone. So what kind of song do you wish to hear, Lucy? Lyra asked, ignoring the fuming and irritated dragon slayer. You can sing whatever song you want. I leave it up to you, Lucy told the spirit with a smile. I can sing anything? Yay! Lyra yelled excitedly as she set up her harp and started to play it. Words are born into air, and quickly fade out in the wind, but they find their way inside you, where they live on forevermore. When skies are dark and full of rain, look inside your heart. The light, so warm, will and all aglow, shining just like the sun. You can see just how much you've grown, how strong you are. A love will open up to you, and it starts from the day that you first heard those words, Lyra sang as everyone sat around enjoying the music, only for them to notice tears coming out of Gray's eyes as Lyra's song made his mind flood with images of his deceased master. Huh! Gray, are you okay? Lucy asked, noticing this. Huh! It's nothing! Gray yelled, turning away from them to hide his face. Sorry. I forgot Lyra's songs resonate with the hearts of the listeners, and she performs based on that, Lucy yelled out. This made the other girls of Naruto's team look at each other before they all looked at Naruto. Naruto, are you okay? Kana asked, wide-eyed as she turned to her lover to see his back turned away from them. I'm fine, Naruto told them, as he didn't want them to know the song happened to bring up his memories with his family and Tsunade. Now wasn't the time to get emotional. That could wait for his hunt for Banshee's cry. Beloved? You don't need to hide these feelings from us. You know that, Juvia told him as she frowned. Her frown grew even further seeing Naruto stand and walk towards the cave entrance. I'm gonna go make sure no one is coming while we rest, Naruto told them as he made to move away from everyone. God damn it. I hate when he does this, Bisca sighed out. What was that about? Lucy asked, still not knowing what Naruto's past was as he hadn't told her yet. She was tempted to ask after some training sessions, but she was always exhausted and sore, so she never tried. I don't really think we should say it, Levi said with a frown. Yeah, at least not without Master's say so. Flare nodded before turning to Lyra. Perhaps you could play some happier and lighter music if possible, she suggested. With Naruto. Meanwhile, Naruto was keeping his distance away from the others to calm himself. Calm down. Don't let your emotions out like this. You're so close to the answers. Don't choke on this part of the track, Naruto muttered to himself, as he waited at the cave entrance to see if anyone was coming. Luckily no one did, as lighter and joyous music filled the cave area to pass the time. Hours later, time passed until a sound not coming from Lyra started to echo from the cave ceiling as purple light shined through a roof in the cave that opened. The purple light shined directly on the frozen Deliora and seemed to be slowly melting the ice. Well, guess that means the time for rest is up, Kana said as she stood up. Let's get up there, she ordered the group. Easily done. Everyone grab onto me, Naruto told them as each of them placed a hand on Naruto. Juvia, are you grabbing Mai? Naruto asked as he looked at the water mage with a flat look on his face. If Juvia says yes, will she be punished for it? Juvia responded back. You're lucky I love you. Okay, room. Shambles. Naruto said, using his magic to create a room up top and teleport them up through the gap. In the middle of a bunch of cultists chanting around a circle as purple moonlight shined down from the sky through the gap. Why didn't we just take the stairs? Happy asked, seeing as now they were out in the open. You act like Natsu wasn't gonna rush and head first anyways, Naruto pointed out. So these are the intruders you were telling me about, I assume. A man in a silver helmet wearing fine robes said from his throne as he oversaw the ritual alongside Sherry, Yuka, and Toby. That voice. It can't be, Gray said wide-eyed as he stared at the cult leader. It seems the intruders are mages Ryaitaizuma. And judging by their guild marks they are from Fairy Tail. Probably brought in by the villagers on the island, Yuka said. I can see that, and one of them is the Surgeon of Death. I'm surprised you took this job considering you're known only for your focus of annihilating dark guilds, Reiti said looking at Naruto. I see my reputation precedes me. I'll admit this isn't my usual job preference, but I'm not just a mage, I'm also a doctor. And I'll be damned if I don't help heal those in need when I'm around, Naruto told him. Ah, you must have quite the hero complex, I suppose. Save the sick and poor and the other wretches. But I assure you your services as a healer will no longer be needed for the villagers. Sherry Yuka Toby. Kill the villagers. Every last one. Reiki ordered his underlings, who hesitated but nodded as they ran off to do just that. Or we're the ones trying to stop you. Leave the village out of this. Natsu yelled out at the cultists. It doesn't matter. Intruders and those who plot with them are our mortal enemies. You and the villagers will be purged from the island once and for all. The cult leader yelled. Before in a flash Naruto summoned a room which covered the area and glared at the cult leader. Room. Tact. Naruto yelled, flicking up his finger to bring the cult leader and several followers into the air while Sherry, Yuka, and Toby ran off with Natsu and Lucy chasing after them. If you think we'll let you harm anyone, you have another thing coming. Gap S. Biska. Kana yelled as Biska pulled off her rifle and aimed it at the floating cultists. Locked on. Wanna make 'em move to make this interesting? Biska asked, smirking. No games, just end them, Naruto said with a cold tone as he glared at the cult. Levi and Kana both looked at each other with worried expressions hearing this. You got it, darlin', Biska said as she lined up the shot, but before she could fire, Gray ran towards the cultists and sent a blast of ice at the leader, sending him flying out of the room. Naruto made. What the hell? Gray, we had him dead to rights. Naruto yelled. I'll handle him. So stay out of it. Gray yelled, his eyes glaring firmly on the cult leader before sending a blast of ice at the leader. The cult leader, with one hand as he stood up, fired his own blast of ice, stopping Gray's attack from coming even close to him. Another ice mage? Juvia questioned. Lion, enough is enough. Gray declared, getting a smirk from the cult leader. Gray. It's been quite a long time, the now named Lion said with a smirk as he looked at Gray. You know this? Naruto asked, raising a brow at Gray. I said stay out of it. Gray yelled, rushing forward at the cult leader. Naruto raised an eyebrow at this before he moved to follow after Gray. Hey, you going to let us down? A cultist asked. Oh right, yeah, I can do that, Naruto said as he raised his odachi, and with a few slashes the cult members were cut to pieces which floated in the air before Naruto slammed his hand down towards the ground, sending them crashing into the dirt as the room faded. There. I let you down, Naruto said as he chased after Gray before noticing the light coming from the ritual stop as the cultists were incapacitated. So I see you joined a guild after all these years, Gray. Did you come to this island on purpose knowing I and Deliora were here, or was that just coincidence? Lion asked with a smirk. It doesn't matter. This isn't a reunion between fellow students, Lion. As far as I'm concerned, you're no longer Yuar's disciple. Gray yelled as he sent a bunch of crescent blades of ice at Lion, who dodged effortlessly. Neither are you, Gray. She is no longer part of this world, Lion said, as he removed his helm. All I'm hearing is shoot me, please. Biska yelled as she fired at Lion, only for the ice mage to dodge the bullet. Stay out of this matter between me and Gray. Ice make snake. Lion yelled, waving a hand and making a snake appear that coiled and wrapped around Biska, making her drop her rifle. Hey, I'm not into this crap. Biska yelled out as she struggled to escape her binds. We know that's a lie, Flare said with a head shake at her fellow harem sister's words. You could free me instead of joking, Biska shot back. You act like we're in danger. You forget who he's about to deal with, Flare said as she pointed at Naruto, as he shambled behind Lion. You already had me off by ordering the deaths of innocents. Now you attack one of my girls? Naruto asked with a scowl as he slammed his palm into Lion's back mess. Naruto yelled as Lion gasped as his heart came out of his chest. Ha! Game over, Gap! Biska yelled. Oh, come on! That's just a cheap shot. Natsu yelled, seeing this as he continued chasing after the three running cultists. Naruto quickly grabbed the heart and landed on the ground as he glared at Lion. What trick is this? An illusion will not beat me, Surgeon of Death, Ga! Lion declared before screaming as Naruto gripped his heart tightly, squeezing it, which caused his concentration on the ice snakes binding Biska to drop. Not an illusion, Gap. I have killed many dark mages with this trick, and you will just be another name on the list. Another gravestone filled by me, Naruto told him with a cold tone as he continued to squeeze the heart. I cannot die like this. I have yet to reach my goal. Lion growled out before screaming in pain as Naruto's grip tightened. A lot of people die not reaching their goals, you're not special. Naruto told him. I see Gray has kept similar company to himself. After all you killed you are, isn't that right, Gray? It's your fault she's dead. Lion yelled with a mad cackle. Are you done? Naruto asked flatly. What? Lion asked wide-eyed at Naruto's nonchalant response. I may not get along perfectly with Gray, but he's not a killer, not on purpose anyway, so either you're a liar or there is more to the story, so you can either talk or I'll end this now, Naruto said as he held up Lion's heart ready to crush it. You wouldn't. If you kill me I can't call of the attack on the villagers. You need me to save them, don't you? Lion yelled as something wormed its way underneath his cold facade. A glimmer in his eyes. A glimmer of fear. Please, my fellow guild members can handle those three morons. I trust Natsu, Happy, and Lucy on that. By the way, as final words go, those were boring. Work on your speeches in the next life, Naruto told Lion before he felt a hit to his face which sent him skidding back, revealing Gray punched him, making Naruto drop the heart. Stop! Gray yelled at Naruto. Really? You want me to spare him? Knowing he's this far gone? Knowing what he ordered? You said it yourself, as far as you were concerned he's not a disciple to your master any longer, Naruto asked with a scowl at Gray. I'm not going to watch you murder someone right in front of me. Besides, I don't intend to let you interfere in my fight any longer. He's my responsibility, Gray told him. Responsibility? That's laughable. He's a dark mage now. Whatever bond you had has been shredded to pieces. Now stay back and let the adults handle this, Naruto ordered as he shoved past Gray to approach Lion. Adult? You call enjoying killing dark mages because you lost your family being an adult? Gray yelled at Naruto, making the blonde pause. Ah hell, Kana said with a groan as she slapped her forehead. You better choose your next words very carefully, Fullbuster, Naruto warned as he slightly turned to glare at the ice mage. You act like you're the only one in the guild who suffered. So many of us have before. Mary Jane, Flame Brain, hell, you and I went through something similar, but I don't use my past as an excuse to slaughter criminals. Gray yelled, before he was slugged in the gut by Naruto, causing him to hunch over in pain. Seeing this, Lion slowly approached the heart Naruto had dropped while the attention WQS focused on the two arguing mages. Excuse? Is that what you think it is? They destroy villages and families, and the royal knights and other mages can't do to stop them. They deserve to die. And drown in their own blood for the pain and misery they spread. Every dark mage I come across that refuses to surrender must be purged. If you and others won't do it because your morality makes you weak, then I will. If I have to be the one who dirties their hands with the blood of filth, I will do so gladly and not lose an ounce of sleep. Naruto yelled at the ice mage. Do you think that's what your loved ones would have wanted you to do? Gray yelled at Naruto. One more word and you're joining your friend, Naruto growled as he grabbed Gray by his throat and held him up. Naruto, stop! Levi yelled as she, Kana, Juvia, Flare, and Bisca quickly moved to stop Naruto. Oh, I disagree, this is quite the entertaining drama, wouldn't you say? Lion said with a smirk as he raised his hand behind Naruto and Gray with a magic circle appearing. Naruto yelled as he saw that the gap in Lion's chest was filled once more. Thanks for the performance, all of you. Now I will melt the ice to face Deliora and prove myself you are better. Ice make dragon! Lion yelled, creating a giant ice dragon that launched at the group and sent them flying and crashing down into the forest below. There, with them out of the way, I shall need to reform my followers, the surgeon of death cut to pieces. Once the village is annihilated and the ritual resumed, I can finally defeat Deliora once and for all, Lion said with a grin as he went to go fix his followers up. Soon he would prove himself superior to Bis' old mentor by besting the beast she failed to slay. He would the world's greatest ice mage. And no one would be able to stop him. With Naruto and the others. Ugh, that hurt, Levi groaned out as she and the others crashed to the dirt from Lion's attack. Is everyone okay? Kana asked as she stood up. I'm fine, just a little sore. Anyone mind if I take a long soak after this mission is done? Bisca asked. I'm good. Juvia was able to cushion me with her water body before we hit the ground, Flare said. Juvia only had time to cushion one person. Forgive Juvia for not working fast enough to cushion everyone, Juvia told them with a bow. You're fine. A little fall isn't enough to hurt us too badly. Where's Naruto and Gray? Kana asked, not seeing them nearby. You dumbass. Naruto's voice was heard coming from behind some trees as the girls immediately rushed to see what was happening. When they got there, they saw Naruto slumped against a tree holding his shoulder while Gray laid on the ground beside him. If you hadn't gotten in my way, we wouldn't be injured and this whole mess would have been solved, Naruto told Gray as the ice mage panted for breath after getting the wind knocked out of him by Lion's ice dragon. My fault? You're the one who tried to go all murder happy on Lion. Gray growled out, glaring at Naruto. A dark mage is a dark mage, you fool. If they don't surrender, they need to be put down before innocents die. I knew I never should have brought you on this job, but you wanted to prove yourself better than Natsu. Naruto told him as he slowly stood up. Enough! Kana yelled as she stepped between them. Kana? Are you and the other girls okay? Naruto asked, a bit worried. Just some cuts and scrapes, we're fine, Levi told him as she and the rest of the team approached them. Good. Alright, I'll go fix this mess and end Lion for good, Naruto said as he stretched his arm a bit before starting to move to head back to the temple peaks. I'm not letting you kill Lion. Not when I can reason with him. Gray yelled as he stood up, glaring at Naruto. Your reasoning before failed. What makes you think he can be reasoned with? He is obsessed with a goal and nothing will stop him. Casualties are acceptable, you heard as much from his own mouth. And yet you'd still defend him? Naruto asked. He doesn't know the full scope of what he's doing. Gray told him. Let's see, murder villagers, free a demon locked in ice to try and kill it, and prove his power due to some inferiority complex. Negotiations won't happen and he's too stubborn to surrender. It's time to put the dog down, Naruto declared before Gray stepped in his path, arms out to stop him. I won't let you kill him. Gray yelled at Naruto as he glared at him. I warned you before that you join him if you got in my way, Naruto said as he grabbed his Odachi before his hands were grabbed by Flare's hair. Flare, let go of my arm please, Naruto told his lover, only to get a headshake. You both need to calm down, Kana told them. You two are both at fault for this turn of events. Gray, you interfered when we had them already beaten. Naruto, you're letting your emotions and anger cloud your judgment. Kana told them both. I will not let those kill the innocent. I will finish them off by any means necessary. Naruto growled out as he struggled to free himself, only for Levi to step in front of him and slap. Her hand slapped him across the cheek, shocking everyone that it was Levi who did it. Look at you right now. You're the group's leader and tactician. You're supposed to be the voice of logic. You're threatening to kill a guildmate even over this. Is this really what you want? Is this truly the path you want to go down? Levi asked him with a frown. Levi is right. And as team leader for this mission, I need to settle this. For now, we're putting a pin in this and heading back to the village. Natsu, Lucy, and Happy may be able to stop those three mages, but we're better off fortifying the village in case of an attack, Kana declared. You're right. We should head back to the village for now, Naruto said after a moment of silence as Flare released his arm from her hair and he started walking away. Geez, what's with him? Gray muttered as he finally relaxed. You're not off the hook either, Gray. You jeopardized people's lives with your stunts here. Naruto may be a bit trigger-happy with ending dark mages, but his methods aren't wrong. If a dark mage isn't restrained or killed, they can cause more suffering to others. Think about that next time you want to defend one, Bisca told him. So you agree with his attempt to kill Lion too? Gray asked with a frown. Let me answer that question with another question. How much of your defense of him is from being sibling students to the same master? Bisca asked back. I don't want to just give up on him, especially since it is my fault. Did die because of me, he was right about that. If I hadn't tried to fight Deliora out of hate and vengeance, she never would have sealed him away in the first place. She'd be around today. However, I do agree we can't let Lion melt the ice. Especially since you are as the ice, Gray said. What do you mean? Juvia asked with a raised eyebrow, getting a sigh from the ice mage. I'll explain when we get to the village. Better to say it to everyone once rather than talk about it over and over again, Gray said as he started walking back with the group towards the village. Later in the village, Naruto and Ko walked to the village gates only for their eyes to widen in shock at the sight before them. The village was absolutely destroyed. The ground melted and crater-like from an acid attack. What the hell? Levi yelled wide-eyed at the destruction only for a body to come flying towards them as Natsu elbowed Yuka in the face, sending the cultist mage flying past their heads. Woo! That wave magic was strong but not strong enough. Natsu yelled with a grin before turning to the dog man Toby. Hey, you're good. But I'm even stronger than Yuka, behold. Paralysis nails mega jellyfish. Toby yelled, extending his nails into claws. Hey, there's something on your forehead, Natsu said as he pointed at the dog man. Oh really? Toby asked before he scratched his forehead and... Ah! The dog man yelled as his claws electrified him and paralyzed him, leaving him down for the count. Did Natsu just outsmart someone? Naruto asked, baffled. Looks like it. What's today's date? I want to use the numbers on my next lottery ticket, Kana said as she took out a card and a pen to take a note. I didn't think it was possible to be dumber than Flame Brain Gray muttered in shock. Hey guys, what happened with that lion guy? Natsu asked with a grin. You mean lion? Levi inquired. Yeah, that guy. Natsu nodded. We'll discuss it later, but hang on. I see 2 of these guys, but Lion sent 3. Where's the girl? Naruto asked. Lucy and Happy went after her and the giant rat ga. Natsu was saying before he hunched over as Naruto slugged him in the gut. Oh, that's great. I know I've been training her, but she needs actual backup, not the damn flying cat. Naruto yelled, annoyed. Hey, I helped. I beat her with a fish so she stayed down. Happy yelled as he flew over while Lucy approached with a tied up and knocked out Sherry. Well, you actually won? Kana asked Lucy, who was covered in dirt and wounds. Yup, it took a bit, but I beat her, Lucy said with a grin. Nice job. Did you kill the rat too? Naruto asked as he nodded at Lucy. I didn't fight it, and I think it's still alive, just unconscious, Lucy admitted. Wait, if you didn't fight it, who beat it? Gray asked. Happy held up his paw at this. No, seriously, who beat the rat? Naruto asked, not believing that whatsoever. Hey! I can help if I try. Happy yelled as he threw a fish bone at Naruto, which bounced off his head, doing nothing. Believe or not, he's telling the truth, a female voice said, getting the group's attention as a familiar woman strolled through the village gate. A familiar red-headed knight. Ah crap, I know, said to Gramps to send you if he wanted, but I didn't think he'd actually send you. Naruto sighed out. Oh hey, Urza's here. Oh god, Urza's here. We're all gonna die. Happy yelled as he flew around in a panic before he flew to Lucy and attempted to hide in her blouse. Hey, get out of there, you damned cretin! Lucy yelled as she grabbed Happy Tail and pulled him out of her blouse. An orange lace bra? You're a pervert! Happy yelled, still panicking from Urza's presence. You damned cat! I was keeping that as a surprise. I mean nothing! Lucy yelled with a blush on her face, realizing what she said aloud. I think she wants in, Kana said with a smirk as she whispered into Naruto's ear, getting an eye roll from Naruto. The master asked me to come because 3 of you stole an S-class quest, and even though Naruto agreed to take the quest after the fact, he asked me to make sure nothing happened to you 3 before your punishment could be determined, Urza said, glaring at Natsu, Happy, and Lucy. I'm innocent. I was blackmailed. I want a lawyer! Happy yelled in a panic before Lucy knocked him into the dirt with a hammer fist. Innocent my! Lucy grumbled under her breath. Alright, let's help the villagers set up new shelter and catch Red up to speed, I guess, Naruto said with a frown as he walked away from them to help set up some shelter now that the village was decimated. Is he okay? Lucy asked, never really seeing Naruto this irritated or frustrated before. He wasn't the nicest person, but he was usually more snarky and calculating rather than angry and annoyed. We'll explain that as well, Kana said before turning to Urza. As a heads up, Naruto gave me the leadership role to try and tackle this quest. Hope you don't have any issues with that, Kana told Urza. If he trusts you to lead, then I shall put that same trust in you. I will only take the reins if absolutely necessary. Now please explain everything that has occurred so I may assist, Urza said as the group walked off to talk in private. Galuna Island Temporary Village Shelter. After the destruction of the original village caused by Yuka, Sherry, and Toby, the fairy tale group headed for the new shelter for the village to make a plan and hear out Gray's past. Currently the large group was in a hut listening as Gray told them about how when Deliora attacked his village he sought revenge while training with UR. And after a lengthy amount of training he confronted the demon in anger and arrogance that nearly cost him his life. If not for UR using a forbidden magic known as Ice Shell to seal the demon away, he'd have been killed. And that the ice holding the demon at bay was their teacher in essence. And that's what happened, Gray explained with a frown as he recalled his shameful past. So what I'm hearing is that this little has a death wish. Well, I'm more than happy to give it to him, Naruto said with a hard tone. Hey, there's no need to kill him, Gray yelled as he stood up to look at Naruto. Save it, Gray, from what I'm hearing, your teacher sacrificed herself for you and him. And he spits on her sacrifice in the name of his own ego. Naruto told the ice wizard unflinching as he made his way for the door. Before Gray grabbed his shoulder, stopping him. You are not killing him. He doesn't know the full story. Gray yelled at Naruto. You think him knowing that the ice holding Deliora is actually made from her very magic is going to change anything? Think for a moment. He has tried to have us, and these villagers for the sake of his goal. And you would still defend him? After he tried to kill you? Naruto questioned. I'll deal with him. He is my sibling student to our master. If anyone should stop him, it's me, Gray said. This got looks of surprise from the others. You think you have what it takes to put him down for good? Naruto asked, raising an eyebrow at this. Better than you who just kills whoever you see as a dark wizard for fun, Gray was yelling before. Crack! Gray was on the floor holding a bloody nose as Naruto's fist was outstretched. Pure fury in his eyes. You dare act like you know what is running through my mind? You dare act like I do this for some sick thrill of murder? Naruto growled out as he made to grab his odachi from its sheath. Lucy and Happy froze at the anger coming off Naruto while Natsu, Kana, Flare, Juvia, Levi, and Bisca made their way towards Naruto hoping to stop his actions. Before they could get to him, however, someone else beat them to it by grabbing Naruto's wrist, stopping his blade from being drawn. Stop, Urza ordered as she blocked Naruto's path while holding onto his wrist. Stay out of this, Titania. This is between me and Fullbuster, Naruto growled out. You aren't attacking a member of our guild. You are an class mage. You are better than this. You're not Laxus, Urza told him with a glare. That's a low blow, Red Naruto grunted out in irritation as he took his hand off his sheathed sword and turned away. Trust him to end the fool if you want, but if he fails, I'll step in. Deliora cannot be freed under any circumstance, Naruto said as he walked outside of the hut to get some air. I've never seen him that angry before, Lucy admitted, terrified of the rage in Naruto's eyes. You just had to push that button, didn't you, Gray? After I just warned you to not that long ago, Bisca told the ice mage with a frown. I just don't understand why he is acting like this, is all Gray said as he held his bleeding nose. You're lucky you got away with just a busted nose, Kana said with a sigh. You and him have similar backgrounds, but how much do you honestly know about Naruto's past? Levi asked as she frowned a bit. Not much, considering he doesn't like to talk to anyone besides you girls and Mira. Even Urza interacts with him more than us, Gray admitted as Natsu nodded in agreement. Levi, Kana said as she looked at her fellow mage as she knew this was a sore subject. They should know a little bit, Kana, Levi said with a firm tone of voice. Don't tell too much or I'll end this conversation, Kana sighed as she knew as team leader if this was gonna be a recurring thing they needed to know something to stop provoking Naruto's rage-filled outbursts. I understand. I really don't want to even tell you about this without his permission, to be honest. It feels like a breach of trust, Levi admitted. Then maybe we should ask Naruto for permission first, Lucy admitted as while she was curious about Naruto's past she didn't want to pry into it. You can tell them or I can instead. Naruto's voice was heard after he re-entered the hut to look at the team. I thought you were getting air, beloved? Juvia asked, surprised he came back in. The minute I stepped outside I had the village chief crying about his son's grave. If everything is gonna bring up memories, why not just reveal it and be done with it? Naruto asked as he walked over. Are you sure? Flare asked, concerned with how Naruto was acting. Truth be told, no. I'd rather lock away these memories till after the job's done, but even I know that Gray and I are gonna keep butting heads over this if we don't do something. So he revealed his past. I'll reveal mine, Naruto said seriously as he faced the group. Everyone said nothing as Naruto leaned against the wall and looked at everyone. I'm only gonna say this once, so don't interrupt me in any way, shape, or form, otherwise I'll make you hunt for your legs when I cut them off and hide them, Naruto warned them. Natsu, Happy, Lucy, Urza and Gray all nodded at this. My story dates back to the year X774. I was born and raised in the village of Valerius, a renowned medical village. My father was the chief of medicine for the biggest hospital in the village, and my mother worked as a part-time nurse there. My sister was a patient there due to an illness. I spent my days mostly studying my father's medical books, hoping to find ways to help with my sister's treatment, and help others. Hoping that I could help them. And one day when I was 9, my village was attacked. Cultists of Zeref swarmed the village, slaughtering everyone. My mother blocked off one of the cultists from attacking me and urged me out of the house to get to my father and sister. Naruto started to explain as Urza froze at the mention of cultists of Zeref attacking. Just like when they attacked her village. As I ran to the hospital as fast as I could, I watched my village burn to ash around me. Flames scorched the earth as I ran. And just when I got to the hospital with a glimmer of hope, I watched it burst into flames. My father and sister inside. I watched everything crumble to ash around me. Naruto continued. This got silence from the group. After that, some of the cultists attacked me, which caused my magic to manifest, and you can guess what my first move was. It's amazing how my rooms work when you have surgical precision, even if you only have a scalpel to fight with. I left those fools to burn away with my village. Naruto chuckled out darkly. You killed all of them? Gray asked, surprised that Naruto had killed when he was a kid. It was only some of them, and technically I left their still alive pieces in my village to burn alive, but I can assure you, had I the skill to end them like I do now, I wouldn't let them live after what they did. Regardless, I spent days wandering the land of Fiori. One thought in mind. Destroy everything in sight. I wanted everyone to suffer like I had. I wanted the world to feel my pain and misery, Naruto said as his fists clenched from the memory. OMPPPPPH. Happy yelled out in fear before he was silenced. Relax, Happy, he's not like that anymore, Bisca said as she put her hat over the screaming cat. Thank you, my dear. She is right, I had that stamped out of me by my teacher. She was also a fairy tale member once upon a time. Tsunade Senju. The woman was a skilled medic as she was a terrible gambler, Naruto said with a slight smile at the memory. You trained with Miss Tsunade? Urza asked curiously as Makarov and Rob had told stories about her. I'm surprised you know Ba-chan. But yes, I did. She trained me after my village's obliteration, Naruto said with a nod. BBA-chan? Urza sputtered out in shock. Yes, she always tore the forest apart chasing me whenever I called her. That made you look tame by comparison, Naruto said with a smile. Continue please, Urza told him with a twitching brow. Wanting to know more but also angry at the insulting comparison to someone she somewhat idolized from the stories she had heard. Anyway, I spent a year under her tutelage, learning more about medicine and anatomy. She welcomed me as part of her family, and I did the same with her. And then on my 10th birthday I came to find our home in flames after gathering herbs for her medicines. I found her barely clinging to life. Her flesh seared as she waited for me to give me her parting words. Another family member torn from me by a dark mage that I'm still hunting to this day, Naruto said, continuing his story. So why didn't you just relapse back to before you met her? Gray asked, raising an eyebrow at this. She made me promise not to go back to that state of mind. I honor my promises. From there I spent years hunting dark guilds as an independent mage and bounty hunter until the old man found me and brought me into the guild. Apparently it was a request from Ba-chan to offer me the chance to join if anything happened to her. Naruto finished his story. Everyone was silent as Lucy, Natsu, Happy, and Gray looked at each other while Urza was lost in her thoughts. If you wish to condemn my hatred of dark guilds, then so be it. But remember this, Gray. You have a demon you can blame all your suffering on. I only have the knowledge it was a dark guild behind mine. And I will not rest until they're all behind bars or in the ground. Now we have a job to finish and a dark mage to deal with before he unseals a demon, Naruto told them with a stern expression as he went back towards the door and left the room. My God, Lucy muttered, paling in horror as soon as Naruto walked out. Feeling the urge to run to the bathroom and puke from the horrors Naruto recounted of his past. Happy, on the other hand, had no such reservation on such a thing and ran to the nearest trash can and did just that. So any more comments, Gray? Gonna keep prodding at his hatred of dark mages? Biska asked with a frown at the ice mage. Seeing as he was the one being critical on Naruto's readiness to end the lives of dark mages that don't surrender, I still don't think he should be so willing to kill Lion and other dark mages. What if they can be redeemed? Gray pointed out. Admirable but naive. Can you say someone like Aragorn is worthy of redemption or deserves such? Can you say someone who puts their own goals and desires before the lives of innocent people deserves to have the chance to redeem themselves because of a sliver of hope they may change with time? Biska asked with a scoff. Enough. You know his past now, but we have a job to do. So let's get going and stop this ritual once and for all. Kana interjected before any more could be argued on the subject. Kana's right. Let's go, Levi said as she and the others started making their way towards the door, leaving Lucy, Natsu, Happy, Urza, and Gray alone for the moment inside. I never knew Naruto was dealing with that much, Natsu admitted as he knelt down to check on Happy, who was shaking after letting loose his lunch. It makes sense now. Why he questioned those dark mages that kidnapped me and those other girls, Lucy muttered under her breath as she gazed at where Naruto went. Urza remained silent. Memories of her own experiences flashing back to her mind when Naruto brought up the Zerif cultists, and how his magic manifested like hers did during her escape attempt. Urza, you good? Gray asked, seeing the S-class mage going silent for so long, and trying to get her attention. Huh? Urza asked, shaking out of her thoughts of the past. You okay? You've been quiet since Naruto told us everything, Lucy asked, worried. I'm fine. Just absorbing the information. But enough of that. We need to prepare to stop this cult, Urza said as she turned serious and headed for the door. I think I understand why Naruto's the way he is after all that, Lucy muttered as she followed the redhead outside. After what Naruto said? Are you absolutely sure you can redeem your old friend? Natsu asked as he went to check on Happy. I owe it to you to try, Flame Brain, Gray told him seriously. Then don't lose or give up, Natsu told him as he picked up Happy and put him on his shoulder as he left the room. He really did go through something like me. But I know Lion can be saved. He just needs to know that the ice is really you are. I'm sure of it, Gray said as he walked outside to join them. Outside. All right, now that the villagers are sheltered, we need to plan an attack on the temple. We need to find a way to negate the ritual first and foremost. We cannot have Deliora revived under any circumstances. That means we need a group to fight any cultists to prevent them from performing the ritual. We have a massive group, so the majority of us can deal with that. Gray, you will fight Lion to stop him from doing the ritual himself without his cronies, Kana said as she made a plan. And you didn't think you could lead, Naruto said with a chuckle at Kana. I had someone have faith in me, Kana said with a smile before turning serious. Urza, you'll be with us, and Lucy will take the brunt of the cultists on. The more we take out, the less we deal with a fast ritual during the night. Kana told the two. Understood, Urza said as she nodded. Are you sure we can take on that many cultists? Lucy asked a bit worriedly. You took down one of the higher-up cultist mages and the low totem ones worry you. Have some confidence, Lucy. You're stronger than you think. Besides, you're gonna have Fairy Tail's most dangerous team backing you up, Naruto told her as he nodded at his team. Exactly, and Natsu, I want you to. Where's Natsu? Kana questioned, not seeing the Dragon Slayer. Everyone all looked for Natsu, and they didn't see any sign of him. That moron ran off, didn't he? Naruto asked as he sighed in annoyance. I swear hurting flying cats would be easier, Kana groaned. You know other flying cats? Are you all cheating on me? Happy yelled as he jumped out of a basket with a fish in his mouth. Don't tempt fate, one of you is too many, Lucy told him with a scoff. Thanks, wait a minute, screw you, blonde bimbo. Happy yelled at Lucy, who went to stomp on him in retaliation. Okay, you're on more on duty, babe, Kana said as she looked at Naruto. We talking Natsu or Happy? Naruto asked, seeing Lucy trying to curb stomp the cat. Not funny! Happy yelled out as he tried to get away from Lucy. Who's kidding? Naruto asked with a slight smirk. I mean Natsu, Kana said as she shook her head at Naruto's joke. Alright, fine. I'll go find him. Shambles. Naruto yelled as he made a room appear and switched places with a large rock as he left the group in an instant. Can I just say I'm really jealous he can just do that whenever he wants, Bisca admitted. You're not the only one. Regardless, I think we have more pressing matters, Kana said as she saw Lucy strangling Happy. Any more insults, cat? Lucy yelled at the flying cat. You choke like a... Happy yelled defiantly as Lucy screeched in fury as she shook him more. Still think it was smart for Naruto to babysit him as a kitten? Levi asked the group. I would like to say on record that was Lisana's idea, Urza said with a casual tone. You're not gonna stop them? Gray asked Urza. In a moment, Urza said simply as she watched Lucy shake Happy. With Naruto. Alright Natsu, where the hell did you go? Why is the temple slanted? Naruto asked, seeing how the moon temple was leaning and slanted in the ground. Tilted onto its side slightly so it was no longer level in the ground. That has to be Natsu's doing. Dude works fast. The question is, why did he doubt? Oh, that is actually a smart plan by him. He tilted the temple to prevent moonlight from going straight to Deliora. Maybe he's not as dumb as I thought, Naruto mused as he entered the slanted temple hoping to find his fellow guildmate. It didn't take long, of course, as he found Natsu fighting the cold emperor himself as his flames clashes with Lion's ice. Just couldn't wait, huh, Natsu? Naruto asked as he walked into the room amidst the steam. The surgeon returns. How are your wounds? Suffering still after I defeated you in gray? Lion asked with a smirk at Naruto. I'm your opponent. Not him. Natsu yelled as he sent a fire dragon's wing attack at Lion, who blocked with several ice snakes to take the blow instead. Neither of you interest me. My only goal is to defeat Deliora, Lion said as he looked at the two fairy tale mages in contempt. Oh, sorry, you done with your pathetic whining? Naruto asked after faking being asleep for a moment. You know, surgeon, you're acting quite why considering I bested you in gray before, Lion pointed out with a smirk, hoping prodding at him would off-balance him. Yeah, here's the thing, Gap. I was forced on defense because of my teammates, and Gray interfering. I literally had your heart in my hands. But now? Naruto said as he held up his hand and made a room which started to fill the entire temple. I don't need to hold back against you. And this time I'm gonna make sure your heart isn't beating when I remove it, Naruto declared darkly. For someone who has a reputation for hunting down dark wizards, your power is rather lackluster when being witnessed. I just need to be away from your room, Lion said as he ran from the approaching room. And if it's engulfing the entire island? Naruto asked with a slight smirk as Lion froze hearing this. Giving enough of a distraction for the room to surround him fully. Game over, fool, Naruto said as he pulled out his blade to cut him down. Stop! Gray yelled as he blocked Naruto's path to Lion, as he knew if Naruto took a swing at him it would hurt him too. Again with this? Naruto grunted out, annoyed. What happened to leaving him to me? That was Kana's orders, remember? Gray asked as he looked at Naruto with a firm look. Fine, but this is the only chance he gets. You fail and I'm putting him down permanently, Naruto scoffed as he sheathed his blade. This is my fight, not your guy's fight. Stay out of it. Natsu yelled before Naruto bonked him on the head with his sheathed blade. Natsu, leave him to me. This is our final battle, Gray said as he walked towards Lion. You're acting quite confident, Gray, considering I bested you before. What exactly has changed since then? Lion asked, rather unimpressed at Gray's bravado. Conviction, Gray said with a firm tone. Conviction? Lion asked with a quirked eyebrow. 10 years ago you claimed it was my fault that Yuar was killed. But you put your own people in danger. You attempted the murder of the villagers. And you tried to melt the ice. I will not stand by and let this happen. You and I will receive our punishment together. Gray yelled as he crossed one arm over the other and started generating ice magic. That position! It can't be! Lion yelled in shock, seeing the familiar pose. The same spell that killed their master. Gray was planning to seal him away too. Seal him away in ice shell. You're going to use ice shell? Lion yelled in shock. Turn the people of this island back to normal and get your minions off the island. This is your only chance, Gray told him with a glare. Ah, bluff. You never intended to actually cast the spell fully, Lion said before his eyes widened as more magic built up. I'm serious. It doesn't matter how many years pass. Nothing will change the fact Yuar isn't with us anymore. I know I'll have to take responsibility for it. And that's why I'm ready to die here right now. Gray yelled as more and more magic built up around him. Are you crazy? Lion yelled at his fellow student. Are you willing to die with me, Lion, or do you want to live? Gray yelled back, not backing down. Just try it. You don't have the courage to die. Lion yelled defiantly. This is where it ends then, Lion. Sh Gray was saying before he was cut off by a fist to the face courtesy of Natsu sending him back and stopping him. You idiot! You break into my fight uninvited spouting crap about responsibility for something or other. Don't go stealing my prey from me. Natsu yelled at Gray. What? Prey? I told you to leave this to me. Gray yelled at the fire mage. When did I agree to let you fight him instead? Natsu shot back. I have to be the one to defeat him. I'm ready to die if necessary. Gray yelled. Since when does death mean finishing a battle? It's nothing more than running away. Natsu yelled at Gray. Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree with the flame-eating idiot on this one. Wow, didn't think that would ever happen, Naruto said as he approached them. You too. Stay out of my fight. Natsu yelled at Naruto before the temple started to shake as it moved back from its slanted position to its level and original state. Guess someone fixed the temple, Naruto said with a scowl. Ah man! I worked so hard destroying those pillars. Natsu groaned as another figure, a short old man wearing a mask, entered. Mighty cold Emperor, I have fixed the temple for the ritual, the old man said with a bow to Lion. Excellent work, Salty. Lion nodded at his underling's efforts. How dare you ruin my destruction, you perfume-smelling weirdo! Natsu yelled at the masked man. Perfume? Naruto asked with a quirked eyebrow. Ho ho! We must see to Deoyora's return. Salty yelled as he ran out the room. Oi, get back here! Natsu yelled, chasing after Salty as he left the room. Natsu! Gray yelled as Natsu turned to him. I'm gonna give this gap a beating 1,000,000 times over. You handle things here. Natsu yelled at Gray, getting a nod. You lost last time. That's a disgrace. Not on you but on Fairy Tail, Natsu told him before running off. He really loves to yell, doesn't he? Naruto asked as Salty ran past him, and he caught a whiff of perfume that Natsu claimed he was wearing. A very familiar scent that he had recognized before. And not from one of his ladies of guildmates, but a magic counselor. So, Surgeon, what will you do? Will you come for my heart, or stop my subordinate with the Fire Dragon Slayer? Lion asked with a smug smirk towards Naruto. Gray, you deal with your sibling student. I'll go help Natsu, Naruto said as he stood up. You're turning your back on me? Lion asked, blinking at this. I'm leaving it to Gray is all. The way I figure it, if he succeeds then good. If he fails then I'll just come for you myself and end you at my leisure, Naruto said as he walked towards the hall where Natsu and Salty ran past him. You dare look down on me, you worm? Lion asked with a glare at the dismissal from the Dark Guild hunter. Absolutely. No matter what, you'll fall today. It's just up to Gray on when and how, Naruto said as he walked out before heading towards the sound of explosions, no doubt coming from Natsu. Get back here, you masked creep! Natsu was heard yelling as he fired flames towards the masked cultists who dodged the blast. Salty smirked as he raised a hand towards the ceiling as the ceiling shattered and rocks fell down towards Natsu, who lashed out with a kick, shattering the falling debris. That all you got? Natsu yelled before his eyes widened as the rubble suddenly flew back towards the gap in the ceiling and refilled the gap. As if it never fell to begin with. What the hell? Natsu asked, blinking in surprise at seeing this. It's a lost magic. A magic lost to history due to its terrible side effects and great power. Just like your Dragon Slayer magic, Salty said with a grin. Arc of time, right? Naruto asked as he made his presence known to the two fighting. You are well-informed, Surgeon of Death. I figured you'd be after the Cold Emperor given your earlier vendetta, Salty said, still keeping up his grin. I would have preferred to, but something about you screamed familiarity to me. After all, there's only one person I know of who wears the same cheap perfume you have on. I may not be a Dragon Slayer, but even I can recognize that crap, Naruto said as he slightly smirked, seeing the old man's eyebrow twitch at his words. Cheap? You little, I mean, I have no idea what you're talking about, Salty said, coughing to regain their composure. Stay out of this, Naruto, he's mine. Natsu yelled as he sent a fire dragon's iron fist at Zalti, who dodged the blow before dashing away down a hall. Huh! He ran? Damn it, you! I will find you! Natsu growled, annoyed at the cat and mouse game, but nonetheless ran after him, using his nose to track them down. I think I know where they are already. Shambles, Naruto said after Natsu ran off, moving himself to Deliora's chamber to see Zalti in front of the frozen demon. It's almost time, Zalti said with a grin. You know, it does make me wonder what a magic council member wants with the frozen demon, Naruto said as he appeared behind Zalti. You are becoming a nuisance, surgeon, Zalti said with a frown. And you look ugly in this form. So why don't drop the act, Altair? Naruto said with a glare at the old man. Sorry, but can't drop the form even if you know who I am. I have a part to play here, Zalti said as a female voice exited his mouth. So you didn't want to answer what the Magic Council wants with the frozen demon of destruction? Or is this a plan you and Seagrind are doing without the other wads knowing? Naruto asked, looking at the disguised woman. Nothing you need to be concerned about, my dear surgeon. It's just business, Altair giggled. If you're gonna call me that, you can at least drop the old man look so I have something nice to look at and not want to vomit? Naruto asked with a flat look on his face as he shuddered a bit. Such a flatterer. I would love to drop the disguise, but it's only a matter of time before your dragon slayer friend arrives via my scent, Altair said with a giggle. So the old man look is for his benefit then? Or is this because you can't have a council member consorting with criminals? Or perhaps this is personal for you in some regard. Perhaps this demon took something from you. Or maybe someone, Naruto asked, smirking. I have no idea what you're talking about, Altair said, her guy's visage scowling at Naruto. Oh, I hit the nail on the head, didn't I? Sorry you are, did I touch a nerve? Naruto asked, smirking. That is not my name, Altair yelled out, and confirmed. Let me guess, related to Gray's old teacher in some way. Was she your aunt? Older sister? Cousin? Mother? Naruto asked with a calm tone. What she is to me is not your concern, Altair grit out, getting angrier at the surgeon of death's words. Is the super strong magic council member getting upset with me? Oh no, what will I do? Naruto asked with a smug tone of voice. Enough. What do you want? Altair demanded at the blonde. Oh, not much more money. Less people in my guild getting injured. Eh? And oh yeah, I want you magic counselors out of our affairs. This is a guild job for Fairy Tail. And you're not needed here. Mostly because I don't trust you or your buddy Seagrind, Naruto told her with a calm tone. You would dare interfere with a council member's mission? Altair asked with a scowl. Oh, absolutely I would. Especially cause if you're disguised it can't be traced back to the council in general. Besides, if your plan involves controlling Deliora, you're wasting your time, Naruto said simply. What do you mean? Altair asked as she glared at the blonde. That demon has been sealed away in magic ice created by UR for over 10 years. I guarantee that it will not be as strong as it was. 10 years in that ice will have weakened it considerably. So all of this is just a waste of time and resources, Naruto said as he sat down on a rock. Oh, like you know the intricacies of ice shell, Altair said as she scoffed at this. Oh yeah, what do I know? Only a doctor who studied not only medicine but magic effects and potions as well, Naruto said with an eye roll. Altair didn't respond to that as she started to consider his words. By the way, you may want to duck, Naruto said nonchalantly. What are you, Tal? Altair was saying before. Smash! Natsu came blasting through a wall and planted a hard right hook into Altair's face, sending the disguised council member flying into a wall. 8 out of 10, Natsu, Naruto said with a clap at this. Only an 8? Natsu asked as he looked at Naruto. You could have put them through the mountain and your opponent is still conscious, so I have to take points off for that. But regardless, it was a solid punch without any flames, Naruto admitted as he had a thumb at the wall where Altair was. Damn it, Zalti groaned out. Lucky that their disguising was still holding. Ah man, I thought I knocked them out, Natsu groaned as he crossed his arms in annoyance. I'm sure you'll get them with some more hits, Naruto said simply as he stood from the rock. You're gonna fight too? 2-on-1 is hardly fair, Zalti said as he glared at the two mages. I don't know, you seem like the type to enjoy getting double-teamed, Naruto said smirking at the disguised councilwoman. I don't get it, Natsu blinked at that. Ask your wife. Besides, you'll be happy to know I'm letting Natsu fight you instead, Naruto said before walking to the frozen Deliora. You're not going to fight? Salty asked, blinking. I got all I need from you. Besides, I figure now without Gray and others stopping me I can investigate the ice shelf fully without interruption, Naruto said as he walked towards the frozen Deliora. Investigate? What on earth could you hope to find from it that we don't know about? Salty asked before dodging a kick from Natsu and sending a glass orb at Natsu. Who knows until I look. We live in a world where the impossible is made possible daily. I want to see what I can learn, Naruto admitted as he walked forward towards the frozen demon to investigate the ice. Naruto looked at the magic ice housing Deliora inquisitively. Looking over the magic ice that was once Gray's master, and the demon it kept in stasis with a calm gaze. So that's how it is. Impressive for a mage, Naruto said as he continued looking at the demon. Suddenly, as he continued to look over the ice and demon, the purple light from the moon drip suddenly started once more as the ice started to melt again. This time freeing the demon's head from its icy prison. Roar! The slowly freeing demon gave off a loud roar as the ice started to fracture and shatter around it. Within mere moment, Deliora was freed once more. He's freed? Natsu yelled as he continued to face off against Salty. Finally! My time is at hand to make the demon bend to my will. Salty yelled in excitement. No, he's free? Gray asked as he entered the chamber, battered and bruised but alive. Stand back, all of you. Deliora is mine to defeat. Lion yelled as he crawled along the ground. Injured from his fight with Gray and being driven only by his goal and ego to defeat the demon, Naruto looked up at the released Deliora with an unimpressed look on his face as he held out his hand and made a room fill the area before. Slash! With one slash of his sword, Naruto slashed the demon, easily bisecting him right down the middle. No! Do you have any idea what you've done? My plans ruined? Salty yelled before they were sent flying by a fire dragon's iron fist courtesy of Natsu. No! That's impossible! Deliora was mine to defeat. How can I prove myself against you now? How? How could you take this away from me? Lion yelled in utter shock at his dream being denied. Oh, calm down, Drama King. I hardly did anything. That gap was barely standing anyway, Naruto said as he sheathed his sword. Barely standing? Gray asked, confused. Turns out your old master's ice shell was draining that gap's power little by little over the 10 years it's been locked away. So in a way you are beat him in the end. I just put him down like a sick dog, Naruto said with a slight smirk. You are. All this time, Gray said as he smiled a little at this as he watched Yuar's melted ice flow into the sea. It's a shame she sacrificed herself. She seemed like a hell of a mage. One I wouldn't have minded meeting, Naruto said with a nod of respect. If you say something perverted I'm gonna freeze you underwater and leave you to drown, Gray told him with a flat tone. Gah! I didn't mean that, you idiot. I'm not that bad. Naruto yelled at the ice mage after yelling in surprise. How many women are you dating? Remind me? Gray asked flatly. How about you, full buster? Naruto yelled as he flipped off Gray. You're not my type, Gray said with a flat tone of voice. Ha! Natsu laughed hearing this before he high-fives the ice mage. I hope your wife pegs you later, Natsu. Naruto yelled out, bow flipping the laughing fire dragon slayer off. No, I can't surpass you are. I never could. My dream shattered into a million pieces. What do I do now? What do I do? Lion asked, crying as his life's goal was revealed to have been a waste of time. Oh, will you the yell up? For S sake, I thought my guildmates were punk ES when they get my bill, but you take the cake. Naruto yelled at the defeated cold emperor. Then you tell me what is there for me now. Lion yelled angrily. I can't tell you what to do, punk. That's up to you, but if you are the student of a great mage like you are, then man the hell up and find a purpose she would actually be proud of. Find a path that you know she'd approve of and run down it at full speed. Never stop until you've reached the end. Naruto told Lion. He almost sounded like the old man for a moment there, Natsu said as he tilted his head to the side as he compared the blonde to Makarov. I thought you wanted Lion dead at your hands with his heart in your possession, Gray asked Rizimba. Eyebrow at this. Bah, he's too whiny to be considered a real dark mage. He's just a little emo crying for his teacher's praise, Naruto scoffed as he began to walk away. Thanks, Naruto, Grace said with a slight smile at the blonde's attempt to save face for sparing his fellow student. For what? If he goes down a wrong path, I'll kill him later. Consider it a one-time chance only, Naruto said with a shrug as he walked towards where Natsu punched Salty. And the cool moment is gone, Grace said with a groan while Lion paled hearing this. Get him out of here, I'll catch up later, Naruto ordered them. Oh yeah, with Deliora defeated, the curse should be gone. Natsu yelled excitedly. That's right. Come on, let's get back to the others, Grace said as he picked up Lion and headed to the exit with Natsu and his former sibling student. Now what do I do with you? Naruto asked as he looked at Salty, who was embedded in a wall. You can let me go, Zalti suggested as he dropped down out of the wall, landing on their feet without issue. We're alone. Drop the act, Altair, Naruto said as he sat down on a rock facing the disguised council member. In a flash of light, gone was Zalti the old man, instead replaced by a beautiful woman with raven black hair and a white kimono with a yellow belt. You really are too knowledgeable for your own good, surgeon, Altair giggled out. What's your plan now that you know Deliora's been dead the whole time? I doubt your buddy is gonna be happy about it. Naruto asked unflinchingly. My, how vulgar. Is this always how you talk to a lady? Altair asked with a slight pout. Just ones I don't trust. You council members always have agendas on top of agendas. Barring Yajima, I don't trust any of you fools. So I'm gonna issue a little warning. I find out you Gap-s had anything to do with the suffering of the villagers here or anywhere in Fiori, I'm gonna consider you the same as any dark guild. And you should know how well that will go for you, Naruto told her. Oh my. Threatening a council member? You know that could reflect very poorly on Fairy Tail as a whole, Altair told him with a smirk. Then write the report. Go ahead. Explain why you were on a cursed island without council approval in disguise, trying to gain control over a demon. See how far that gets you. Think they'll just revoke your title? Or worse? Naruto asked smugly as Altair paused at his words. Should have figured the surgeon of death wasn't above blackmail. It's a shame you seem so hostile towards me. You and I would be quite the power couple and could get the council to back off, Fairy Tail a tad. Altair sighed out. Relationships require trust, and I've got plenty of ladies I love as it is. Besides, I don't want to be a pawn in the council's games. Consider this a friendly warning. Make innocents suffer, and we'll have a problem. Oh, and tell Seagrine I said to go himself, Naruto told her as he stood up and started to walk off. Fairy Tail's surgeon of death. Quite the enigma and way too smart for his own good. I'll need to keep a closer eye on him, Altair mused as she watched Naruto. Oh, you may want to get that looked at by a different physician, Naruto said as he walked out. Get what looked at all? Altair was asking before she felt blistering pain as her cheeks started to swell up. Swell up from Natsu's punch earlier. Back outside. Darling, what kept you? Juvia yelled as she tackled Naruto into a hug as she and the others were waiting for him outside with Lion on the ground. Sorry about that, I was investigating something. Didn't exactly pan out? What did I miss? Naruto asked as he patted Juvia on the head and looked at Kana. The cultists have no knowledge on what's going on with the villagers since they were exposed to moon drip for years and had no effects. We're about to head back to the villagers and confront them, Kana explained. When you say confront, are we asking or breaking limbs? Naruto inquired, raising an eyebrow at this. Before Urza smacked him in the back of the head, asking, you lunatic. Urza yelled at the blonde. Gah! Who you calling crazy? I have seen you on a cheesecake binge. Nab barely survived with his arm intact, you frigging psycho. Naruto yelled back as he rubbed his head. Don't call me a psycho, you degenerate. Urza yelled. Okay, how about? Naruto yelled as he slammed his forehead against the redhead's. Arrogant prick. Urza yelled back, not backing down. Is this gonna go on for long? Lion asked, blinking in surprise from the ground. It's just how they communicate, happily explained helpfully while eating a fish. Fat. Naruto yelled. Tiny. Urza yelled back. That's a damn lie. Juvia yelled in a rage, her eyes going aflame at this insult. Can confirm it's huge. Bisca said, snickering. Enough. As much as I'd love to watch Naruto and Urza fight until they die, and already, Kana was saying before she was cut off. Like hell. Naruto and Urza yelled together before they both glared at each other again. We have far more pressing issues at the village. So let's go, Kana finished as the group started to leave, leaving Lion and Gray behind for the moment. What are you looking at? Lion asked, seeing Gray staring at him. You know, if you want a new goal, maybe join a guild. You can make friends and rivals that way, and they can help you find and achieve a new purpose. Just think on it, is all Gray said with a smile before following the others, leaving Lion to ponder his words in silence. Later at the village storage area, the group returned to the place the villagers had gapped up after the destruction of their village via the acid jelly. Once the large team returned, however, they saw the place was desolate and deserted. Where is everyone? Gray asked, confused as they looked around for any villagers. Did they all die? Are they hunting us now? Oh, spirits, take Lucy as a sacrifice and spare me. Happy yelled out. Cat, so help me, I will skin you. Lucy growled out. Oh, relax, you can just hide his fish. That's enough of a punishment, Naruto said. Happy hissed, hearing this before he hid behind Natsu. Before anyone could say anything, one of the villagers appeared running towards them. You guys are back. We're all at the village. You gotta see this. It's a miracle, the villager said, panting for breath. I thought the village was destroyed, Flare said, confused. That's the thing. It's been restored, the villager exclaimed. Restored? Altair, was it you? Maybe you do have a heart, Naruto thought as the group followed the villager to the restored village to see everything intact and return to what it once was. Even Bobo's grave that had been knocked over had been destroyed. Wizards! When will you destroy the moon? The chief yelled at them upon seeing them. Oh, for S sake, look, old man, we're not, Naruto was saying before Urza slammed a hand over his mouth. Destroying the moon is a simple matter, however I would like to speak with everyone first. Gather everyone in the village by the gates, Urza ordered as the chief nodded and started to assemble the villagers as she let Naruto go. Oh, please, like you can do that, not even the old man could do it, and he actually has more street cred than you. But if you want to embarrass yourself, go ahead, I could use a new happy memory for when I meditate, Naruto said with a scoff at this. Just be silent and let me do the talking, Urza ordered. Have you been paying attention since we met? Naruto asked, raising an eyebrow at this. Just be quiet, you fool, Urza ordered as the villagers assembled before the wizards. Now that everyone is here, let's get one thing straight. You claim that it was after the moon started turning purple that you turned into these forms, correct? Urza asked, getting nods and sounds of agreement. And you claim this started 3 years ago? Urza asked again, getting more voices of agreement. That's what they told us, Levi said, also nodding at this. I see. This island has been undergoing a moon drip ritual every night for 3 years, meaning you all should have seen a beam of light coming from the temple. What I want to Kaiwa, Urza was saying as she walked around until she stepped on some leaves and bushes on the ground and fell into a pitfall trap. A pitfall trap originally made by Lucy. She fell? Gray yelled. I'm dead. I'm so dead. Lucy yelled, paling. And your street cred just took a major hit, Red Naruto said as he approached the gap and looked down at Ezra. I'm gonna kill you, you ramen ing idiot. You and your moronic pranks. Urza yelled as she climbed back up. This ain't one of mine. If it was, you'd be covered in oil and feathers as you came out, Naruto said. Then who did it? Urza demanded. Naruto went to answer at this but paused as he saw Lucy was in the fetal position, hugging her legs in terror. Okay, it was me. I thought it'd be funny, Naruto said with a firm tone before. Slam! A gauntlet-covered fist smashed into his face, sending Naruto flying across the village into a large rock. Darling! Are you okay? Juvia yelled as she ran after Naruto to check on him. I may give her, but damn, she can punch hard. Naruto groaned as Juvia helped him up. You didn't have to cover for me. I mean, I appreciate it, but I didn't want you to take the blame, Lucy said as she walked over and whispered to Naruto. It's fine, Lucy. I didn't want to run the risk of Urza killing you, Naruto said simply. You will make this up to my darling, Juvia said as she glared at Lucy. Easy, Juvia, calm down, I'm fine, Naruto said. Looks like Ezra is ready to try and take the moon out, Kana said as everyone looked up at Urza, who was in her giant armor holding a spear as she and Natsu climbed a tower in the village to ready for the moon's destruction. I see what she's doing, but playing to the villagers' delusions is foolish here, Naruto told them boldly. Does she have a reason for agreeing to destroy the moon? Biska asked, raising an eyebrow at this. Yup. Just sit back and enjoy the show, my dear, Naruto said, smirking as they watched Natsu run up with a flaming fist behind Urza and slam his fist into her spear, launching it towards the moon. As the spear sailed off into the sky, the moon suddenly cracked from the spear's impact. Holy! Happy yelled as he held his paws to his face. No way! Lucy and Gray yelled, seeing this. That's impossible! Levi yelled out in shock. 3, 2, 1, 0. Naruto counted down as cracks spread from beyond the moon into the sky as a purple barrier shattered in the sky over the island, revealing the moon in its normal white color. As the barrier broke apart, the sky cracked? Flare asked, confused. Not the sky. The moon drip ritual created what was essentially exhaust left over from the 3 years it was being performed. It formed into a lid over the island as it crystallized. That's what was affecting the villagers, Naruto explained as the mages watched the dome of crystallized magic shatter apart, and looked towards the villagers, and saw that they were still demons. But if that was affecting the villagers, why haven't they turned back? Gray asked, raising an eyebrow at this. But they have. What you see is their original forms. The moon drip didn't affect their bodies but their minds. They were always demons, Urza explained as she returned to her normal armor. Is that true? Happy asked a villager. I think so, my head's still a little fuzzy, one of the villagers admitted. I see you figured out the truth. Well done. I was right to entrust the job to all of you, a voice said as they turned to see the boatsman that took them to the island before disappearing. The ghost, Lucy yelled. Not a ghost but a demon. He flew off before the tidal wave hit. He played the part of a ghost, but in reality he's very much alive, Naruto explained, seeing the man. I got stabbed in the chest, but it takes more than that to kill a demon. Bobo yelled, laughing before the village chief tackled his son in realization he wasn't dead. So they were demons all along, huh? Kana asked, seeing the villagers fly up into the sky to join their once thought deceased fellow villager. So it would seem. You did good for your first S-class mission as leader, Kana. I'm proud of you, Naruto told her as the villagers started to celebrate with a festival now that their memories were restored. Thanks, babe, Kana said with a grin at the blonde. Woohoo! First S-class job finished. Natsu yelled. You realize that you, Lucy, and Happy will still be punished for stealing this job, right? The only reason we can even claim the reward is Naruto speaking to the master to accept the job, Urza reminded the Fire Dragon Slayer. And that's not even counting whatever punishment Lee-sana probably has planned for you and Happy, Naruto pointed out with an evil grin. We're gonna die. Happy yelled off a few moments of silence before he started to fly around in a panic. Before he was grabbed by Flare's hair and brought back down. Please don't let Lee-sana have her way with me. I don't need to see Mr. Strappy. Natsu yelled, grabbing Naruto and shaking him. And too much information there. Naruto muttered. If you save me, I'll go on a date with you. Lucy yelled in a panic as she shoved Natsu away and hugged Naruto. Sold. Urza, I shall handle Lucy's punishment instead of the old man. Naruto yelled at the redhead with a smile at Lucy's words. Her being your playmate in bed is not a punishment. Urza yelled back. I don't know, his punishments can get pretty rough, Bisca said, smirking along with Juvia, Flare, and Kana while Levi sighed at this. If you beg for more later like floozies, it's not a punishment. Urza yelled at them. I said a date, not me pinged and letting him go to town on me. Lucy yelled. Oh, relax, I'm not some deviant. That's Gray, Naruto said as he waved his hand dismissively before he smirked as he pointed at Gray, who was already again. Gray, put on some clothes. Urza yelled at the ice mage. God damn it. Every time. Gray groaned, seeing he WASD, and now scrambling to run around the village to find his clothes. Everyone laughed at this as they enjoyed the celebration, as they would be leaving soon to go back to the guild. After receiving the payment for the job, including a new golden key for Lucy,